Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Welcome to Budget and Tax. We've got an exciting day in front of us. My quick estimate of our list is that we've got over 100 witnesses today. The sponsor will have the time that they need, and then everyone else will have 2 minutes. Is the order the right order? The order that you saw outside is the exact order that will be moving forward, unless I have to modify something along the way, but that's what we'll plan to do. The 2 minutes, you'll see, I think when you have 15 seconds left, that you'll see a little yellow light come up, and then at 2 minutes, there'll be the red light and a little chime, a friendly chime. Obviously, with the list today, everybody, we want to hear what you have to say, but to the degree that you can be succinct, that certainly is helpful. We'll get started with Senate Bill 188. Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, good morning.
Good morning.
Members of the committee, good morning. It's good to be with you. For the record, my name is Jake Day. I'm the Secretary of Maryland's Department of Housing and Community Development. With me is Carrie Snyder, who is DHCD's Director of Community and Economic Development Partnerships. I want to thank the chair again for sponsoring this legislation. I believe you have our written testimony. But I want to give you just a few key points and a summary of what Senate Bill 188 does. This is a bill that changes the Community Health and Safety Works grant program, originally called Community Safety Works, to better align with current program operations and to align with state revitalization goals. The changes create a more effective program that complements other state resources, increasing the department's ability to layer resources and to revitalize Maryland communities and create great places. It was launched by DHCD in fiscal year 2022, and the program awards grant funds to support local initiatives to address public safety as well as environmental health concerns. It was originally funded with ARPA dollars, a $20 million allocation that supported 2 funding rounds. The third application round in fiscal year 2024 was supported by $10 million in state general funds. In that round, the program expanded the eligibility of applicants to local governments and anchor institutions in addition to nonprofits. It also broadened the eligible project types to include place-based projects and improve community safety and reduce environmental harm. The program has a couple of different grant categories that I want to touch on. The proposed legislation makes some modifications to those categories. It combines and streamlines them in some areas, but generally speaking, it funds 2 types of activities. The first is physical improvements that promote public safety. This includes things like public lighting, altering traffic patterns to slow vehicles and promote walkability, and upgrading security systems for local businesses or other stakeholders, including camera systems and things like that. It also includes environmental and aesthetic improvements, like engaging with local artists and designers to make places safer and more attractive, to make great places for residents that they can value and care for. Secondly, it supports projects and initiatives that improve environmental health and justice. This includes efforts to prevent illegal dumping, reduce litter, or address heat islands or other issues related to climate change. In short, these are efforts to make communities greener, safer, and cleaner. Community Health and Safety Works was codified in last year's session, and the changes proposed by Senate Bill 188 refine that program and refines program regulations to realign them with our current design and the process, and to provide the department appropriate flexibility to shift focus as well as funding levels as community needs change concerning public safety, violence prevention, or environmental health. To empower economic growth and sustainability in our communities, we need to ensure that we build great places where people want to live, they want to play, they want to visit, and that they can love. Public safety is a critical part of that process. And CHSW, Community Health and Safety Works, and DHCD's programs addresses that specific component. It's already invested resources for improvements all over this state. I'll give you a couple examples. We partnered with the Queen Anne's County Sheriff's Office, Parks Department, Planning and Zoning, and Public Works to mitigate traffic harm in Stevensville's Arts and Entertainment District. We did this through implementing some public art, as well as safety signage, which would address speeds and promote pedestrian safety. It also supported the installation of 60 cameras as part of a local security plan to ensure a refurbished pedestrian mall on Baltimore Street in Cumberland to continue to help revitalization in downtown. It also supported the Rose Street Community Center to provide cleaning services and violence mediation in the Elwood Park community in southeast Baltimore by employing at-risk residents to clean blocks and alleys to reduce blight and improve neighborhood safety. Community Health and Safety Works has proven to be an effective program for reducing crime, improving public safety, promoting cleaner and greener communities. It's a program that helps DHCD partner with local stakeholders to make sure that we're building those great places that I talked about earlier. So I encourage a favorable report on Senate Bill 188 to ensure that this program evolves and remains as effective as possible. I'm also, again, I mentioned joined by Carrie Snyder. I think Carrie is mostly going to be here to answer questions and provide any details about the program's mode of practice and any of the changes that are proposed. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Questions? Senator Heldman?
Chair. Mr. Secretary, good to see you. So I'm just looking at the fiscal note. I'm a little confused. So you have $10 million or you don't?
Senator, we do not. So there's not an appropriation. So that fiscal note, I think needs an asterisk next to it, that is the past funding round appropriation, but there is no appropriation in this year. So we're asking for program modifications, but there wouldn't be any funds in this fiscal year. We do still think the modifications are important because they'll set us up for future budget requests.
Great, thank you.
Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Senator McCray. Senate Bill 20.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to bring up my panel. Because of the number of bills and witnesses, I'll be very to the point. For the record, Corey McCray, representing the city of Baltimore in the Senate Legislative District of 45. I'm here before you in reference to Senate Bill 20, dealing with Local Transportation Sustainability Act that deals with our lots. These are the transit opportunities that we have in our respective local jurisdictions. And one of the things is that we're looking to peg this in reference to inflation, Mr. Chair, as it kind of runs up. I have a phenomenal panel that will dig into a number of the reasons of why local Senate Bill 20 should be moved favorable, but more importantly, I'll stop talking, see if you all have any questions after the panel gets to finish discussing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I am John DeKlusky, Executive Director of the Transportation Association of Maryland. It is my privilege to represent transit members in every single jurisdiction in our state and city that has a transit service. Our members provide over 64,000 trips every day, the great majority of which could not be provided by any other public or private service. Funding, the history of funding for our state for local transit over the past 10 years has been one of flat or declining funding. This has occurred at the same time that cost increases for the provision of local transit have increased substantially above the rate of general inflation, with increases of over 33% in such critical categories as bus purchasing and diesel fuel. Additional funding is needed not only to maintain service, but hopefully to expand it, including allowing our members to offer such services as Sunday service, increased service frequency, and better access to doctors and jobs. We ask you to support a modest request to index the rate of state funding to local transit to help protect our members and the people that they serve from future cost of service increases that could ultimately lead to service stagnation or decline. And thus, I respectfully urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 20.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Thank you for having me today. My name's Rob. I'm the Transportation Manager for the town of Ocean City, Maryland. Last year, the Assembly passed and Governor Moore signed a mandated sustained funding for the locally operated transit systems across the state, and we truly appreciate and applaud that legislation. There was one key provision missing, however, which was a means to tie that funding level to an inflation index of some kind. Recently in my agency, we saw a one-year increase in variable costs of 14%. The cost of purchasing a bus increased year over year 18%. Look, we all know that public transit is not a profitable venture. It needs to be funded from somewhere. If the funding sources don't rise to meet the inflationary pressures, the options are to hit our constituents in the wallet or to decrease service levels. Now, again, my agency is Ocean City, Maryland. Imagine that you and your colleagues are in Ocean City on a Friday night and in the summertime, and you've been out, you've had dinner, you've had a few drinks, and you've made the wise decision to leave your car in the parking lot and take one of my agency's buses back to where you're staying for the night. And you know that in Ocean City in the summertime, those buses come usually every about 10 minutes. But for some reason tonight, it's taking a little longer, 15, maybe 20, and that bus that has just pulled up in front of you is completely full. Now, are you really going to wait it out another 15 and 20 minutes, possibly, to take your chances that the next bus isn't full also? I mean, your car's right behind you. So imagine, friends, that, sorry, lost my place. Please help us make sure that Ocean City's visitors continue to make wise travel decisions at the end of their evenings when they've had a little too much fun. Your favorable report on Senate Bill 20 will help make that happen. We like to say that Ocean City is someplace to smile about, and this favorable report will help us keep it that way. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Committee. My name is Steve Palmer. I'm Transit Administrator for Queen Anne's County. In our county, it's kind of unique. We're both urban and rural. And in the last 3 years, our ridership has grown. We've gone from 5% workforce ridership up to 30% workforce ridership. We're at 40% of our rides are for medical use, and each one is over 15 miles. We also have 60% of our riders are senior citizens. With the rising costs in all transportation, we see more and more people using public transportation. Our costs have rose operating at over 20%, and new vehicles have rose over 35%. In Queen Anne's County, we would like you to fully support this bill so we can continue to support the people of Queen Anne's County and across the state that need public transportation. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this panel? Thank you very much. Senate Bill 320. Oh, what do we have? Oh, Kevin, that's right. Yep. Mr. Canale.
What's up?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Kevin Canale here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties in support of Senate Bill 20. You have my written testimony. I'll just make a few points. I think the previous panel did a great job of explaining why this bill is so important. Counties operate the majority of these systems. We know that ridership dramatically increased during the pandemic, and it hasn't come back yet to where it was. So we see this as a common sense bill. If we want to meet the planning, environmental, and housing goals that have been set by the governor and the General Assembly, this bill is crucial to making that happen. So with that, we'd ask for a favorable report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Thank you very much. Senate Bill 324.
May I bring up the panel, Mr.
Please.
Chair? Good morning.
How are you?
We got backup, right?
We have a whole room full of theirs.
Okay.
They're coming.
How you doing, sir? think we're ready, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, for the record, Corey McCray, Legislative District 45, representing East Northeast Baltimore City. Mr. Chair, I usually try my best to be brief with my bills, but I'm gonna take a little time on this one. So when I looked at the witness list, I knew I only had 3 or 4 witnesses, but I saw 13. So I do think that I gotta make a little bit more case in this argument. So I wanted to say that this bill, Senate Bill 324, is a collective effort by our local jurisdictions who are receiving certain levels of pressures, which we are as a state from that standpoint too, but they also have to be leaders and figure things out. A couple of the ways that they figure things out is they can do it through property taxes or they can do it through income tax. But there aren't a number of different pathways without coming to us in order to figure these large, complex puzzles out from that standpoint. Mr. Chair, I would submit to you that even in the introduced budgets, there are more pressures being put on our local jurisdictions when we talk about SDAT and sharing those costs, when we think about teacher pension, when we think about education. And one of the things that I think about is that when I go home, I don't want my fire departments closed, and they have been options in the past. I want good police services. I want good roads. I want good education, and these are the folks that are on the ground delivering that each and every day. You see, Mr. Chair, in the last 96 hours, I've had a number of my friends call me and tell me, hey, Corey, we love you. Not sure we like your bill. And they do have a responsibility. At the end of the day, they have the responsibility of keeping costs down because they are in this puzzle too from that standpoint. But Mr. Chair, I would also submit to you that we as leaders have to figure out these complex puzzles. And this is their effort collectively to say, hey, here's a funding mechanism, revenue generation that we could possibly do that. Mr. Chair, they're asking for the 3%. And it's authorization to do the 3%. Will everybody take the 3%? No. I was actually sitting on a panel with a leader from Southern Maryland that said, my jurisdiction wouldn't do this, and that's okay. But if folks do want to take that path to be able to do that revenue generation from a 3%, we should be able to give them the ability to help with the services that I just talked about. Mr. Chair, I can see you telling me, Corey, we get it. So I am going to ask that the folks here do a pretty good job because we have a number of folks that disagree with us in delivering why this is so important for our local jurisdictions. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Teresa Kuhns, Chief Executive Officer of the Maryland Municipal League, representing 160 local governments in Maryland. We are here today in support of SB 324. This is actually an MML priority this year. Of the 20 priority submissions we received from our members, 17 were revenue-generating priorities. Passed unanimously at our legislative committee, many members who are here today and mayors behind us, as well as our MML Board of Directors. This is considered the right path forward. It has been nearly 60 years, 60, since Maryland has authorized a significant municipal revenue structure change. In 1967, Maryland cities were afforded a small share of the county income tax, one without authority to set the rate for its own residents. For every $1.30 the state collects from a municipal resident, the municipality gets a nickel. The 157 cities, towns, and villages in Maryland simply cannot meet the 21st century challenges as the senator shared. We have 25% of the state's population, and we have state mandates. We have changing expectations from our residents, and the current revenue focused on property taxes. It's just not sustainable. This solution is both commonplace and effective throughout the rest of the country. 45 states and the District of Columbia either share or provide a local option for sales and use tax or levy a local food and beverage fee. Our neighbors, as we talk about regional competition, DC has a 4% food and beverage. Virginia actually doesn't cap the municipalities. Most of the time it's averaged at 7.5%. We are asking for 3% to keep it competitive. In fact, you've probably already seen this on your bills. Actually, our team went out last night and we had a 3% surcharge added by the restaurant on West Street. This is a reasonable way to capture the services used by visitors and tourists alike. There is no other way for cities to capture emergency services, public safety, roads. Over 60% of the top tourist destinations in Maryland are its cities. We urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Senator, members of the committee, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. I'm Michael O'Connor. I am the president of the Maryland Municipal League this year. I am also the mayor of the city of Frederick. We certainly understand the state that the state is in when it comes to budgets and revenues. And that tension between local governments and state governments is going to continue for some time. And so we think this is a good ask because it actually doesn't put the burden on state government to help local government solve their problems. At our core, we are service delivery organizations. Every day, our residents wake up and expect our police to be on patrol. They expect the trash to be collected, the water to be delivered, the wastewater to be taken away, the parks to be maintained, the roads, the streets, the street lights, the street signs. Everything that we do in local government is about service to our residents. And yet, we have heard, as you know, we are very limited in where we can draw the revenues to do that. Our homeowners are the ones who remind us daily about the burden of property taxation. And what we're asking for is an opportunity to spread where that obligation can come from. It is enabling legislation. It is having another tool in the toolbox to assess a food and beverage fee for those municipal governments who choose to take that path. The 2 million Marylanders who call our municipal governments home. And it allows local governments to sit down with their tourism and food and beverage providers and have that conversation in local council chambers with local elected officials. Not a mandate from the state, but a local decision-making that we think is critical to serve our residents appropriately. We lack flexible tools today. We are asking for your favorable support on Senate Bill 324. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Nina Themelis, Director of Government Relations for Mayor Scott in Baltimore City, here to testify in support of Senate Bill 324. I just want to echo the sentiments of the other panelists today, but also just to express that as we go into the fiscal 26 budget planning for Baltimore City, we're right now facing about a $100 million deficit or budget gap. And about 49% of the revenue that the city brings in is based on property taxes. So we need additional tools and resources in order to generate revenue in Baltimore City. We have very large numbers in the billions of infrastructure, transportation, and educational needs, and we don't want to continue to rely upon the state and other external resources of revenue. We need to be able to have some autonomy and additional revenue generation. And so I'm not going to be any longer than that, but we just need additional tools in the toolbox. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Kevin Canale here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties in support of the bill. You have my written testimony. This is also an initiative for MAKO, flexibility with local revenues. You'll see a number of bills that we've brought forward. We appreciate being part of this one. We appreciate the flexibility. I'll just make a few points. I'll say that 2/3 of Marylanders right now live in counties with the maximum local income tax rate of 3.2%. We face an escalating housing crisis. We're trying to fund the blueprint, public safety, infrastructure, all the things that counties do every single day. But unfortunately, without revenue options, we're being forced to rely on regressive property taxes to fund all of those things. And raising property tax rates is not going to help the housing crisis, right? It's only going to make it worse. So we need more flexibility to have these conversations locally. This is an enabling bill. To me, all this bill does is allow us, when we have conversations with our residents, with the business community, right now we only have one thing to put on the table, that is property tax increases. We'd like to have more options to put upon the table, to have those conversations, to have public hearings, and to be able to have flexibility, quite frankly, to work with our communities to see what they want to do, and then work with them to decide how they want to do it in terms of raising revenue. So it's a thoughtful bill. We appreciate the authority. We appreciate that it's enabling, and we'd ask for a favorable report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you all. Questions for the panel? Senator Bailey?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. Just was curious if you happen to see the opposition from the Maryland Farm Bureau. If you saw, and obviously I represent St. Mary's, Calvert County, rural counties, and we are facing some crisis in the budget where we're looking at SMATIC, the one economic driver we have for our farmers, which is being eliminated, right? They lost their way of life. We've done some other things. Now, all of a sudden, we've decided, well, we're going to do away with that. And then I see this opposition letter, and they are worried about losing their pumpkin farms, losing the different things that people recreate on their farms and come out to them. And I'm just, I'm concerned about it. We can catch up offline, but I am concerned about the impact that this would have on my local agricultural community.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the bill and the presentation. Just a clarifying question. The proposal would be for all pretty much food and beverages, or only entities that have emissions and amusement tax already?
All.
It would be for all, okay.
Not like supermarkets, things of that
Right,
nature.
but like any other like bar, restaurant, et cetera,
Yes, sir.
something like that. And then, so those that obviously already are subject to the emissions and amusement tax, they would have potentially their 10% A&E tax, their 6% sales tax, and then up to another 3% potentially as proposed. That's kind of what that specific entity then would be facing, is that correct?
Yeah, but just, I want to make sure that I'm hearing you correct. Like, you know this, but like the listening audience,
Sure.
that the sales tax doesn't come back to the local jurisdiction. So while it is paid, it's coming to us. As
No,
a state,
I
not to
understand the revenue option for
Yes, sir.
the locals. I was looking at it from the consumer aspect of it, of
Yeah.
what they would be subject to potentially. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm going to take my seat because it's a lot of folks. Yes, sir.
Okay, got a group of folks. I don't know if you've organized as a panel or not, but we've got Melissa Allen, the wineries, Jack Milani, Brad Rifkin, Eli Brittberg Smith, McManus. Let's fill up some seats. Joel Smith, Melvin Thompson, Craig Brown, Bariano, Michael Mason. So as soon as this panel gets done, the other names that I called can just come up and fill the seats after that. And anybody can begin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Melvin Thompson. I represent the Restaurant Association of Maryland. I'm going first because I have a simultaneous meeting over in the Finance Committee. We're strongly opposed to this legislation, and we believe that this bill unjustifiably targets the food service industry for generating new local tax revenue. And restaurant industry profit margins generally average about 3 to 5% and have been negatively impacted by inflation and also by rising labor costs. And restaurant operators would not be able to absorb the cost of this new tax and would be forced to pass it on to their customers through higher menu prices to maintain their profit margins. And such price increases would discourage customers from dining out as frequently as they currently do in those jurisdictions that opt to impose such a tax. And this would result in sales declines and possibly reduced working hours and job losses for restaurant employees. And I just want to note that lower income households devote a larger proportion of their income to restaurant food and beverages. According to 2022 data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the average U.S. household spends about 3.9% of its pre-tax income on restaurant food and beverages. But among households with incomes of less than $30,000, they're spending about 9.3% of their pre-tax income on restaurant food and beverages. So that's more than double the national average. And so taxes on restaurant food have a disproportionately larger impact on lower income households. And many restaurants are still struggling with lackluster sales and still trying to pay off the debts that they incurred during the pandemic. And our industry simply doesn't need the burden of a new tax compounding the other operational challenges. And for those reasons, we request an unfavorable report. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jules Smith. I'm the president of the Renaissance Festival, held annually each year in the late summer and fall for 9 weekends. Last year, the state collected on behalf of Anne Arundel County $877,000 from me in admission amusement tax, not including the amusements inside who pay individually. Adding 3% to alcohol sales is a 20% increase in that tax. Adding 3% to food and merchandise, current 6% rate is a 51.5% increase. The legislation allows it to rise at the county's volition to 5% on top of the 6%, which would be an 84% increase in the taxes. The county has shown its willingness to tax to the full amount permitted given any opportunity. This will also be a tax on the arts, including the craft people who produce their handmade wares, which would be considered merchandise and would be taxed at the higher rate. The idea that this is not a tax on the venue and is passed through to the consumer is inaccurate, as the admission and amusement tax clearly states, and I quote, imposed solely upon the person receiving the receipts. Nonetheless, operators will have to pass it along, and the tax will eliminate the margin to work with profitability, and making price adjustments stay competitive with others could impact the value to the customer. Due to the 20 to 84% tax increase and possibility of imposing it on the artisans' handmade crafts, I'm opposed to this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Nick Manis here representing the Maryland Beer Wholesalers Association. We have 22 family-owned and operated establishments throughout the state that deliver the product to the retailers and these establishments. I want to thank Senator Corey McCrae for talking to me prior to, and I understand the budget situations that are in hand. But beer right now is taxed 3 times. We have a federal excise tax, we have a state excise tax, and we have a 9% sales tax. And when we raised the tax from 6 to 9%, my Eastern Shore distributors would send me pictures of billboards that Delaware would take out and say, just come right over across the street and come here and buy your beer here instead of buying it right in Ocean City. In addition, I know that admission and amusement tax, it will just encourage those artists to go to Delaware where the establishments there can pay them more than what Ocean City can pay them just because of the tax. Beer over the past 10 years is down almost 15% in sales throughout the state. We still haven't recovered from COVID. The products here does not affect off sale, but it impacts on sale, and on sale is the biggest had the biggest impact because, of course, restaurants and bars were closed. They still haven't recovered. So, and on top, you have, I heard, 160 municipalities and different jurisdictions. So this will be a nightmare for those that have to administer this tax. You could have, some would be 1%, some would be 2%, some would be 3%. You could have someone that buys a product in the city of Annapolis and goes right outside the county line and pays a different price just because of the tax. For those reasons, we're opposed to the legislation. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Brad Rifkin on behalf of Maryland's breweries, wineries, and distilleries across the state in respectful opposition to the bill. I won't belabor the points that have been made already. We echo those. 2 or a few additional points. Our consumers are incredibly price conscious. And, you know, if we're levying a tax on all beverages, you run the risk that you push more consumers to purchase macro-produced products that are produced by large corporations out of state that have economies of scale that may be able to mitigate, but, you know, we simply cannot. And the delta between our prices and those of macro prices is significant. In addition, we all know, and you're aware, the supply chain has been a significant problem. The cost of goods and materials continues to go up. Inflation is real. And quite frankly, we're unaware of what the president's plan on tariffs will cost our members as it relates to the price of their goods. And so for those reasons, we respectfully request an unfavorable report. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee. Thank you for having me. My name is Eli Brightbrook-Smith. I'm the co-founder and head distiller at the Baltimore Spirits Company and also the president of the Maryland Distillers Guild. And just to add to what Brad was saying, since the beginning of the pandemic, the cost of supplies and goods for producing our products has gone way up. The bottle alone is the single largest cost, and that's gone up over 40% for myself personally. And at a time when consumers are very price conscious, we need to try to compete, and yet our costs are going up, so we're unable to really, we have to pass a cost like this on to consumers, but it already puts us in a tough position because we're already at a price point that is higher, and we're trying to compete with these big out-of-state brands, and we want to keep that money in Maryland. We want to keep consumers coming to our venues. And the best thing that we have going for us is that we're able to bring people in, show them what we do, and show them that it's something unique and interesting that we do here. As far as the other members of the Distillers Guild, I know they feel the same way, and we do events around the state that also help us expose our products to people. And it's an organization made up of small business members, the majority of which are minority women and veteran-owned businesses, and we want to support them, and so we respectfully oppose the bill.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Melissa Allen, and I am the third-generation winemaker and director of operations at Linganore Wine Cellars in Mount Airy, Maryland, my family's winery. I'm speaking in strong opposition to SB 324. This legislation would directly impact Maryland's small family businesses like ours, which have faced enormous challenges since the pandemic. Wineries are still navigating the economic aftershocks of the pandemic, compounded by persistent inflationary pressures that have significantly increased the cost of doing business. For example, the cost of glass bottles, like Eli said, has gone up 40%. We're at 30% right now. Shipping and freight have more than doubled, and labor costs, of course, continue to climb. Unlike large-scale alcohol producers, Maryland wineries operate on such a small scale and cannot absorb these rising costs, nor can we easily pass them on to consumers without risking our competitiveness in a market where entertainment dollars are already fiercely contested. Traditionally, wine festivals and other admission-based events have been a gateway for consumers to discover and support local wineries, and taxing this critical revenue stream even more than it already is would have a negative ripple effect throughout the industry. Families carefully choose where to spend their discretionary income, and any additional tax burdens threaten to push Maryland's wines out of reach for many. In addition to the inflation, Maryland wineries are contending with other challenges, such as issues surrounding SSTAT farm tax assessments. These cumulative pressures make it increasingly difficult for small family wineries to sustain their businesses, much less plan for the future. If this trend continues, Maryland's wineries, cornerstones of our state's agriculture and tourism industries, will not survive. For these reasons, I urge an unfavorable report.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Jack Malani, legislative co-chair of Maryland State Licensed Beverage Association and co-owner of Monahan's Pub for the past 35 years. I'm not going to belabor what's been said, but I just want to ask everyone if they could. A couple of days ago, the Baltimore Sun had an article, and they talked about 4 restaurants in Fells Point that closed within 3 weeks of each other. And that's getting to be more and more common. We're seeing these restaurant failures. And I know for some folks, 1% to 3%, with all due respect to the sponsor, I get why you're putting it in to help the locals. But at some point in time, it's like they can only take so much. And when we start going out of business and laying people off and what have you, there's costs to that. And those costs are drastic, whether it be through unemployment or what have you. So I would hope that if people look at the alcohol, tobacco, and reports that they put out every year, distilled spirits, wine, beer, all down last year. Beer's been on a real bad slide. Wine's been on a bad slide. Bourbon has helped us over some of the years, so it's not as drastic. But I think when you take that and you turn around and look at recreational marijuana, the states that have recreational marijuana, the national trend is that it costs us about 12 to 15% of our alcohol sales. There's only so many dollars to go around. Think about your household budget. You know, if you're going to spend money over here, you're going to have to take it from over here. It's not really rocket science. There's only so many dollars that are out there. So when we have to put this money towards taxes, the consumer is going to make choices. And our fear is more and more folks like us, small independent restaurant people, aren't going to be over here testifying in the future. So I know you guys are in a tough spot, but just trying to make us viable and help us get completely over COVID. You know, let us get strong again and then maybe come back on us. But at this point, the timing is just not good. For those reasons, we would urge an unfavorable. Thank you.
And typically, I don't ask many questions, but one was posed to me. I would receive your question, and I would ask you the question. So when you reference the 3 Federal Hill establishments, one of the things that I know in my city is that there's extra police that's needed in that specific area, specifically on weekends, because of the folks that are patronizing the respective concentration of establishments down there that may be different than the neighborhood that I live in. So the question that I would pose to you is, do you agree that when you're looking at extra police services, sanitation services, possibly fire services, that these patrons are coming, how are they paying their fair share to that local jurisdiction that they're patronizing?
Senator, with all due respect, I would think that there's probably good actors, bad actors everywhere. And if we're going to ask society to pay for the bad actors on everything, I think we're in trouble, because I think that most of those folks in that area that are doing business, they're experiencing the same problems. They have extra security. They have extra costs that they're bearing because some people come in and don't do the right thing. So I fully understand what you're saying, but we share the same problems.
I would say that I didn't say anybody was an actor, good or bad. I'm just saying that just with population control, with crowd control, police are necessary. They don't have to commit a crime, but they still have a responsibility to plan through and think through public safety. And all the local jurisdictions were saying, folks are coming to jurisdictions that they may not live in. There are services that the local jurisdictions are providing, and thinking about how do we have a thoughtful conversation with that. That's my last comment from that standpoint. I think he gets what I'm trying to say, but I did want to weigh in from that piece of it, because that's what they're also saying, the local jurisdiction.
Oh, yeah. Greg Brown, President, Monocacy Hospitality, 2 restaurants in Frederick, Maryland. This bill seems like another example of an inflationary bill targeting restaurants, other related businesses, as well as the communities in which they operate. This legislation will result in higher prices, which will decrease restaurant volume, ultimately resulting in lost sales, lost margin, job elimination, restructuring, and potentially business closure, also decrease in tax collections. This bill will also negatively impact other businesses, the service restaurants. Furthermore, I reviewed the fiscal note, and I feel that there are some major items to take into consideration. First, the negative economic and employment impact resulting from decreases in sales and customers is not addressed. The volume and margin impact will require a 4 to 5% menu increase across the board to gross up sufficient revenue to afford what could be an incremental 3% tax. You got to pay sales tax. You got to pay credit card processing fees. Many people have leases where they have to pay a percentage of their sales, administrative costs and other costs just to pay this tax. 3, the fiscal note indicates 70% of restaurant traffic is from out-of-state visitors. In my perspective in Frederick, Maryland, this is totally wrong. I would say 80% of the traffic in my restaurants is from local Marylanders. 4, does not take into account the decreases in food and beverage state sales tax collection. So as sales go down, restaurants go out of business, there's going to be less tax getting paid across the board. Increases in unemployment are also not addressed in the fiscal note. Confusion across counties, not addressed in the fiscal note. Furthermore, while the fiscal note does mention some statistics about restaurant, it does not take into account the trending decline in sales from restaurants over a period of 2 to 3, 4 years, and also the reduction in sales tax collected. It also doesn't take into account that restaurants, establishments in Maryland are basically flat to declining over the past 4 to 5 years. In addition, restaurant employment continues to decline due to job elimination and restaurant closures. Furthermore, the fiscal note also says we're going to have more government. So we're going to increase spending on government, which is likely going to create a huge expense of livelihoods, communities, jobs, businesses, and ultimately taxes. For those reasons, I oppose this bill, and I hope you will too. Thank you.
think there's still a couple more people who'd like to testify.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. Bruce Bariano here on behalf of the Licensed Beverage Distributors of Maryland. The only thing I like about this bill is the sponsor. He's a good guy. I like him very much. But this bill is fraught with problems and difficulties. Let me tell you, I don't want to repeat what everyone else said. Let me tell you what this bill will do. First of all, and this is serious, by passing this and putting it into law, you will be relinquishing and taking away your current authority at the state level to only tax at this level. You'll be giving, for the first time, cities and municipalities the right to tax these items. That's a very serious governmental thing to think about. Secondly, in your counties where you have municipalities, you're going to have double and triple taxation. If the municipalities, and in some counties like Prince George, and I love Prince George, you got a lot of municipalities there. My son lives in Prince George, my grandkids, I love Prince George. But you've got a lot of municipalities there. They could all put on a tax, plus, the county could put on a tax. It's not going to be good for Prince George's County or the rest of the places. The other thing you're going to be doing, and I'm being serious, you're going to have double taxation. You're going to have double taxation on candy for your kids, on ice cream for your kids. Look at the definition of what will be taxed. Candy and confectionery, soft drinks, carbonated and bottled water, not just beer and, and wine, not just the stuff that my clients distribute as wholesalers. I know there are difficult times, but this is not the approach. It's going to force people to not just go out of business, but go to Delaware, go to Pennsylvania, go elsewhere. And you're going to have inequality among the counties. People are going to go to different counties. You need, I'll say in closing, uniformity in taxation. This bill is anti-uniformity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members. Mike Mason here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Destination Marketing Organizations, as well as Visit Annapolis and Anne Arundel County and Experience Prince George's. Thank you, Senator Jackson, for your service with Experience Prince George's. Just to run back, last year we came in support of a bill that was an MML initiative of pushing the tourism zone creation that would be tax credits to the admission and amusement taxes within our municipalities and counties. This year, we're coming back doing the opposite by saying, hey, if we get these set up, we're going to bring these restaurants and these folks that were here testifying into these areas. Now we're going to put the responsibility on them to make up the shortfall across the board. We haven't seen a total implementation of the program that we passed last year across the board, and I think we just need to take a deeper look into this. The tourism industry in Maryland is almost a $20 billion industry here. Sales and use tax generated from restaurants was about $600 million. Somebody brought up looking at our partners in Washington, D.C. Last year, 64 restaurants closed in Washington, D.C., a record. 70% of the rest cut hours, laid off workers, started hiring freeze, or just stopped hiring altogether. I don't think we should be using this as an example right now as they're going through record hard times with the restaurant industry across the board. Finally, just in closing for everybody, this is going to further complicate the exact taxing districts that this committee has jurisdiction over, where we're going to have now, I think it's 160 plus the jurisdictions, is we're looking at almost closely 200, if everybody implemented this, 200 different taxing districts across the board for food and beverage of the admissions and amusement tax, putting the onus on local county finance officers and municipal finance officers. So on behalf of that, I would just continue to ask, to support tourism across the board. The industry itself saves each Maryland household about $1,200 a year in taxes. So just want everybody to keep that in consideration and respectfully ask for an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you all for the testimony, and thank everyone for coming this morning. This is very, very important. For the money, should this bill pass, for the taxes that are generated, has there been any discussion as to where that money goes? Does it go specifically to education, to transportation? Has that, Mr. Sponsor, do you know whether or not that's been up for discussion? Has not.
As the bill's written, Senator, it would just go into the fund of the county or the municipality. There's no
The general?
In the general collection of the municipality or the locality to be used as that government entity sees fit. There is no instruction or designation of where the money goes.
Okay, that's number one. Would this bill does not go to referendum?
That's
It is
correct.
decided by the leadership in the counties and in the municipalities.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Else?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the hearing on that bill. This next one is 341. Looks like you got all favorables on this next one.
I was gonna say a lot easier. Are you keeping son? I am. All right, man. He told me to give you a hard time. I wish I was over there.
Senator?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, for the record, Corey McCray, Legislative District 45, here before Senate Bill 341. And as you stated, this will be a lot easier than my last bill. I did want to note that I did get an explicit text phone call to give this gentleman to my left as much of a hard time as I can from that standpoint. So I can't because I'm in front, and I hope that you all do. Mr. Chair, Senate Bill 341.
There were others who got that text.
Oh, thank you. Senate Bill 341 simply gives our respective baseball team the opportunity to expand on something that already exists. Currently, 12 games are done with a 50-50 raffle. Looking at the home games as other respective jurisdictions do, these dollars go to respective not-for-profits from that standpoint. Because of how much time I occupied from my last hearing, that's what the bill does, and I'll let these two dig into it. Thank you.
Sure. I'm Lisa Harris-Jones, and I'm here on behalf of one of the Baltimore's greatest institutions, the Baltimore Orioles, and I'm sitting next to the son of one of Baltimore's greatest family, the Mitchell family, who we all know with civil rights and political influence, and some of the great legal minds in Baltimore and Maryland came out of this family. And now he's here today on the philanthropic arm of it to discuss this bill that will bring more money into Baltimore in a charitable way. So I'm going to throw it over to the senior. It's a local bill. We already have, it's a priority of the city of Baltimore. And next to me is this Jack Mitchell, senior leadership team intern and a senior at Towson. And so this is his first time testifying. And so I'm going to throw it all over to him.
Thank you, Lisa, for that intro. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Budget and Tax Committee. As Lisa said, I'm Jack Mitchell. I live in the 40th District of Baltimore City in the neighborhood of Bolton Hill. As Lisa said, I also serve as an intern for the senior leadership team for the Baltimore Orioles, and I'm also a senior at Towson University. And I'm here to testify in favor of Senate Bill 341. Thank you, Senator McCray, for introducing this important piece of legislation. Senate Bill 341 serves as a great importance not only to the Baltimore Orioles, but even more to the people of Baltimore City. This bill aims to serve the Baltimore community through charitable giving and an investment in community work throughout the city. This bill would grant the Baltimore Orioles a permit to operate a 50-50 raffle within Camden Yards for every home game during the season. The 50-50 raffle would give fans the ability to donate to the foundation and enter a chance to win the raffle, allowing the Orioles Foundation to do more within our communities. Senate Bill 341 would amend the statute allowing the Baltimore Orioles to conduct 50-50 raffles for every home game and allow fans who are located within the city of Baltimore to participate in these 50-50 raffles on game days, 1 hour before the game, all the way through the 7th inning of the game. Your colleague and my senator, Antonio Hayes, has had the opportunity to see our work firsthand at Harlem Park Elementary Middle School. For those of you who don't know, we've invested in that community through multiple events such as book donations, classroom setups, food drives, clothing donations, etc. I invite all committee members to come see our work within the region. Having the opportunity to serve the community through the Baltimore Orioles Foundation has been very rewarding. As a resident and lifelong Baltimorean, I have firsthand experience of people's days and lives changed through our impact at the Orioles. Furthermore, I've witnessed the impact that organizations like Elevate, College Bound, the American Red Cross, and many more can have on the Baltimore community. Having witnessed the evidence as to what we have done within Harlem Park alone, Senate Bill 341 allows us to cast an even wider net throughout various parts of the city, allowing us to invest more into the diverse communities that surround Camden Yards. On behalf of the Orioles and City of Baltimore, I urge for a favorable report for Senate Bill 341. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Good job. I think your dad would be proud. What these raffles on any game day generate? Do you know?
So, you want to answer?
Yeah, I can answer it. So they generate anywhere from around $3,500 upwards to $25,000. It all varies on game attendance, time of the game, and occasionally the opponent as well.
Very good. Any questions?
Come on, Senator.
Somebody?
All right. One is, Senator McCray, thank you for bringing this forward. I've got two questions for Mr. Mitchell. Pretty hard hitting. One is, how are the Orioles going to do this year? And two is, I used to play wiffle ball with your father. You a better baseball player than your dad.
For the second one, definitely a better baseball player, without a doubt. And for the season, hopefully, we bring you guys a World Series this year. So
That's a great job.
We like this. Hey, committee, we like this bill. We like this. Is there a motion?
We'll get you a letter, Mr. Chair. We'll get you a letter.
Oh, is it a delegation
Yeah,
thing?
we'll get you a letter.
Oh, sorry, we
I
gotta wait.
appreciate
We gotta wait. It's a city delegation thing. All right. You almost had it. You almost had it right there.
Thank you.
Your sponsor killed it, though.
Great job. Thank you.
What's that? Not here? On his way. All right, we're gonna go move ahead. Still not here? Oh, there he is. Senate Bill 55. And we have Senator Watson joining us.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Can I ask Mayor Jordan to come up with me?
We can bring up a panel, whatever you'd like to do.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Perfect.
Hey, good morning, members of the, oh, I'm sorry.
He's used to taking over in the city council. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Senator Alonzo Washington here to speak on a very important bill right in front of you. This bill seeks to, Senate Bill SB 55 seeks to aims to prohibit appropriation for a magnetic levitation transportation system in a state, providing that the prohibition does not apply to certain expenditures for salaries. Excuse me, I was running up those steps trying to get here. And generally relating to state appropriations for magnetic levitation
Get your breath, man.
systems.
We don't want any trouble here.
Yeah, thank you. I left my food in the back and everything. So this bill here, SB 55, what it does, it prohibits the state from allocating any money to the maglev train. We all know about the maglev train and what it does for our communities and what it does here. There's reasons why my community and many other folks that do not support the maglev train and any state funding going to the maglev train that's going to be built, that they want to have built between Baltimore City and Washington, D.C. Just off the bat, we know that there's been on the record where Prince George's County has been against this against this train being built because there's no stops in our district. We know also that Baltimore City Mayor has come out against this as well. We know that there's many other entities in and around the county, including the chair of the Senate Finance Committee, who's also against this train as well. It has been stated directly by the maglev train and their affiliates that they do not need state funding to build a $13 billion project here in the state of Maryland. They have said that themselves. Not me, not you, they have said that. If they have said that, let's make sure we put it in law. So they do not receive any funding from the state of Maryland. As you all know here on the Budget and Tax Committee, you have over a $3 billion deficit that we're facing here in the state. 1.2 or 1.3 billion of that comes from, a lot of it, within the Maryland Department of Transportation, they have a backlog of about 1.3 billion. We can't afford to spend money on this transportation system. We've seen what it looks like when we have public-private partnerships in the state, coming from my district in the Purple Line. We've seen that when we infuse money into this private project, that it has not worked. We have just, the Board of Public Works just approved even more millions of dollars, tens of more millions of dollars to the Purple Line project. We do not need our state investing in this project. They have said it themselves that they don't need it. It's not going to be beneficial to our community, directly to our communities. It's going to cost over $60 per ride so it won't be affordable to our communities that need it the most to come from DC to Baltimore or from Baltimore City to DC or to just go to BWI. It's not affordable for them. It's not something that we should continue to make sure that we should codify their own language is what they're asking us to do. This is their bill. It's not my bill. It's their bill. They said they wanted to do this. Let's do it for them. For these reasons, Mr. Chairman and members of this committee, I urge your favorable report on this bill because my communities have been against this. There's civic associations that are against it. My Prince George's County Council is against it. I can name a lot of entities across the state of Maryland who have been against this. I know our union community wants it, but we have statements from other unions as well that says that they don't need it here either. ATU has come out with a statement here saying that they do not want to see this project being built either. They would like to have jobs just as well. And I believe them. But ATU, another union, said that they don't want to see this. This is not necessary for our communities. And for those reasons, I ask for a favorable report on this legislation. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name's Emmett Jordan. I'm the mayor of the city of Greenbelt, and I'm here to represent our residents, many other residents across Prince George's County and the state of Maryland. We're asking your support for Senate Bill 550. My oral testimony today is going to be focused on financial impacts and on stewardship. So I can't tell you anything about the looming challenges that we're facing as a state with the proposed budget this year. MDOT, as the senator just said, is facing a devastating $1.3 billion deficit, requiring about $1 billion in budget cuts, operating cuts. Local government, we're already losing $400 million in critical infrastructure funding. So how can we justify public funding for a private venture during this crisis? This bill makes a statement to our residents about the risk of using Maryland tax dollars on a private endeavor without thorough vetting. And it was Maya Angelou who said, when someone tells you something, you should believe them. And over, we've been told that there's no need for public funds. So, our state resources are much better spent on improving existing affordable transit options like the MARC train, Amtrak, local transit services. It's going to serve more Marylanders. The maglev's ridership estimates are inflated according to a federal review. And our focus in Maryland, we should be focusing on maintaining current infrastructure. So in addition, there's numerous ethical, environmental concerns about this current maglev proposal, but more broadly, our transportation dollars must focus on affordable, accessible transit for all Maryland Marylanders. So, I urge your support for this SB 55 to restrict public funding for this venture. I thank Senator Washington and Augustine for putting this forward once again. I know you've heard this any number of times, but this is a different time right now. We're in a financial crisis, and I think this bill sends a message about proper stewardship. So I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Questions, this panel? Thank you very much. I do have one more favorable from the Amalgamated Transit Union. Matthew Girardi.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Let's see, is this working? Okay, there we go. ATU Local 689 supports SB 55 and urges this committee to issue a favorable report. This bill is a common sense measure ensuring that Maryland doesn't waste money on what we see as unreal, unviable transportation options. At Local 689, we represent over 15,000 transit workers throughout the DC area, including Metro, Metro Access, Connector, MTA commuter bus, among others. So I'll note that our union is over a century old. We've worked through different technologies that have moved folks throughout the whole DC region, be that electric streetcars, diesel buses, coach buses, door-to-door paratransit, zero emissions vehicles, heavy rail, what have you. And so we understand that changing technology can and must play a role in transit. And additionally, as a union of transit and transportation workers, we really do support usually funding for projects that include access, frequency, reliability for a range of transit and transportation services. However, this just isn't one of them. Magnetic levitation transportation systems, or maglev, we see as neither practical nor economical as a way to move Marylanders, especially seeing as the state is currently attempting to rectify structural deficits in the TTF and general funds. We do not believe that throwing good money after bad is remotely admissible in this sense. So, as Senator Washington stated, SB 55 would prohibit the use of state funds for what we see as ultimately a distraction. Valuable dollars should be used in shoring up our existing transportation systems, making sure that their safety, frequency, reliability, or in building valuable projects, for instance, making sure that the Purple Line gets finished, making sure Baltimore Red Line gets done on time, under budget. These projects all have proven ability to meet the demands of a modern transportation system. So Local 689, thanks, Senator Washington. We support this, urge a favorable report.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Thank you very much. I have 3 people signed up. Or your panel. You're certainly welcome to come up that way. You're not unfavorable. Adrian Harpool, Ian Rainey, Ray Baker.
Members, my name is Adrian Harpool. I am a Maryland-based business owner. Adrian Harpool Associates, we've been in business 30 years, providing services to nonprofits, municipal governments, state government, and others. I also represent an organization we founded a few years ago in support of the Moore Miller administration's efforts to increase minority contracting opportunities with the state and their work to encourage the private sector to do the same. I'll read some brief comments from I provided a written statement, but I'll offer a few. I'm also here representing a coalition of Black-led and supporting organizations. They include the Greater Baltimore Urban League, Associated Black Charities, the Maryland Black Chamber of Commerce, the Greater Baltimore Black Chamber of Commerce, Greater Washington Urban League, the Bi-County Business Roundtable, Howard County Chamber of Commerce, Southern Maryland Minority Chamber of Commerce, and other individuals who signed on to support us. We're asking the committee to come back with an unfavorable report on Bill 55. The prohibition that we've been hearing about, I think, presupposes the economics of this thing, the notion about throwing good money after bad. I just don't believe washes. I wasn't around when transit moved from horse-drawn carriages to locomotives or to gas-powered vehicles, but I would dare to say there were probably people in line to protest that as well when that was introduced. I took some time out this past summer, along with some others, and went to visit Japan to ride on the maglev myself. Oh, thank you. And saw, it was a real revelation to see this type of transportation. I believe it would be an asset for our region. I talked to a number of business people there, saw the impact, the economic impact it had on those communities. The jobs were created, long-term construction, as well as the development that happened around those stations. I believe those things would be good for Maryland and ultimately support our state's effort to get out of the economic hole by creating more income and more positive economic impact for the region. Thank you.
Dear Chair Gazzone, Vice Chair Rosa Pepp, members of the committee, my name is Ian Rainey, and I'm the Senior Vice President of Baltimore Washington Rapid Rail. I appear before you today to convey strong opposition to SB 55. This bill aims to prohibit any appropriations from being used by the state for a magnetic levitation system in Maryland. One of the main arguments behind this bill that we heard from some of the previous witnesses was that the Maryland taxpayer should never be on the hook for a project such as ours, implying that state funds are better used elsewhere to improve and upgrade existing transportation systems. And we agree that the state should focus on improving state-run transportation projects, which is why we have never asked the legislature for financial support. And in fact, the environmental impact statement conducted by MDOT and the Federal Railroad Administration confirms that the maglev service would actually alleviate pressure on current transportation infrastructure and Maryland taxpayers. In other words, by reducing stress on overcapacity systems such as MARC and Amtrak, taxpayers will see savings through added transit capacity and reduced traffic without state appropriations. We believe that Maryland needs new world-class transit systems to build the economy, create jobs, fight climate change, and provide workforce opportunities. SB 55, unfortunately, would signal to Maryland citizens and to the world that the state is closed to innovative, future-oriented, safe solutions to our worsening transportation problems. For these reasons, Baltimore-Washington Rapid Rail strongly opposes SB 55 and urges the committee to submit an unfavorable report. Thank you very much for the opportunity to appear.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Chair, committee members. My name is Ray Baker. I serve as the Maryland Director of the Baltimore, D.C. Building Trades. We represent over 28 affiliates and 30,000 construction workers in the Baltimore, D.C. region. We ask for an unfavorable report on SB 55. It would prohibit in advance any state appropriations for the maglev system, and we think, quite honestly, this is a solution in search of a problem. We are very concerned with the probability and the offerings here, and we believe that the maglev would provide opportunities for jobs, valuable, good, union, paying construction jobs. And in the event that that presents itself, should there need to be state investment, we would want the state to have the opportunity to make the decision to invest there in its people and its workers. And so we, the Baltimore, D.C. Building Trades, ask for an unfavorable report on SB 55. Thank you for your time.
I don't see how this bill precludes anything you guys are suggesting. Now, I'm a big fan of technology. I've been on a maglev in other countries. It's fantastic. It's coming sooner or later. And it needs to go up and down the eastern seaboard. I'm with you. However, this bill just says no public funds can be used. And I did hear myself personally hear that no public funds would be needed. You know, we're a pretty flexible place, even though looks like we're inflexible sometimes. We can do an emergency bill just like that if something came up and the state down the road saw a benefit to doing something. But this doesn't preclude jobs. If it gets built, it's still going to need labor to build that jobs. It's still going to be a boon for those of us who will be able to take advantage of those things. And I didn't want this to be a conversation about the benefits of maglev. This is not that conversation. This is about, should state funds be appropriated for it? I was told that it wasn't needed. So I'm trying to understand the pushback. You probably made the best case. You're talking about future investments. But based on what I just told you, that if something came up, and right now you all don't believe that there is a need for state funds, why are you fighting so hard against this bill?
Well, thank you for the question, Senator. I certainly take your point well. As I mentioned in my testimony, I think on one level, the danger of this bill is the signal that it sends that Maryland is opposed to maglev. Why single out this one project? But I also think the danger of this bill for a project like ours is the possibility for unintended consequences. For instance, I think it's entirely plausible to envision 10 years from now, 15 years from now, 20 years from now, the maglev is operating. The state is very pleased with the service that's being provided to Marylanders. And the state wants to, for example, build a parking lot or some kind of intermodal connection to maglev, or some kind of facility that supports commuters being able to access the maglev system. The way this bill is currently written, MDOT couldn't even conduct a feasibility study to consider any of those things, let alone do them. And I think this bill shuts the door on any kind of consideration of future investments. We're not asking for them. We've been on record repeatedly over the years saying we do not need state appropriations to construct this project. But my fear is that once a bill like this is passed, and we've seen how difficult it is to reverse these bills in the future, it'll prevent any consideration from ever being given for MDOT or any instrumentality of the state from investing any funding in a project like this.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you very much. Concludes the hearing on that bill. Moving on to Senate Bill 190. Thank you for being here, Senator Watson. Well, what's left of the morning? Good morning to it.
Good morning.
What do we got going here?
Good morning, Chair and then Vice Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Joe McAndrew, Assistant Secretary for Project Development and Delivery at the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Can you turn on his mic, please? Thank you.
All right, there we go. I'll restart. For the record, I'm Joe McAndrew, Assistant Secretary for Project Development and Delivery at the Maryland Department of Transportation. I'll be before you a few times today on a number of bills. With me today here on this bill is David Zayden to help support with questions. He's Chief of Real Estate and Transit-Oriented Development at MDOT. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity today to speak in support of Senate Bill 190. We collectively, both the executive and legislative branches and many of our partners at the local, private, nonprofit level have invested substantial resources in our transit system and over many years advocated for transit-supported developments. We know that those systems work best when destinations, whether housing, government facilities, retail, employment, or essential services, are easily accessed by walking or rolling adjacent to our transit stops. We know that we generate more revenue as well as help the state meet its housing and climate goals when there is a hub of mixed-use development and activity around these stations as well. The opportunity that the state has before us to support transit-oriented development and support its residents is immense. Development just around MDOT-owned transit-adjacent land in the Baltimore core service area and along Mark Penn Line corridor could result in over 6,000 new housing units, more than $1.6 billion in additional state and local tax revenue. Additionally, building TOD around WMATA's Maryland Metro Rail stations could yield close to 18,000 additional housing units and almost $2.8 billion in state and local tax revenue. This does not begin to account for TOD on privately owned land that we think will be catalyzed by MDOT and WMATA development efforts and something we want to support through this legislation. Important to note, though, transit-oriented development doesn't happen overnight. Successful TOD projects take time and dedicated effort between public and private partners over many years. As an example, New Carrollton's transit-oriented development effort that was initiated by WMATA in 2010 in earnest, we're just now seeing the fruits of that labor today. SB 190 won't provoke development overnight, but it helps lays the foundation for enabling TOD well into the future. The purpose of this legislation is to address the barriers that stand in the way of more projects happening throughout the state and supports efforts to create shared plans for station areas. It seeks to address barriers in zoning, implementation, and funding and financing while expanding project eligibility for MDOT's TOD fund to include planning activities. Specifically on zoning, SB 190 eliminates minimum parking requirements near rail transit stations and establishes mixed-use development by right near rail transit stations. Further, it exempts state land at transit stations from local zoning, provided that the department develop a master development plan for the land. These measures leverage the state's existing multi-billion-dollar investment in transit to create development that supports housing and inclusive economic growth. MDOT has worked and will continue to work closely with local jurisdictions to retain local involvement in the development of plans for these transit sites. On implementation, SB 190 clarifies that TODs are exempt from state procurement law, confirming to existing practice and resolving an ambiguity that has resulted in delays and legal challenges for critical TOD projects such as State Center. To be clear, MDOT's TOD joint developments have and will continue to be approved by the BPW if this provision goes forward. On funding and financing, SB 190 would allow local jurisdictions to pool together special taxing districts to support the funding and financing of corridor-level TOD initiatives. Doing so would create more attractive investment opportunities and leverage multiple investments along transit corridors like Mark's Penn Line and the Baltimore Metro Line. The legislation also amends the TOD Capital Grant and Loan Fund created by the legislature in 2023 in order to support early-stage planning, efforts, and financing of TOD projects. Two key elements needed to support the creation of shared visions and implementation plans with our local partners. Taken together, we believe that these measures would allow more stations to successfully redevelop, generating new tax revenue for local communities, new riders and fares for our transit system, economic development and growth for our state, reduce climate emissions from the transportation system, and grow our housing stock. We look forward to working with the committee and stakeholders to put the state on a path to being a national leader in transit-oriented development. Thank you for your time. Be glad to answer any questions that you may have. He's here to, Dave Zaden's here to answer any questions.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we'll pull up more favorable witnesses.
Thank you.
Look like Mr. Reed, Ms. Court, Girardi, Ms. Price.
Good morning. My name is Dan Reed. I'm with Greater Washington. We advocate for sustainability and equity in housing, land use, and transportation throughout the D.C. area and beyond. We strongly support this bill as it'll address two challenges that Maryland currently faces, a budget crisis and a housing shortage. As you know, the state is facing a $3 billion budget shortfall, which is expected to double by 2030. Meanwhile, estimates show that the state is short as many as 150,000 homes, resulting in rising prices and significant challenges for employers as their workers can't afford to live here. We conducted a poll last winter that found that 72% of Maryland voters want the state government to do something about how high housing costs, and 60% support making it easier to build homes at transit stations. And that's something that this bill can do. As has been mentioned, developing the MDOT property near transit in Baltimore and along the Penn Line could generate as many as 8,000 new homes and $2 billion in state and local tax revenues. And this bill can unlock those possibilities by reducing barriers to home building near rail transit stations and empowering the transit agency to make the best use of the land it owns while ensuring that new development meets community needs. Crucially, this bill also creates new financing opportunities for transit-oriented development, which will make it even easier to provide the housing we need. In order to meet the moment, Maryland needs ambitious, thoughtful solutions, and we believe that this bill is one of them. We appreciate the Governor and Secretary Wiedefeld's commitment to solving our housing shortage and ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Good morning, committee. My name is Cheryl Court. I'm with the Coalition for Smarter Growth. We strongly support SB 190. Coalition for Smarter Growth advocates walkable, bikeable, inclusive, transit-oriented communities as the most sustainable and equitable way for the Washington, D.C. region to grow and provide opportunities for all. SB 190 would facilitate transit-oriented development around Maryland rail stations and transit corridors. Below are some of the reasons why we think this is important. First, we want to highlight that transit-oriented development plays a critical role in resolving two key Maryland challenges, housing and transportation. Workers and families benefit from expanded transportation and housing options and greater affordability. Transit commuters typically save $13,000 a year by driving less and owning fewer cars as they can live closer to transit. State-owned TOD sites could support 5,000 new housing units in the Baltimore region and 3,000 new units in the Mark Penn line. Secondly, Maryland's economy and state and local finances have benefited greatly from transit-oriented development, and continued development of underutilized sites will add to these annual benefits. Tens of millions of dollars in tax revenues at the state and local level have benefited Maryland and local governments, and WMATA estimates that the Tri-County Metro Rail system could provide hundreds of millions of dollars in annual tax revenues and billions of dollars in economic impact overall. 24 out of the 40 stations with these development opportunities are located in Maryland, and the Mark Penn Line sites could generate $800 million in new tax and local revenues. SB 190 would help ensure that legacy zoning provisions not intended for TOD sites do not stand in the way of market demand for accessibility for housing and services at transit stations. So we urge the committee to provide a favorable support for this bill. Thank you.
Afternoon. Matt Girardi, ATU Local 689 again. Local 689 supports SB 190 and urges this committee to issue a favorable report. This bill would be a valuable reform for land use and transportation that would benefit working-class Marylanders and help usher in more livable and accessible communities. Transit workers effectively serve as the frontline workers to frontline workers. Likewise, many of our members are blue-collar people, black or brown, and immigrants. It is a cruel irony that too many healthy, walkable, and transit-accessible communities are too often out of reach for the people who power those systems, transit workers. In fact, per a report by the Central Maryland Transportation Alliance, only 8.5% of jobs in Maryland are within an hour of public transit. Overwhelmingly, this is not because individuals do not want to ride transit, but rather because of our limited transit systems are not located close enough to them, and the robust transit infrastructure they want is in communities with scarce housing supply. In turn, this scarce housing supply has driven up costs, especially for young people, Black, brown, and working-class Marylanders in those communities. SB 190 thankfully takes necessary steps to address that and extend transit-oriented development to more people throughout Maryland, thus putting those communities further into reach of working-class Marylanders. By creating incentives for building transit-oriented development, changing land use so that more individuals are able to live around transit, and creating TOD corridors with new potential special revenue, this bill expands the ability of Marylanders to live in walkable, healthy, and accessible communities. This proposal is an exciting opportunity for Maryland to alter its landscape and encourage better lifestyles, create more housing, and provide greater transportation options for more working Marylanders. Local 689 thanks the department for this worthy measure and urges this committee to issue a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of Senate Bill 0190. My name is Liz Price, and I'm Vice President of Real Estate and Development at Metro. At Metro, we know from experience that supportive policies and investments are instrumental to the success of TOD. Metro's nation-leading joint development program has completed transit-oriented development at 31 stations that generate more than $200 million a year in local and state taxes. Future development potential could add 26,000 new housing units and over $300 million in annual tax revenue to the region. This bill will help accelerate TOD throughout the state by encouraging smart growth, land use policies, and providing new financial tools to fund critical upfront infrastructure investments. At Metro, we've already seen the results that a collaborative approach to TOD can achieve. In the first 45 years of Metro's joint development program, 2.5 million square feet of commercial development and 3,600 housing units were built at Maryland Metro stations that generate more than $60 million in annual taxes. As a result of TOD supportive policies and recent state and local investments, combined with Metro's efforts to accelerate development, we now have over 6,000 residential units in the pipeline in Montgomery and Prince George's County. Our partners have delivered nearly 1,000 new housing units last year alone, including more than 750 affordable units. These wins are only possible with the right policy environment. This bill expands the state's financial toolkit and supports smart growth zoning policies that will encourage development in the places best equipped to support growth within a half mile of transit. TOD zoning policies in Montgomery and Prince George's counties and investments such as direct grants from local, state, and federal partners, as well as local tax abatements, have been instrumental in accelerating Metro's TOD projects in Maryland. For these reasons, we urge support of Senate Bill 0190, and thank you for your time.
Seeing no questions from colleagues, I'd like to bring up the next group of folks. These are favorable with amendments, colleagues. This is MACO, MML, and Building Trades.
Good afternoon, committee members. Angelica Bailey-Thupari on behalf of the Maryland Municipal League here in support with amendment position. We always appreciate speaking with MDOT in the interim, and the administration is always great about coming to us when they're putting in a bill that will preempt local authority. And we are looking forward to continuing those conversations, but we do view this bill as a preemption of local authority. And I know that's something that we always come up here talking about, and it is often on the principle of the matter. But there are pragmatic concerns with this, with the parking restrictions in this bill as well. The city of Brunswick, for example, had a housing project of 50 units that went up next to the Brunswick Mark line recently. If this bill had been in place, those residents would not have had the parking that they needed. And the Brunswick Mark line is a commuter rail. It's often not available on the weekends or in the evenings. And so the residents needed vehicles. If this had been in place at the time, the mayor describes it would have been an absolute parking disaster. So this is something we're very concerned about. We do appreciate the funding piece in here, and we hope to continue these conversations with MDOT. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Kevin Canale here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties in support of the bill with an amendment. I will echo my colleagues' comments about one size not fitting all here. I'm also here to talk about the parking requirements. We support TOD, several bills. MACO's been in, and we're very much in favor of TOD and smart growth. But the parking requirements here create some issues. We have several counties, including Frederick, Cecil, and Harvard, that have retail service stations, transit stations, which are not very busy. They have limited service, and they lack the ancillary infrastructure to support removing any kind of parking requirements. So we understand the intent of the bill. We think that it can work in most places, but there are several counties where this just does not fit. So we'd ask you to please look at our amendment and try to parse through where this could work and where we should take a little bit more time in thinking about how that would affect these smaller stations and counties across the state. The second piece, we also appreciate MDOT and their willingness to engage with us. They've been fantastic. We've had some questions about the TOD corridor funds. I think most of those have been resolved. So we appreciate the opportunity for funding. We love the bill. We just ask that you please limit the scope and do not infringe on parking requirements for those smaller stations, which we feel are needed and necessary. So with that, we'd ask for a favorable report with the amendment.
Good morning. My name is Ray Baker, Director of the Baltimore DC Building Trades. We ask for a favorable report with the amendment that we understand that TOD can use this financing to development, as we heard from prior witnesses, but we ask that that development be tied to prevailing wage. In my written testimony, which you all have, there are a number of benefits that outline the value of prevailing wage, but perhaps most importantly is that prevailing wage ensures that it keeps residents away from government subsidies and government assistance at a time where we know we are trying to make sure that our government has the management of as much resource as it can. So we would ask that this be favorable with prevailing wage and that you all see our written testimony about the benefits and values of prevailing wage should the development that our previous testimony allude to. Thank you very much.
Senator Benson.
Good afternoon. I heard in your testimony that there was a problem with Brunswick. How will this bill fix that problem?
Thank you for the question, Senator. To be clear, the project that I referred to is already complete. It was a recent project, though, so they have the parking that they need because this bill was not yet implemented. If this bill had been in place when that project was being designed and built, it would have been a serious problem for the parking needs of the residents and for the city itself.
I see. Okay, that helps. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, colleagues, we have one unfavorable that's virtual. And Mr. Raquel, you have 2 minutes. And if you could turn your microphone on. There he goes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Good
2
afternoon.
minutes.
My name is Eric Rockwell. I'm a resident of Lutherville, and I'm speaking in a personal capacity, but I'm also the president of an umbrella group of community associations known as the Greater Timonium Community Council. I asked for an unfavorable ruling on this bill specifically and solely with regard to the land use portions. As some of your earlier testimony was heard, we believe that this would be an infringement on the ability of local government, and I would strongly encourage this body to not infringe on the local zoning and land use authority of local government. Specifically in this bill, imposing no minimum off-street parking will be a problem. There's already remedies for that. In most counties, in my county, Baltimore County, a developer can go in and ask for a parking variance. And if they can prove that it won't be hazardous to the health, safety, and general welfare, they typically get those variances. Secondly, with regard to allowing mixed-use development within a half-mile of the rail transit station, there are 3 rail transit stations within 2 miles of where I live. In each of those cases, there is residential development residential subdivisions within that 1/2 mile area. What this would do would allow commercial development within a residential subdivision because it's within 1/2 mile. This is not something that the owners of these various properties envision when they purchase them, and it would harm the residential character of some existing communities. For those reasons, again, I ask that you have an unfavorable ruling on this specific part of the legislation. I do not have any objections to the financing parts. Thank you for your time.
And thank you, Mr. Rockwell. Seeing no further questions, colleagues, this ends the bill hearing for Senate Bill 190, and we'll move to Senate Bill 198.
Can begin.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Again, for the record, I'm There we go. For the record, I'm Joe McAndrew, Assistant Secretary for Planning and Project Development at Maryland's Department of Transportation. With me today to support with any questions that you may have is Jeffrey Anderson, Chief of Planning and Project Development and Delivery at the Maryland Department of Transportation. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity today to speak in support of Senate Bill 198. Maryland's transportation investments, as discussed on the prior bill, have major impacts on Maryland's communities, its economies, its environment, and its residents. It's essential that the state get the most possible benefit for every dollar spent. That is why this administration is proposing the Transportation Investment and Priorities Act. This act introduces changes to the Consolidated Transportation Program to ensure responsible management and investment in existing MDOT assets and to make the process for selecting new capacity projects more transparent, objective, predictable, and effective in achieving Maryland's transportation goals, and indeed the goals articulated in the state's plan. This bill ensures that MDOT is data-driven and heart-led, and it directly responds to a priority recommendation included in the Maryland Commission on Transportation Revenue and Infrastructure Needs 2023 interim report, the TRAIN Committee. This act builds on the work done by the legislature in 2017 when it passed the Chapter 30 requirements for evaluating new capacity projects and extends these ideas, applying them to existing assets as well. So MDOT is always determined to get the most for taxpayers out of each dollar it spends. Many of the actions proposed here are formalizing or clarifying processes that MDOT already applies, while some are advancing improvements or applying them in new areas. Specifically, the Act updates the current Chapter 30 prioritization process by revising the criteria and measures to make the scoring more objective and analytically based, and by connecting the project scores and rankings more closely to the award of funding in the Consolidated Transportation Program. It extends this rationale to smaller capacity projects without utilizing an external formal submission process. To increase transparency, it alters the makeup, chair, frequency of meetings, and responsibility of the Maryland Transportation Commission to provide a public forum to discuss projects, prioritization, the capital program, and the department's finances. To better connect plans with outcomes, the bill makes explicit the links between performance measures and the Maryland Transportation Plan. That is the state's current long-range transportation plan. To ensure future fiscal stewardship, the bill codifies requirement that MDOT continue and further advances its development and use of asset management practices to prioritize investments in existing highway and transit assets. In 2017, the legislature took a big step forward with Chapter 30 and set MDOT on a path to being more analytical, data-driven, and transparent with its investment decisions. This bill before you today is the next step in that process, where these goals and values are further imbued into MDOT's processes and culture, leading to better returns on MDOT investments and better outcomes for Marylanders. With that, I thank you for your time and be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions for the department? Senator Corbin.
Thank you, and thank you for the bill and the breakdown. There's a lot to unpack there in that bill. obviously, this is clean up some things, and the actual scoring would be something that we developed. I guess just want to kind of have on the record or see where your position is as far as if there's a conversation already ongoing is with that scoring. Are you looking to do potential different kind of modes like roads and transit, aviation? Because right now it's all kind of lumped into one. It gets kind of messy per se. I don't know if you could shed any light on that.
So similar to Chapter 30, today what we're proposing is that we'd be looking at expansion projects only across the surface transportation side of the house, so SHA and MTA. MAA and MPA and MVA would continue to operate in the current construct that they are. MDTA is its own separate entity and would continue to operate. So it mirrors Chapter 30 in terms of what projects would ultimately be scored and analyzed against each other. Yeah.
Other questions? Okay, thank you. I have Cheryl Court as favorable and favorable with amendments from Kevin Canale.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gazzoni and members of the committee. My name is Cheryl Court with the Coalition for Smarter Growth. You've heard my mission statement before, so I'll dive right in. We think that the Transportation Investment Priorities Act will ensure Maryland's transportation investments are aligned with state policy goals and the funding decisions are transparent and data-driven. We applaud MDOT's current effort to modernize Chapter 30 project scoring program. SB 198 would ensure that these efforts guide future administrations in spending Maryland's scarce transportation dollars wisely and accountably. In neighboring Virginia, the Smart Scale Project Funding and Prioritization Program is regarded as a national success story because it has resulted in the most cost-effective projects and solutions. Equally important because it doesn't spread funds thinly across too many projects, with the result that many never get built. Smart Scale has ensured that selected projects are fully funded and are built more expeditiously. These components of Smart Scale are likewise contained in MDOT's proposed administrative measures and SB 198 to improve the Chapter 30 process. SB 198 ensures consideration of land use, environmental impacts, and demand management solutions. It improves the connection between state and localities to jointly ensure that local land use decisions are linked to transportation projects that taxpayers can afford. At a time when tax resources are scarce, SB 198 will ensure that our state transportation dollars are spent wisely. We ask for a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Kevin Canale here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties in support of the bill with amendments. Again, appreciate the conversations with the administration on this bill. Very much appreciated. I think we very much appreciate the transparency and sort of the streamlining approach that this bill takes. However, we are concerned about what this bill might mean for transportation projects and how they're selected and funded across the state. If you look to Virginia, they take more of a tailored approach. They review and approve projects by region, so that way you may have more urban projects up against urban projects, rural against rural, and so on. We think that that might be a thing to think about when we make sure that we're doing this equitably across the state and we're choosing projects that benefit all Marylanders. Apples to apples makes more sense to us. So again, we're in conversations with the administration. We appreciate that very much, but we just want to make sure that this is done in an equitable way and that we're not leaving anyone behind, particularly on the Eastern Shore and in Western Maryland. So with that, favorable report with amendments would be appreciated. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for taking my testimony.
Martin Harris. I'm the Director of the Department of Public Works for Charles County. Here in support of SB 198, the Transportation Investment Priorities Act. The bill makes changes to what many of us do refer to as the Chapter 30 scoring process for MDOT to rank and guide the selection of projects. And as was just stated, the initial legislation was moved about 8 years ago and has been modified. Its objectives, I think, were very strong, but for us, a lot of us at the local level hasn't really quite maybe worked the way that it was initially designed to. And so from the implementation side, we were left with the process that we had to do, but the results, we didn't quite understand how we got to that point, and we were a little bit uncertain about how that actually factored into the existing process. So generally speaking, the goals of SB 198 seem to be to increase the clarity of the process, the consistency to the evaluation methodology, and the understanding of the cost and impact to the system across the board. And overall, I think it really does accomplish that. One of the things I do like is its focus on the state of good repair. And so we understand what's going into improving and enhancing the existing system, and it will then provide some clarity on the funding that's available for expansions. The measures of predictability in the process will tremendously help us as we develop the programs that we want to be able submitted into the process, and it does preserve, which I think is very important, the existing CTP tour process and the letter submittal on behalf of the localities. That's a very important component for us. As was mentioned, there is a lot of information that's being requested here, and we do hope that the department will be gentle with folks as we go out into the first levels of doing this. There will probably be some mistakes, and we won't stick the landing perfectly, but we do believe we'll have support and be able to get through those things. A last thing, again, on the letters is that we believe the letters really are the statement expression of the priorities, and this process should be the justification that helps support that, and we really do believe that it does make a positive step forward with clarifying the transportation process. So with that, I do request your favorable report on SB 198. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the witness? Thank you very much. Senator Simoneau still in another committee. Senator Hedelman. So we have, go ahead. Yeah. So we're going to try to get done her two bills, 327 and then 395, and then hopefully Senator Simoneau will be back for 278. I'm just saying all this for committee and the audience. We're going to take, after we get done those three bills, we're going to take about a 10-minute break.
This is the pilot bill. There are Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Shelley Hedelman. I'm Senator from District 11, and I'm happy to be here today to discuss Senate Bill 327, which is called the Affordable Housing Payment in Lieu of Taxes Expansion Act. We all know and should know and have heard over the past many months about the lack of attainable housing in Maryland. It really is a critical issue here. Recently, according to the American Community Survey, 1 in 3 Maryland families is cost burdened by rent or mortgage payments, with over half of all renters paying more than 30% of their income on housing. This bill provides an important tool for the development of attainable housing. The bill allows property owners and rental housing and county governments to enter into payment in lieu of taxes, what are called pilot agreements. These agreements under the bill right now would require at least 50% of the rental housing units to be maintained as affordable dwelling units for at least 15 years. The bill does not amend existing pilot authorizing statutes or affect local government's discretion to grant pilots. Instead, it provides counties with the authority to extend pilot agreements to properties not currently eligible under state law. And currently, statute allows a property owner and a county to enter into a pilot only if the project obtains federal, state, or local subsidy, which restricts all or a portion of the project for affordable housing. This bill would permit a property owner and a county to enter into a pilot without additional federal, state, or local subsidy if at least 50% of the units in the property are restricted as affordable housing for households with incomes up to 60% of area median income without the need for additional federal, state, or local subsidy. The bill provides flexibility to counties and project developers in promoting the preservation and new development of much-needed units, housing units. Now, I will say to you, I am not sure, and you can look through the testimony, I'm not sure 50% is the magic number, but I would be happy to discuss that with the committee and figure out what the right number is. A number of witnesses have suggested a lower amount, and I'm open to discussing and working with the committee to find that right number. So without further ado, I'd love to turn it over to my witnesses, unless people could maybe hold questions for the end, if that's okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Great to be back in front of the members of the Budget and Tax Committee today, Chair. My name is Claudia Wilson-Randall. I'm the Executive Director of the Community Development Network of Maryland. We are a statewide network of housing and community development partners across the state, and our mission is to promote, strengthen, and advocate for the community development sector. And I just want to thank Senator Hettleman for her sponsorship of this bill. As she said, this is one tool needed in order to increase and preserve the amount of affordable housing in the state of Maryland. And I really think that it could be quite a creative tool for some counties to use to help finance the existing affordable housing and also to create additional affordable housing. I've come before this committee a lot to talk about the need for affordable housing. We're behind. We're probably 130,000 units behind in the state of Maryland at this point. In Maryland, the average fair market rent for a two-bedroom apartment is $1,909. In order to afford a two-bedroom apartment in the state of Maryland, you need to have an income of $76,345,000. So that is really a heavy load for us to be. It's a tough place for us to be. It's not only tough for young adults, it's also tough for older adults to afford. So we have a lot facing us and a lot of pressures, and the pressures from Washington will be significant. But housing is at the center of many of our challenges. Health and housing, health and education, health and transportation. We're going to have to make progress, and I hope that you will vote favorably for Senate Bill 327 to give us another tool to put in the toolbox of tools. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Kevin Canale here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties in strong support of Senate Bill 327. As you've heard already, this is another tool in the toolbox, a flexible tool that's in the spirit of current law. What we found is that we're not able to use this tool as effectively as we can, and we need to make it even more flexible. This bill does that, but it still retains those safeguards to make sure that we do have affordable units, to make sure that we're targeting the right kinds of people that need to be in those units, and that we're helping the right people and doing all the things we need to do to expand housing options in the state. So with that, we'd ask for a favorable report. Again, we're happy to work with the sponsor in the committee. I know there are questions about what that number should be, if it should be 50 or a little bit lower. We want this tool to work effectively as it can. So happy to have those conversations, but generally, great idea. It's going to help us expand affordable housing options across Maryland. We'd ask for a favorable report.
Thank you. Questions for the panel? Okay, thank you. We have a favorable on virtual. Chris Gillis.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Senators. My name's Chris Gillis. I'm with MHP, a nonprofit affordable housing provider that serves Montgomery and Prince George's counties, and we are strongly supporting Senate Bill 327. I just want to give you one example of how impactful pilots are. It's not uncommon in today's real estate market for market rate developers and affordable housing developers to be competing for purchasing an existing affordable housing property that's maybe several decades old. But nonprofits, just by their general nature, oftentimes are at a disadvantage because they're resource constrained. But the pilots, if a local jurisdiction decides that a certain neighborhood is strategically important for them to preserve affordable housing there, the local jurisdiction, they have that latitude to provide a pilot agreement. And it levels the playing field for affordable housing providers, where we know before we purchase a property, if we know that our property bill is going to be reduced or sometimes even zero, that enables us to, over the 20 or 30-year period, to save many millions of dollars. And then we can afford to purchase the property for more than we might otherwise be able to. So again, it just makes it more competitive for affordable housing providers to be able to preserve affordable housing. And as Senator Hedelman noted, this does not mandate local jurisdictions to provide a pilot. It just provides some additional flexibility, because as Montgomery County has administered its own pilot law, we've uncovered this one shortcoming where currently in state law, the pilot has to be connected either with substantial renovation or new construction. But in today's real estate market, a lot of transactions are just preserving affordable housing. The renovation may occur at a later date. And that's just 20 or 30 years ago, many properties were in severe disrepair. Today, they're kind of in better condition. So it just provides that flexibility. So just want to thank Senator Hellman for her sponsorship, and thank you for your support.
Thank you. Questions for the online witness? Okay, we have a favorable with amendment. Hugo Cantu. And actually, before you get started, just to let everybody know, there's a bunch of movement around with people. So we're going to actually take Senator Simon there after that, then go back to Senator Hedelman. And depending on whether or not Senator Jackson is back, we may take that before we take the break. So, yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gazzoni, Vice Chair Rosapep, and members of the committee. My name is Hugo Cantu, here on behalf of the Apartments and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington. AOBA represents the owners and managers of 133,000 apartment rental units in both Montgomery and Prince George's County. AOBA members support the efforts to reduce financial pressures on members and aid in the preservation of affordable housing. Counties have already extensive authority to establish pilots, as what was noted earlier. For new affordable housing development, pilots are frequently used by counties to finance projects that would obviously not pencil out. Senate Bill 327 would allow pilots to be used in existing naturally occurring affordable housing. This type of housing faces tremendous pressure to redevelop because of rising operating expenses and capital needs. Giving counties the authority to negotiate the pilots for these properties would relieve some of that pressure. We thank the sponsor for her openness to find the right number, just to put some fine points on it. However, the 50% may be too high. We feel that it's too high. We urge the committee to look at least 30% affordability. A county could negotiate a 50% tax abatement for 30% affordability, or even 100% for 50% affordability. And even at that 30% threshold, as you heard, this would also still be double Montgomery County's moderately priced dwelling unit requirement, which serves households that are making up to 70% AMI. Considering most nonprofit affordable housing providers target for a 30% threshold in new development, and the financing on affordable housing project becomes increasingly difficult after once you're pushing past that 30% affordability. We believe our amendment aligns with the current housing policies as we know today. So for these reasons, AOBA urges the committee to vote favorably on these amendments and Senate Bill 327.
Questions? Thank you very much. That concludes the hearing on 327. We're going to move back to 278. Senator Simon there.
Okay. For the record, Senator Brian Simon Ayers, Senate Bill 278. I've been before your committee a couple times already, and I've given you really fast hearings. This one's not going to be as fast, but I'll try to make it quick. First, a couple miscellaneous things. The American Legion and the Veterans Caucus have supported this. They're going to get the letters in. They just didn't get it in quick enough for that. And then also, Rear Admiral Carey had a last-minute development. He couldn't be here. So I just wanted to read just 3 sentences or 2 sentences of his testimony. He said, "Your diligent work will result in modernizing Maryland's military laws, which will have a profound and lasting impact not only on NOAA, but also on all 8 uniformed services. This is an historic effort to bring fairness, clarity, and consistency to all services." Just to let you also know, we're working with the department. We have a couple amendments we'll provide to you, and the comptroller had a technical one, and we're fine with that as well. So, to the presentation. This is a big concept, so I put it in a PowerPoint. I don't like to put a lot of PowerPoints together, but it's a lot of information, so I just wanted it to be visually available to you. So what we're doing is we're updating over 500 references throughout Maryland law, over 230 statutes, nearly every article dealing with our veterans, service members, reserves, and National Guard. And so what we have is an 8-bill package. And as you see in the green, that's the bill we're talking about today, is Senate Bill 278. But the foundation of this package is Senate Bill 275, which is the Modernization of Military Laws Act. That has the definitions and structure. Now, Senate Bill 278 had to bring those definitions and structure into this bill because we're using those terms. What will happen is EEE heard 275. We'll deal with all the definitions, get them exactly right so everybody's happy with them. We'll provide amendments to this committee, which will update this, and we'll do the same in the House. We have bipartisan sponsors in the House doing the same thing. So what is the problem we're trying to solve? As I was sitting in EEE last year, I saw some inconsistencies come across. So I started looking at fixing what I saw in EEE. As I noticed the problems there, I saw it was all across Maryland's law, where you'll have local definitions that define, say, for example, service member. It defines it this way. Another one has a little different change to it and applies differently here. And that happens with other terms as well. But not only do you have that, but you have undefined terms such as reserve component, active duty, military families. Take, for example, veteran. In the general provision article, it has one definition which goes to a certain group, but you go to the state government where it falls under the Department of Veterans and Military Family, it has a completely different definition. And so what is the result of that? You have confusion, you have inconsistent benefits going to our service members, it's a nightmare to update, and it's out of sync with our federal agencies. So I'm just gonna give you one little part of Senate 275 because it's actually part of this bill as well to help you understand. But what we're doing is we're completely restructuring our Maryland military law. And how do we do that? As I say, it kind of just rolls off the tongue. We standardize, centralize, and modernize. And what we mean by that, standardize, is we're making the definitions standard to federal definitions, creating consistency. Then another part that I love, using my engineering background, we have centralized terms. So under state government, that's going to be the central location. So all these other definitions that were created locally are now just going to point to the state government, to the definition, and it'll be defined right there. So for example, last year we updated Space Force. We wanted to bring Space Force in to be part of the armed forces. We had to go through 12, 15 different locations to find them and update them. After this bill is passed, you'll go to one location, update it there, and then it goes out to everywhere else because they're only referencing it. It'll create easy updates in the future. And then the last thing is modernization. Some of our terms are just outdated. We don't use military ID anymore. It's uniformed services ID. If you go to, I had a delegate in my office the other day, and they said, well, I'm a spouse. Let me look. And they said, sure enough, it says uniformed services ID. Simple things like that. Also, recently we've had a new reserve component created at the federal level. Some of our laws don't have that in it. So this will bring that into there. And then just for terminology as we're going through this, the uniformed services consist of 8 branches. Most of us know about the 6 military branches, including the new Space Force. They have a reserve unit, which includes the Air National Guard and Army National Guard. But you also have two non-military branches of the Uniformed Services, PHS, which is United States Public Services, Health Services, and then NOAA, which is the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. And I know why they use an acronym on that one. But interestingly, both of those are headquartered in our state, Bethesda and Silver Spring. And then, as I mentioned, PHS also recently created a Ready Reserve unit. Some of us may not know all the things that PHS and NOAA do, but some of the interaction they have with the military, NOAA went over during the conflict, and they were helping sweep mines in the Persian Gulf. They also provide interaction with their weather satellite to almost every military operation. And PHS sent about 800 officers over to the Afghan-Iraq conflict. And they also went to Africa to help with the Ebola outbreak so it didn't come back to America. So they serve and protect in many different ways, but they all deserve our respect and equal treatment. So this was not done in my basement. I coordinated with everybody I could think of. I've worked with 12 different Maryland state executive branches. I reached out specifically to the uniformed service branches, military advocate groups, JAGs, numerous. And DLS has done a tremendous job. We had one, Jody Chilson, she oversaw the whole thing and made sure it was consistent. As I mentioned, we have a couple amendments we're working on, and we will get those back to you. As of now, I know of no opposition to our bill, the package. The one concern thing that the chairman may want to know, the department is basically staying neutral, even though we're working with them, until they see the fiscal note for the whole package. To date, we've had 4 hearings, and all 4 of them said they can do it within budget. So we're happy about that. So I think it'll continue, but we're going to keep an eye on that. So specifically to this bill, what this does in this bill, it brings in those standard definitions into this bill, and then it provides equal benefits, mainly by replacing armed forces terminology with uniformed services terminology. But it was not a simple find and replace. We went over every single term. You'll find places like in public safety where the military branch uses, ammunition and guns and all that. So we give them some things that they don't have to do if they're going to get a gun. Well, we didn't provide that to NOAA and PHS because they don't have that training. So again, it wasn't just a simple find and replace. The other thing we do is trying to make it equal benefits. So what we're doing is we're keeping the underlying policy the same, but making it equal across all branches. And so we did that across the pensions and state personnel and tax general and tax property in this bill. And then we simplified things. There's a lot of redundant language. So if you see, we struck out National Guard. We're not actually striking National Guard, but we have a term from the federal definition of reserve component, and we use that term which incorporates National Guard. So again, not changing the underlying policy, just making it simpler. One correction I will tell you was just an oversight. We were thought that in the federal definition, veteran, you were honorably discharged. The actual definition says other than dishonorable, which is different. So we had struck honorable a couple places and just to get rid of redundancy, but it's not redundant. So we have an amendment to restore any place in Maryland law where it said honorable. We're going to put that back in there. And then the last thing is, as I was talking to the uniformed service branches, they said this is going to be a model for other states because what we've been doing this piecemeal. Last year, I saw a couple governor's bills where they put uniformed services in, or this is comprehensive, and they said other states are dealing with the same thing, and this should be a model for other states. So with that, I will ask for your favorable consideration. And that was my fast mode.
Chair Gazone, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in favor with amendment of Senator Simon Ayer's bill. I'm Dave Dragic, retired Army Colonel and Legislative Director for the Maryland Military Coalition. We strongly support this bill's modernization of the Maryland Code, making it consistent with the U.S. Code in using key terms related to the uniformed services and making the use of those terms consistent throughout the Maryland Code. This is critical as a lower percentage of our population serves or has served in the uniformed services. 88% of the current 185 members of the Maryland General Assembly have never served in uniform. That's all the more reason to ensure that the usage of these terms in Maryland Code is clear and correct, leaving no opportunity for misinterpretation and for our position on the term veteran in SB 278. Our position is to make certain that those who have served in the Public Health Service and NOAA continue to have the same rights and benefits as those veterans who have served in the armed forces and received a DD Form 214 that is other than dishonorable. Our position is to make certain that all federal and state legal references supporting that clearly indicate the same thing to all who will use these references in the future. That is why we have worked with Senator Simon Aaron requesting this amendment to avoid any misuse of the term or misinterpretation of who is a veteran in any future legislation or policymaking. So the Maryland Military Coalition strongly supports SB 278, asks for favorable with amendment report from this committee, and we would like to thank Senator Simon Aaron for sponsoring this important legislation and appreciate his leadership on this issue.
Thank you. Questions for the witness? That is a lot of work. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Come on up, baby. Thank you very much. And while everyone gathers here, for the record, my name is Shelley Heddleman. I'm a senator from District 11, and I'm very pleased today to present to you Senate Bill 395, the Transportation and Climate Alignment Act of 2025. I didn't know this, but I learned this in the course of doing research for this bill, that transportation is the second highest expense for most Americans after housing. From car purchases to gas prices to maintenance and repair costs, people around the country are struggling to economically navigate our car-dependent infrastructure. And Marylanders are no different. You may have seen, reported in the press recently, a study and survey that found that 88% of Marylanders support the state expanding public transportation and multimodal transportation options. People want options. They want new ways to travel, whether that is by train, by bicycle, by hiking, or walking. And there was and this was held across the board. Rural Maryland want more transit options too. Options that save time and money and promote public health. On top of the transportation costs that we all experience, transportation is the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions, and they are the driving force behind climate change. And avoiding the worst effects of climate change, from extreme weather to sea level rise to crop failures and animal extinctions, requires significant action to reduce our carbon footprint. And we have taken a lot of that action over the past number of years. So this bill builds on that activity. First, it encourages better investment in multimodal transit so that Marylanders have those more affordable and accessible transportation options and spend less time in traffic. Second, it encourages low-emission public transportation, and it offers meaningful steps toward accomplishing our state's climate pollution reduction plan, which, as we all know, calls for a 60% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from 2006 levels by 2031 and 100% clean energy by 2035, and net zero emissions by 2045. This bill is prospective rather than retrospective, and it has two components. First, it increases accountability and transparency regarding the state's 6-year capital transportation budget by requiring MDOT to measure the climate pollution from all major capital projects in the budget, and these are ones that are over $100 million. These projects had been reviewed under the guidelines of the Environmental Policy Act those that have been reviewed prior to July 1, 2025 are exempt from this bill's requirements. As I said, it's prospective, not retroactive. The bill requires MDOT to allocate available funding towards additional public transit, bike, pedestrian infrastructure projects that support our climate targets. Again, the study that I mentioned found that 78% of Marylanders support our state investing in public transportation and multimodal transit infrastructure that offset greenhouse pollution arising from increased driving. To be clear, this bill is not about eliminating highway expansion projects. Rather, the bill endorses ecologically conscious planning of new highway projects. And it requires that emissions arising from new major highway projects are offset by concurrent developments in that multimodal infrastructure, including bus and train lines, bikeways and walkways, and telecommuting infrastructure. It mandates that MDOT prioritize these multimodal developments in marginalized and underserved communities, especially those impacted by the major highway projects. As you may remember, this bill came really close to passing last year. It passed out of this committee, it passed the House, and it passed the second reading on the Senate floor, but it died sine die shortly before midnight. This bill that we're introducing today is different from the bill that we passed last year in significant ways. It bumps up from $50 million to $100 million, the kinds of projects that we're talking about. We are very grateful to the Maryland Department of Transportation for taking the time over the past many months in the interim and hammering out the details with the advocates and with my colleague in the House, who's the cross-file, and I over those many months. And so this is a product of, it's sort of a kumbaya moment where everyone is on the same page going forward. So there are a number of other differences in the bill that I'll be happy from last year that I'm happy to go through, but I will stop now and let others have the opportunity to testify. Thank you.
I'll go first. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify about SB 395, the Transportation and Climate Alignment Act. Again, for the record, this is Joe McAndrew, Assistant Secretary for Planning and Project Development at MDOT. With me today to show support is April King with SHA as well. Maryland's transportation sector is the largest contributor of greenhouse gas emissions in the state of Maryland. We have made good progress over the last decade. Climate pollution from surface transportation has dropped more than 12%. Due to better fuel economy and more electric vehicles on our roads. There are now more than 127,000 electric vehicles in the state of Maryland. Still, there is much more work we need to do to meet the state's Climate Solutions Now Act goals to reduce emissions by 60% economy-wide by 2031 and achieve net zero emissions by 2045. That is why we worked in the interim with the sponsor, the House sponsor, and our colleagues here today to ultimately identify an approach to this legislation that balances environmental goals, statewide transportation needs, and implementation considerations. We support the legislation with sponsor amendments to reflect these conversations. The amended bill helps to ensure we continue to make progress in our consolidated transportation program towards the state's climate goals. Specifically, the bill informs our program in two key ways. As the senator said, for major highway capacity expansion projects costing $100 million or more, we are required to assess its greenhouse gas emissions impact and then to offset any impacts. Second, we are also required to evaluate the consolidated transportation program beginning with the FY27 CTP to ensure that the larger program of surface transportation investments is making appropriate progress towards the state climate goals. And importantly, this legislation will not affect current expansion projects that are funded for construction in this CTP or in the transportation improvement programs that have completed NEPA documents. It will also not affect projects that do not expand highway capacity. The Maryland Department of Transportation is committed to doing our part to address the climate challenge, and that's why we've worked closely with our colleagues here to deliver a solution. One item, if I can get a second, in the fiscal note, there is a $1.5 million cost to update our transportation travel demand model. That is a model that hasn't been largely updated since 2008, 2009. The iPhone came out about 2007. There's a lot of advancements that we can do, and this, in our opinion, is adopting best practices, not just in the climate space, but other types of best practices within travel demand modeling that we will be doing with that investment. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I can also add, to be clear, the bill you have before you is not the amended bill. We will be coming in with a bunch of amendments to reflect, well, the one we're discussing today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Josh Tolkien. I'm the director of the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club. On behalf of our 70,000 members and supporters, we urge a favorable report. I want to commend the committee on the red, green, and yellow light system. That is an excellent technological upgrade. The Transportation Climate Alignment Act is a priority for the Sierra Club. This bill encourages more investment in public transit, walking and biking. It gives people more affordable choices, a way to connect with their family and friends, reduce pollution, and reduce our climate pollution. Let's take a second and put the pollution in context. Right now, vehicles on our road are a major contributor to ozone, which we know is a significant pollutant. Most of Maryland, 80% of Maryland, is in what the EPA calls non-attainment, a very poorly named designation which has a significant meaning. It means that we are in violation of the EPA's 8-hour ozone standard. That means that it is unhealthy numerous times during the year for anybody to be outside, and especially unhealthy for children and the elderly. Baltimore and Cecil County were recently put in severe non-attainment, which not just brings air pollution and health concerns, but also has economic concerns because it means a higher level of review for new development, construction, and businesses because of this elevated level. This legislation would take steps to align our spending priorities with our environmental and safety outcomes. Additionally, the mitigation strategies, as Senator Hedelman noted, will not prevent new highway expansion, but will ensure that we are mitigating, particularly communities, largely communities of color living near highways have disproportionate impacts of asthma and air pollution harms. And the mitigation strategies would be targeted at those communities to be trying to mitigate or undo some of the harm. The legislation is strong, balanced. We're thrilled to be here with such an esteemed panel, and we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Miguel Moravec, and I work at RMI, a market-driven clean energy institute. We conducted a benefit analysis of the TCA framework and found that it would unlock $62 billion of direct cost savings for Marylanders, primarily from 3 buckets by 2050. Vehicle savings, number 1, improved safety outcomes, number 2, and of course, reduced climate pollution, number 3. On bucket number 1, according to the American Auto Association, it now costs $12,000 a year to own and operate a vehicle. That's $12,000 per car when Marylanders on average own 2. However, by expanding affordable transport choices, as TCA calls for, we project that Marylanders could save over $3,000 a year from less trips to the pump and less trips to the mechanic. $3,000 is a stimulus check for households that could be spent on Main Street Maryland businesses rather than going out of state to gas companies. On bucket number 2, safety, according to MDOT, 600 Marylanders died on our roadways in 2023, a sharp increase compared to previous years. Our analysis of the TCA framework finds that it would avoid, on average, 171 crash fatalities a year. That's like going across the street to your colleagues in the assembly and saving each and every one of their lives, year over year, again and again, 171 lives. On bucket number 3, climate pollution, we project that TCA would slash emissions by 55 million metric tons, which is the same as deleting the annual pollution from 14 coal plants. That means cleaner air and less asthma for generations to come, especially in Baltimore County. In conclusion, it's no wonder that MDOT has endorsed the policy, and polling shows bipartisan support. Marylanders want cleaner, more affordable transportation choices now, and it's up to you all to unlock that $62 billion of benefit. Thank you for your time, and happy to stand for questions.
Chair Gazone, members of the committee, Again, for the record, my name is Matthew Girardi. I'm Political and Communications Director for ATU Local 689. Local 689 supports SB 395 and urges this committee to issue a favorable report. This bill will be a transformative measure both for Maryland's transportation system and for working-class Marylanders. I'd like to start by noting that climate pollution often affects working-class people first, including black and brown communities, immigrants, and frontline workers. It hurts our members and our riders alike. Unfortunately, transportation is Maryland's primary source of climate pollution, and that pollution must be addressed if the state is serious about meeting its goal of reducing emissions by 60% by 2031. The TCA is the vehicle to do just that, aligning expanded transportation with lower emissions options like extensive, reliable, and accessible mass transit. The union knows well that unthoughtful and unrestricted highway expansion is not a way to mitigate traffic, create good paying and sustainable jobs, or increase accountability. Again, per a 2023 report by the CMTA, outside of Baltimore, only 8.5% of jobs in Maryland are accessible within an hour of public transit. This directly undermines all of the state's efforts to bring people into the middle class, to create walkable and livable communities for working class people, and to increase usage of our public transportation systems. However, the union notes that investing in transit is a win-win. In fact, every $1 billion invested in public transportation supports and creates approximately 50,000 jobs. Most of these are good-paying unionized jobs, either directly running transit, like our members, building transit systems like our brothers and sisters in the building trades, or unlocking access to jobs for other frontline workers. Under the TCA, preferred mitigation options would include improving and expanding public transportation, creating bike and pedestrian infrastructure, expanding broadband access, or other smart growth strategies. Transit workers serve as the frontline workers to frontline workers. Unfortunately, many of our members live in areas affected by this climate pollution. So we urge a favorable report to catalyze these investments in transit, to catalyze safer and walkable communities. And thank you for your time.
Thank you to the committee. I'm Casey Hunter here on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Maryland in support of Senate Bill 395, the Transportation and Climate Alignment Act. So as you've heard from the members of this panel, this bill is not only about protecting our environment, it's about protecting and improving the quality of life in our communities. Transportation at its core is about getting from one place to another, but it's also a huge determining factor in our lives. For many Marylanders, having access to affordable transportation options is the difference between being able to take a new job opportunity or not, between receiving health care or going untreated. It's the difference in getting to the grocery store so that you can put food on the table. When we invest in expanding transportation choices, we're connecting our communities. Marylanders deserve more affordable options like walking, biking, and transit to ensure equitable access to key opportunities. And we're not just talking about investing in metropolitan areas. This bill would benefit more rural communities as well by expanding broadband access and investing in bike and pedestrian infrastructure. In fact, recent polling mentioned that 83% of Marylanders in rural areas support the state investing in projects that give them more transportation choices. The TCA would also benefit overburdened and underserved communities who are disproportionately burdened by transportation costs. As Miguel from RMI mentioned, reducing vehicle travel by 20% would save the average Maryland household more than $3,000 annually, putting money back in their pockets. Maryland has a scarce transportation budget, as this committee knows, but we also have clear goals for a competitive and sustainable future in Maryland. And that's exactly why we need this bill. The TCA would ensure that our limited dollars are invested in projects that create jobs, save Marylanders money, and make our state more economically competitive. So the TCA not only provides a roadmap for achieving these goals, but brings our state law in line with its established values. The League urges a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for this panel? Yes, Senator Lucian.
Chair.
There was some testimony in the oppositional section for the Maryland Motor Truck Association. There was a statement saying that this bill would effectively eliminate large highway capacity expansion projects. But I'm fairly certain I heard Mr. McAndrew from the Department of Transportation say the reverse. Could you clarify for me? Or whoever wants to address that.
Shouldn't have touched that, right? So it all depends on priorities. So you can look at various types of projects that the department is trying to advance that would maybe fall under the umbrella of this bill. You know, 495, 270, we don't yet have adequate funding to address it going all the way up to Frederick or even within the American Legion Bridge and Montgomery County context. But what we're trying to do within that context is revision the thinking about what it means to move people and not just vehicles. And it's important that we move vehicles and we move freight efficiently, but we need to be thinking about it in a multimodal context because at the end of the day, that's how people are looking to get around, and that's how we're going to be, more environmentally friendly, and that's how we're ultimately going to be able to create a more sustainable environment. And so that, there's the movement from where we're at today to where this bill would take us. We'll have a transition period, and we'll need to review projects that are in the pipeline to assess, what projects might need to have additional consideration and input from other types of project or multimodal investments, whether it be biking, walking, transit, economic development that will offset the greenhouse gases. Historically, that hasn't necessarily been a requirement, and this bill would change that. And it's something that we're trying to do with some of our projects already. And so we'd be required to do it across all of our portfolio for those large projects that exceed $100 million.
Thank you. Good clarification.
10 seconds. Senator Young, Colorado passed a very similar version of this policy. They absolutely, as a matter of fact, are continuing to expand capacity on some projects, but they've also shifted some investment into like bus rapid transit as a result. So you get both, just a better planned system, as Joe mentioned. Thank you.
Any other questions for this panel? Okay, thank you all very much. Was there anybody else who wanted to testify on this bill? Yep, yes, sir.
Chair Gazzoni, Vice Chair Rosa Pepp, members of the committee. I'm Dr. Terry Fitzgerald, speaking on behalf of Chesapeake Physicians for Social Responsibility to express our strong support for SB 395. CPSR is the Maryland affiliate of Physicians for Social Responsibility and International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War, winner of the 1985 Nobel Peace Prize. Our mission is to prevent nuclear war and to work to stop the advance of the climate crisis. My colleagues have described this bill and its benefits and given you numbers and details. I would like to remind us all of the context in which we discuss these matters. This is not about being environmentally friendly. To put it in technical terms, we are in deep doo-doo, and things are just going to get worse unless we take serious action. The hurricanes and massive fires in our country are only a small piece of the picture. Droughts, heat emergencies, desertification, floods, sea level rise, all these lead to terrible human suffering, destabilize societies, lead to mass migration, destabilizing other societies, and triggering wars. This is serious stuff, but our societies really does not seem to be taking it so seriously. Maryland has taken significant steps, but so much more needs to be done. This bill presents MDOT with very real responsibilities and challenges, but if we are going to take this situation seriously, then we need to be willing to take on serious challenges. Our motto and a principle of public health is that we must prevent what we cannot cure. That is why we are here. The eminent German physician and legislator Rudolf Virchow wrote, Politics is nothing else but medicine on a large scale. Therefore, we physicians ask to join you legislators in working to prevent what we cannot cure by taking this step of giving a favorable report to SB 395. Thank you.
That bill, we're just going to do one more and then take a break. 3:30. Senator Jackson.
Thank you very much. May I bring up my panel?
Nice to see you, delegate.
See you, Senator. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. For the record, Senator Michael Jackson, representing District 27, here on behalf of Senate Bill 330. Before we get started, one of our witnesses, Bob Phillips from the Fire and Rescue Service, had to leave, but his testimony, his written testimony, is in our jackets. Senate Bill 330 came to us from our former colleague and now Baltimore County Executive Kathy Klausmeyer. This committee and the full Senate passed the bill out unanimously last year, but unfortunately, it did not receive a vote in the House. Hopefully this year, starting earlier, we can get this done. It's pretty straightforward, enabling legislation for the local governments to allow some changes to the disabled and fallen law enforcement and rescue worker property tax credit. The bill would simply allow these credits to be passed down to the surviving spouse in the event of a death. In addition, the bill would also allow credit to be proportionally increased with property tax increases. Over a dozen counties have this tax credit in place through existing legislation or existing law. This legislation simply gives those counties the latitude to make these needed changes to enhance the credit. Again, it's enabling legislation for the locals. As everyone knows, my professional background makes me uniquely aware of the importance of this. Our spouses and families have been and continue to be immeasurable emotional support for us, and they make that sacrifice right along with those who are of service. So with that, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, we ask for a favorable report again this session, and I'll stand by for questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee. Good to see a lot of my colleagues that I served with. Again, Senator Jackson, I want to thank him for picking up where Senator Klausmeyer left off last year. He basically covered the entire bill. We passed the original bill back in 2007, 2008. What I found last year was that we forgot to add the spouses. So what happens if the officer dies first? The spouse loses that tax credit. And it is the county tax credit. State, there is no fiscal note from the state. It's the counties, and it is enabling legislation. So basically, we're just trying to protect the spouses. You can imagine for 10, 15 years, they're getting a tax break from the county. The spouse dies, and all of a sudden, the police officer dies. The spouse all of a sudden gets a bill from that point on for a tax bill that they haven't been paying for 12, 15 years, and it really hits them hard. So this is enabling legislation, again, no burden to the state. And I just want to say the FOP is here. They didn't sign up to testify, but I will say that they are in support of this bill. And I want to thank Senator Jackson for picking it up where Senator Klausmeyer left off.
Put your name on the record.
I'm sorry?
Put your name on the record.
Again, my name is John Cluster, for the record. Thanks.
Good afternoon. I just want to ask a quick, Mr. Sponsor of the bill,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Senator Sponsor of the bill, did you research to find out why this bill didn't pass on the House side?
I can answer that question.
I did not, but maybe.
I can. I reached out to.
Can someone respond to that?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened?
I reached out to Delegate Atterbury, and she told me that the committee just did not like the bill, but it never came up for a vote. So I don't understand. She, I mean, it never went to subcommittee. So I'm not, my sense is a county executive or two came in and said, we don't like this bill. And unfortunately, I think it was my county, Baltimore County executive, Johnny Oshevsky, came in and said he didn't like this bill, although we're doing it already, but we're just not passing that along. So I did talk to her this morning. I told her we were going to come in, the FOP and I were going to come in and sit down and have a discussion with her. I mean, to me, it's a no-brainer. It doesn't cost any additional funds. We're already paying it, so all we're doing is extending it.
Yeah.
So I will follow up on that, though.
Thank you very much.
And Madam Chair, I also have a meeting scheduled, so.
Good afternoon, Chairman, committee members. My name's Dan Fickus. Past president of Baltimore City FOP and a board member of the Baltimore Retired Police Benevolent Association. And we truly support this bill. As a member of the FOP and Retired Association, my pension, as well as the pensions of our disabled law enforcement officers and firefighters, is provided by the Baltimore Fire Police Employment System, pension system. Encompassed in that pension system, we have over 900 of our members on disability benefits at this time. That number may loom excessive, but it's representative of the physically injurious environment of the occupation. The importance of SB 330 affords the spouse or cohabitant to remain or retain their residence through the tax credit, as well as satisfaction that the property tax credit will continue proportionally for any new purchases. This is eminently beneficial, as many of our beneficiaries sustain financial adversity with an average annual compensation of $23,000. So you can see where this bill is extremely important. With that, I ask for your favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this panel? Thank you very much, Senator. Panel?
My wife's in the hospital. I gotta get home. Thank you.
So let's say we're going to take 20 minutes. 20 of. We'll be back in here. Please, 20 of. Please be timely. All right, let's get started. Senator Brooks, we would love to hear what you have to say about 344.
Okay, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair Gazzoni, Vice Chair. I don't see Rosa, the Vice Chair, and members of this great committee. For the record, I'm Senator Ben Brooks, representing the 10th Legislative District in Baltimore County. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you on Senate Bill 344, that's property tax credit for retail service station conversion. The purpose of this bill is to allow counties and Baltimore City to grant property tax credits for property owners who convert former retail service stations into new residential or retail uses. In the past few years, yes, gas stations, right. Well, it could be converted into what we call the properties where you could have dual uses. Yes, okay, yes, yeah. In the past few years, major auto manufacturers such as Ford, Honda, General Motors, and many others have pledged to dedicate 50 to 100% of their sales to electric vehicles by 2030 or sooner. The writing is on the wall for retail service stations, gas-powered or internal combustion engines are being phased out, and we need a plan for a future where consumers are simply not purchasing gas or at the level that they are used to. Rather than allowing hundreds of viable properties to remain abandoned or underutilized, we should embrace this transition as an opportunity to revitalize communities and create pathways for new growth and opportunities. Yeah. SB 344 would authorize counties and Baltimore City to provide property tax credits for real properties that have been repurposed from a retail service station to alternative uses. This could include mixed commercial and residential areas by excluding nuisance businesses such as self-storage facilities and discount retail stores. It would help to offset the significant cost of converting these sites, including expenses for addressing and or removing underground storage tanks. This tax credit for retail service stations conversion will have the potential of transforming our neighborhoods, thus paving the way for new homes and job opportunities for Marylanders. It is time to start taking the necessary steps to uplift communities, preserve local economies, protect the environment, and conserve the future of our planet. For that reason, I ask for a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Kevin Canale here. On behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties in support of this bill, the bill sponsor did a great job explaining the bill. This is a very forward-thinking bill, and we appreciate the flexibility. As the senator mentioned, there are often times many additional costs to where you'd have to a traditional site to remediate environmental concerns, remove underground storage tanks. And as the good senator mentioned as well, we know that we're going to be transitioning away from fossil fuels. So this is forward thinking in a way that it will hopefully help counties to have a tool to incentivize people to come in and redevelop these properties. We don't want to have a bunch of these retail service stations or gas stations sit vacant. So we feel like this is a good tool. It's a flexible tool. It's an enabling bill. And again, it just gives us another tool in the toolbox to make sure that we don't have a bunch of abandoned property and that we can convert that property into mixed use, commercial, retail, or residential. So with that, again, we really appreciate the flexibility. We appreciate the bill and ask for a favorable report.
Does this just allow the counties to come up with whatever schema they want?
So it provides a lot of flexibility in the bill. So yeah, duration, amount, et cetera.
Great. Any questions? It's a good idea.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. We'll have a good chat about it later.
Okay. Thanks very much.
All right.
All right.
All set? All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee. Senator Malcolm Augustine here asking for a favorable report on Senate Bill 386. Colleagues, in 2024, WMATA experienced a 12% increase in ridership and record high customer satisfaction, 88%. WMATA is making steady progress towards a safe, reliable system. That has not always been the trajectory of the system. I can keep going if you want. Oh, we got it. Okay. It has historically prioritized operations over state of good repair, but in Virginia, created a dedicated fund for WMATA that allowed for capital projects to be successfully planned and executed in a more cost-efficient way. It required the partnership and agreement of the jurisdictions members of the compact. The program was for an amount of $500 million distributed amongst the jurisdictions with a fixed 3% growth rate. As we all know, though, the 2018 $500 million is not worth $500 million, even with the 3% growth rate anymore. Costs have escalated, and inflation has really also just been significantly outstripping that number. And so it's created this bit of a shortfall that we have that we just simply cannot ignore, even though this process and this really has been a very successful mechanism for us for making sure that we keep WMATA safe. So what this bill does is it modifies the formulas used to calculate the 2 annual grants the state provides to WSTD, which is really kind of like a flow-through entity for which we use to get money into WMATA. And specifically what it does is it repeals the mandated $167 million that was in the original $500 million, the portion that was ours in the original $500 million. Instead, establishes a formula to determine the amount of mandated additional grant money and requires the additional grant to be adjusted for inflation and the 3% annual increase. The bill would take effect in June of this year, 2025, but is contingent upon enactment of similar legislation by the Commonwealth of Virginia and the District of Columbia. We're not going to do this on our own. This is something that we've been working on together. In fact, myself and Delegate Corman are a part of a group called DMV Moves that are looking at, and we've been meeting periodically with the other jurisdictions to come up with solutions in order to keep WMATA on this positive path forward. You will see from the testimony that there are very strong support from a multitude of stakeholders, including transit advocates, business, labor, the environment, housing, just to name sort of like the big folks who are supportive of this piece of legislation. Now, we know we look out with the most of judicious eyes during this very challenging time, and financial commitments got to really take them very seriously. I understand that entirely. But this funding mechanism allows us to leverage and extend our strong commitment to WMATA, and therefore it will save us money in the long run. In fact, the extension of the ability to bond this money has really given us the opportunity to move up some of the state of good repair things that have been done over the course of the life of this legislation thus far. And we'll continue to do so going forward with you all's help. So by adjusting the funding formula, Senate Bill 384 helps guarantee long-term, predictable, and sustainable transit funding, and I ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Questions for Senator? Okay. I guess you could have brought them up before as a panel, but either way, Ms. Court, Charlie Scott, Mr. Girardi, And I apologize, the system is not quite working correctly. I apologize, you have to look at my face there frozen. At least I'm not doing something weird. All right, well, it seems to be getting worse maybe, but we'll continue. Yeah.
WMATA rail, bus, and paratransit systems are foundations to the economy. Deal reached by Maryland, DC, and Virginia to provide $500 million annually in dedicated capital funding. However, this was not indexed to inflation, and WMATA's lost purchasing power threatens to increase the deferred maintenance backlog in coming years. WMATA Metro service today is faster, more frequent, and more reliable than because of the three states' investment in WMATA, and it's building a more sustainable economy. Our region is more economically competitive and attracting and retaining cutting-edge companies and next-generation employees.
However, without timely action for the state of Maryland and its partners in D.C. and Maryland and Virginia, inadequate capital funding for Metro would result in declining service reliability, worsening customer service, and increased safety risk. These risks threaten Maryland worker commutes, transit-oriented development opportunities in Maryland and Prince George's County, and household affordability that underpin the economy and make these areas desirable places. We ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Again, for the record, Matt Girardi with ATU Local 689. Local 689 strongly supports SB 384 and urges this committee to issue a favorable report. This bill is a necessary measure for ensuring the stability of the state of Maryland and the whole Washington, D.C. metropolitan region by allowing for necessary funds to flow to WMATA for its capital program. At Local 689, we represent over 15,000 members, specifically 9,000 about our hardworking WMATA employees. Going into this past fiscal year, Metro stated that it faced an unprecedented $750 million gap on the operating side. Had that need gone unmet, proposals were floated where 108 of 135 Metrobus routes would have been eliminated or cut, where Metro Rail would have run less frequently and less often, with entire stations being shuttered, where fares would have increased and over 2,300 full-time jobs would have been cut, including highly demanded CDL drivers. Thankfully, this body and the whole government of Maryland prioritized rebaselining its share of operations funding. Unfortunately, even with that additional infusion of funds, all the regional partners did not collectively decide to entirely fill the gap. This meant that Metro borrowed over tens of millions of dollars of preventive maintenance funds to plug holes in its operation budget. That, in turn, accelerated the pace at which an expected deficit in the capital budget will come to pass. It was only a few years ago that we had people questioning the safety and reliability of Metro. We're glad that that's no longer the case. The 2018 deal that GIP was made to give authority dedicated funding for capital expenditures was a game changer, allowing for needed updates to stations, rail cars, bus fleet, and more. Maryland must not allow that progress to waste away. This bill is a common sense measure to rebaseline the dedicated funding to the capital side, contingent on DC and Virginia doing so. After all, indexing us to a pre-COVID and pre-inflation world is just not sustainable. We thank Senator Augustine for introducing this necessary measure and urge this committee to issue a favorable report. Thank you.
Questions for the panel? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Senator Karen Lewis Young, District 3, Frederick. So this is a resolution, and it's a resolution that would urge Congress to create a national infrastructure bank.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Senator Karen Lewis Young, District.
I have an echo. Congress introduced this last year. They're working on a similar bill this year. I have traditionally had mixed feelings on resolutions. This is my first time in 11 years that I've actually introduced one. There are some times where resolutions are necessary. They appropriately reflect your values. But in this particular case, I see this federal legislation as a really unique and transformational opportunity for us to address some of our greatest challenges, not only in the nation, but particularly in the state. Those challenges are a stagnant economy and deteriorating, if not failing, infrastructure. So I first learned about this concept when I was very active in the Washington Council of Governments, and there was a panel on it at NCSL this year. And as a former banker, this just intuitively makes sense to me. Earlier today, we heard Senator Hedelman mention we need more transportation options. Well, we need more financial options to fund those options. And this is why I'm asking for your support today for this endeavor. I want you to know before I go into a little bit of history on how this has worked effectively before, it would not replace existing funding sources, and it wouldn't require new federal spending and no federal taxes to operate it. It's not a new idea. There have been infrastructure banks, even though they may not have been called that previous times in our country's history. Some of my panel may go into a bit more detail on that. But briefly, Washington, John Quincy Adams built our initial infrastructure through this concept. Lincoln financed the Civil War through an infrastructure bank and built the railroads through an infrastructure bank. And Franklin Delano Roosevelt essentially curtailed the Great Depression through infrastructure initiatives by developing an infrastructure bank to build infrastructure. So for all intents and purposes, we have not had a major infrastructure effort. We did in the last administration, and this would actually be a continuation of that effort. But other than that, we have not had a infrastructure bank per se for almost 100 years. 29 legislative bodies have introduced similar resolutions. I think it's important to do a resolution to join that group, show a loud voice, and also show our own congressional delegation that we are very much in support of this. By the way, I do want to mention that these 29 other states, this has been a very bipartisan effort. I do want to reinforce again the relationship between economic development and infrastructure, critical necessity, and in so many of the studies that I've seen as to why a business or industry would locate in a certain place or look for another location, infrastructure always comes up as one of the top items. I do want to mention briefly how this is funded, because I anticipate that might be one of your questions, and one of my panelists could go into a lot more detail on this, because I did mention no taxes, no existing funding from the federal budget. What would happen is that National Infrastructure Bank would be capitalized by buying up to $500 billion in Treasury securities from the private sector. And it would be exchanged for an equivalent of preferred stock in the National Infrastructure Bank. The Treasury purchases would be phased in over time as the portfolio grows to $5 trillion. And that would allow for a ratio of $1 in capital to $10 in loan. The preferred stock would pay 2% per year premium over the Treasury interest rate to entice investments. And the premium payment up to $10 billion a year would come out of the NIB's interest earned on its loans. That's anticipated to be about $400 billion a year. The paid-in capital would also be maintained on the NIB's books as a rainy day fund in case the economy deteriorates or some loans go bad, although historically the risk level on these kind of loans have been really minimal. I see this as a highly creative solution. History has proven it works. It really motivates the economy, and numerous projects could be utilized. It's not just our roads, our bridges, our tunnels could be utilized for broadband expansion, for affordable housing, and certainly rail. High-speed rail between DC, Baltimore, Boston, that's certainly something to aspire to. Europe is far ahead of us doing these kind of projects, as is China. So we need some creativity to do the same. I have a panel of experts that can drill down on some of these issues, and they are also involved in a national effort to support resolutions that would encourage Congress to pass this kind of financial consideration. Thank you.
We have 4 witnesses in virtual. Is everybody there? Or?
Go ahead. Rebecca, why don't you start?
Great. Thank you very much for having us today at this hearing. We've really enjoyed listening to this full hearing since this morning. My name is Alfeca Mutardi. I'm a macroeconomist with the Coalition for a National Infrastructure Bank. And in my written testimony, I have provided you with a few more details on how a national infrastructure bank can provide $5 trillion in funding of infrastructure projects across America without adding to any federal deficits, spending, taxes, or anything like that. This measure has been done 4 times before in our nation's history and is proven to work well, and other countries around the world use our model. But what I'd like to do in my spoken testimony is go back to some of the things that this budget committee has raised throughout the morning, talking about their challenges in meeting their $3 billion state deficit, which is different than all the rest of the states surrounding Maryland, which are running surpluses, and how it's having difficulty funding MDOT for its, and might have a perceived $1.3 billion deficit and cuts in transportation projects, and also having difficulty funding the Washington Metropolitan Transit Authority. All of these things, and housing as well, all of these things would be aided directly by a national infrastructure bank, which could fund projects. They can be paid back out of user fees, or this will really stimulate economic growth in Maryland, help with your structural budget deficit problem. The example of how this happened during the Great Depression and World War II is the previous bank, the Reconstruction Finance Corporation. This model is proven to work. It'll provide enough financing. It'll work with your local authorities, and your planning for your MDOT is really spectacular. I'm so impressed. But to move projects up to the top, get them fully funded, big projects, this bank will really help you in that regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stan, are you going next?
Unmute.
So,
Senators,
Rosenblatt?
committee members, related staff, good afternoon, and sincere thanks for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I am Stan Forzik, and I'm with you today virtually from southern New Jersey, just outside of Philadelphia. Early in my career, I spent several years living in Laurel, Maryland, which is in Prince George's County, while I was working in Washington, D.C. I am the advisory board president to the Coalition for a National Infrastructure Bank, also a retired executive with 31 years service at Amtrak, having been the first director of finance for Amtrak's Northeast Corridor operations, and then moving through the executive space, working and directing several major infrastructure and energy projects. I have also retired as vice president of operations for an energy consulting firm based in Philadelphia. In the most recent years, I've acted as chief of staff for a large energy engineering company and provided advice to such organizations as Goldman Sachs, STV, and others. During my main years working, and I'm going to mention just in Maryland, I've worked and created a strategic partnership with Baltimore Gas and Electric that helped Amtrak start transitioning to a new fleet of frequency converters. Also worked and provided testimony to the Maryland Public Utility Commission on several transportation energy-related matters. Plus provided testimony to the state for the Calvert Cliffs project and energy supply advice to the Baltimore Archdiocese. Simply put, I am here to urge you to endorse the legislation for the creation of the nation's 5th National Infrastructure Bank. I won't get into the inner workings of the NIB, as you have already read about this capabilities, and other team members are speaking about those abilities. I'd rather speak to the fact as to why the United States desperately needs the operation of a very successful banking model. Overall, the nation has a lot of aging infrastructure, some over a century old, and
Sir, if
their
you could wrap
support
up,
systems.
sir.
Plus the need for updated
Sir.
improvements
Your
and new.
your time is up.
Oh, sorry.
Hello, my name is Angela Vo. I'm the Communications Director for the Coalition for the National Infrastructure Bank. I wanted to thank Senator Young for introducing this urgent bipartisan joint resolution. I think that it is essential that we get bipartisan union around this bank in order to continue to move the country forward. The bipartisan infrastructure law was a breakthrough. However, it's going to end in a year. There was not enough money to fund the projects, and we cannot neglect any investment into infrastructure, being that we have not significantly invested in over 50 years. That means that we need bipartisan support around a unified idea. This would put America first. It would put the American people first. And
them back. We've pretty much explained what it does.
I think we're going to move forward. Thank you, Senator.
thank you.
Okay, Senator King.
'80s and had a great time. Okay, what I want to do is just briefly elaborate what Senator Young went through on the history. I was asked to do that. I want to thank Senator Young and Senator Salling and Senator West for introducing this. It's really important. On the history, just briefly, the first Bank of the United States was created by President George Washington, and Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton wrote this. This is the Hamilton model. It successfully built all the early internal improvements in the country, including in Maryland. The most notable project built in Maryland was something called the National Road, which was built from the eastern shore of Maryland to Cumberland. Today we call it Route 40, but in its day it was the moonshot. It transformed the mid-Atlantic states and opened up commerce to the west. The second, and there were many other projects like this. The second institution was the Second Bank of the United States, created by President Madison and then brought to fruition by John Quincy Adams. It built a tremendous amount of the roads, bridges, canals, and the early railroads. And the first passenger railroad was the Baltimore and Ohio, running from Baltimore to Ellicott City, and then points west. People want to know how these projects got built. This was the way. The third institution was the national banking system, created by Republican President Abraham Lincoln. And that system, as Senator Young elaborated, really brought the United States to the front and center of the world in infrastructure development, building the modern railroad system, telegraphs, roads, bridges, and a tremendous amount of that in the state of Maryland. The final institution was something called the Reconstruction Finance Corporation, created by President Herbert Hoover to combat the Depression, and then brought again to its highest level by President Franklin Roosevelt. It worked in conjunction with the other administrations and built tens of thousands of infrastructure projects across the country and in Maryland, everything from Camp David to Walter Reed Medical Center, University of Maryland, and then the two signature projects, the electrification of the Pennsylvania Railroad from Washington, D.C. to New York, the first electric rail in the country. And the second one is that the RFC financed the Rural Electrification Administration and brought electric power to all the farms of the United States. The big project in Maryland was the Southern Maryland
can you
Electric
wrap up?
Cooperatives. And that's how Prince George's County, Charles, and St. Mary's got electric power and modern farming.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Okay.
Senate Bill 359, and you've all heard from me every year for the past many years about the therapeutic child care grant program. And there's another person who is more passionate about it than I am, and it's my chief of staff. So I'm going to let her speak this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, and thank you, Senator King, for letting me speak today. I wanted to share with you a quick constituent services story, but I'll just recap the bill for you again. Therapeutic nursery programs are for children from birth to 5 who have emotional, behavioral, developmental delays. They're also for medically fragile children. They work with the children and their parents and their families to ensure that they are ready for kindergarten, and they have an 80% success rate. This bill has been before you a number of times. Senator King, before 2022, there was no dedicated funding for these programs. They came from a variety of different places. And in 2022, this committee passed legislation that codified this program and set funding for it for 2 years, for 2 fiscal years. The bill was before you last year. It passed the Senate unanimously. Unfortunately, we didn't have the bill hearing in the House until March 27th, and it didn't get through. So the bill is before you again. My quick story, constituent story. I got a call last fall from a family who had a little baby who was just over a year old with some severe medical issues. They didn't know where to turn, so as many do, they call their senator's office. I, having worked with Senator King on this bill for so long, immediately called Kennedy Krieger. They reached out, Kennedy Krieger reached out to these parents, and within a week, they were at Kennedy Krieger for a meeting with them. Fortunately, Kennedy Krieger had a program that could help this child. She, again, had some severe medical issues, and her mother had to leave work every day to run to the daycare, to take care of the child, and then go back out. The father was is a public school teacher. He couldn't help out. Again, Kennedy Krieger could. So when they left this meeting, they got back to the car, and the mother lost it. I mean, 14 months of worry and fear, she lost it. When she finally composed herself, she turned to her husband and she said, "I can't believe how lucky we are." And that's the part that gets me. Like, here's a mother with a child with severe injuries who said, "I can't believe how lucky we are to live in a state that has a program like this." And that we were lucky enough to find Kennedy Krieger, who will care for this child and love this child like we do and help her get ready. So senators, that's what this bill is about. And on behalf of Senator King and that family, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 359.
Right. Thank you very much. Questions? There he is, Senator Watson. Ready? This is the main event. Main event. Just a reminder, everyone's testifying. We have over 40 witnesses. So please, to the degree you can be succinct, that would be awesome. It's not like we're not at least a little aware of this issue.
I understand, Mr.
Thank you. By the way, I guess you may all be on the first page. I was thinking about doing just the page of pro and the page of con. We'll see how that looks and how confusing it gets with the sheet I have, but I'm going to switch off back and forth.
All right, thank you. So good afternoon, everybody. I appreciate your patience on this fabulous, wonderful bill. We're here to talk about Senate Bill 340. For the record, I'm Senator Ron Watson from the 23rd Legislative District. I'm pleased to sponsor, present, and ask for your support, Senate Bill 340, Internet Gaming. First, let me give this committee a quick summary of where we are. Last year, when I presented this iGaming bill, I spoke about the impending fiscal challenges we faced and the potential impact to our commitment to funding the blueprint for education if we did not take advantage of the projected $1.65 billion in tax revenue over a 5-year period projected. Well, here we are with a projected $3 billion forecasted shortfall in our budget. The governor's budget proposed increasing taxes, reducing public education funding, and other cost containment measures. What is most surprising is the proposal to increase sports gaming and table gaming rates, which is expected to result in $130 million annually when we have the ability to generate almost 3 times that amount with iGaming. What we do not want to do is walk back on our commitment to fund the blueprint when we have a mechanism to mitigate. So before I go into the specifics of the bill, let me go back to the definition of iGaming. iGaming is a digital platform that allows individuals to play various casino games over the internet. These platforms provide a wide range of games typically found in traditional brick-and-mortar casinos, such as slots, poker, table games like blackjack and roulette. The games are designed to simulate the experience of playing in a physical casino with realistic graphics, sound effects, and gameplay mechanics. Maryland boasts 6 brick-and-mortar casinos, each of which significantly contributes to funding our education trust fund. But if we want them to do more, we have to give them the tools. We are missing the 4th leg of the casino stool, iGaming, and we're fortunate to have our top 3 casinos with extensive, successful experience with iGaming. We have MGM, the nation's top grossing casino outside of Las Vegas, Maryland Live, which operates iGaming through its casino in Pennsylvania called Play Live, as well as Horseshoe. So here we are. 2 years ago, I presented Senate Bill 267, which outlined a framework. We commissioned a study. We received the report. We recognize that there is currently an illegal iGaming market projected to be raking in $200 million a year. Unfortunately, we can't enforce that because there is no bill in place to give the AG the force needed to deal with that. So here are the fundamental aspects of the bill. This is a referendum, and the question must be approved by the voters. The State Lottery Gaming Control Commission would regulate iGaming to the same extent that the commission regulates the operation of the state's casinos and facilities. Within the bill and to the extent permitted by the state, we seek to maximize the abilities of minorities, women, and minority and women-owned businesses to participate in the iGaming industry, including through the ownership of licenses to conduct internet gaming. This is a very important provision that supports the governor's desire to support and increase participation of MBEs and improve economic growth within our state. Expected revenue, $300 million per year on average. Who gets a license? Every current brick-and-mortar casino and those who have qualified for a sports wagering license, Maryland businesses in the state for at least 10 years who have been pre-qualified by the commission and willing to spend at least $5 million to build and operate a live gaming casino or studio for television and film production in support of the Maryland Film Office, and an additional license to any current VLT operator who agrees to partner with a social equity applicant as defined in the bill, who demonstrates at least 33% ownership in a joint venture. The licensing fee is $1 million. The term of the license is 5 years, as well as the renewal. The renewal fee is 1% of the average annual proceeds for the preceding 3 years. How will the revenues be distributed? 1% to the Commission for Regulatory Activities, 1% to the Problem Gaming Fund, keeping in mind when we did sports betting, there was nothing provided to support problem gaming. 1% to county governments for education based on enrollment counts. $10 million for the Video Lottery Facility Employee Displacement Fund. This is a special fund to support any employee that is displaced by the implementation of iGaming. The state takes 20% of proceeds from live dealer games and 55% from other forms of iGaming. All remaining proceeds go to the Blueprint. Who's authorized to play? Those 21 years of age or older who have verified age and identity. Protections. There are privacy protections built into the legislation where personally identifiable information cannot be shared with a third party without permission. Data is protected, prohibits target advertising to individuals who are prohibited or at risk or engaging in false or deceptive advertising. It supports specific measures including control on a player's activity. The player, after establishing an account, can set up controls to limit the amount of money deposited within a specified period of time, and if predefined levels are exceeded, the account can be suspended. And let me point out that none of these things can be done in a brick-and-mortar facility. I have added a provision that the 1-800 number for problem gaming must be displayed to the user when they log on and when they log off. I have added a provision where the user must certify they've read a disclosure identifying the risk associated with gaming before an account can be opened, and the user must recertify that they've read this disclosure on a monthly basis for continued access. The bill restricts the use of credit cards. Transactional data and metrics related to iGaming will go to Morgan State and Bowie State University, where the data will be analyzed and used to determine trends to give us additional information for game improvement, protections, and in general, related to curbing problem gaming. The bill allows the governor to enter into agreements with other states, specifically the Multi-State Internet Gaming Agreement, operating much like Powerball or Mega Million, where these states work together to build large prize pools. iGaming have realized larger jackpots can be created quicker, generating more tax revenue for participating states by aggregating the players. As stated earlier, this legislation authorizes live dealer games and authorizes live dealer studios within the state. This brings jobs. What has changed from the last time I introduced this bill? I've already addressed the revenue challenges, but I want to talk about the fallacy of cannibalization. I sent a letter to each of you via email on Pennsylvania data, which shows iGaming's impact on land-based gaming revenue and jobs. This clearly highlights increasing levels from all forms of gaming since the introduction of iGaming. During the last year's testimony, Maryland Live spent thousands to push a false narrative that jobs would be lost. The question for this committee is, why would they intentionally mislead you when the data is clear? Enriching other states while precluding us from realizing this important revenue. What we're asking for in the state of Maryland is exactly what they're doing in Pennsylvania today with Maryland Live at the helm. Maybe they want to hold on to a quasi-monopoly or are afraid of competition. Whatever it is, they're misleading us while we try to close budget holes. They're making money hand over fist. In a private briefing last year with Live, they unveiled plans to develop a destination hub, expand a hotel, and install a pool. They told me that if iGaming were introduced, these plans had to be canceled because of the reduction of visitors. But what is interesting is that in Pennsylvania, they're doubling down and doing an investment of $15 million in the entertainment district to continue to expand the casino experience. why is an investment in Philly more important than an investment here in Maryland? We have to ask ourselves that question. In short, iGaming is a proactive measure to grow and sustain revenues and to minimize the estimated $200 million spent in illegal iGaming market. This should be a huge concern to those interested in mitigating problem gaming. We must regulate and capture this revenue and earmark it for the blueprint. Problem gamblers will find a way to gamble. Our job is to create the protections, secure the funding, so those individuals can be treated. This bill does that. In addition, the Cordish Company in Pennsylvania, their online platform is called Play Live, offers more than 100 different gaming options, features interactive table games including blackjack, roulette, baccarat. The site is intended to serve as a future hub for Pennsylvania residents to register for the nationally recognized Live Rewards customer loyalty program. There was also conversation last year when I introduced the bill that how could they lure people into the casino if we offer iGaming? Maryland Live has found a way to do it, or Pennsylvania Live has found a way to do it. They can do it here as well. Which states have iGaming? Currently, 7 states allow legal iGaming: Jersey, Delaware, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Connecticut, and Rhode Island. Which states have joined the multi-state internet gaming agreement? Delaware, Jersey, Nevada, Michigan, West Virginia, and the newest state, Pennsylvania, with Live operating the Live dealer casinos. And by the way, Pennsylvania is the only state to offer both gaming and lottery online. Colleagues, you are aware more than all of us that our fiscal challenges are great. To date, we've discussed raising taxes, increasing fees to meet this challenge, as this is one of the few bills introduced this session to generate new revenue. The existing policy directive, current law states as follows: the Commission, Lottery and Gaming, shall conduct studies of the state lottery and gaming program to analyze the gaming industry within and without and outside the state to determine whether Maryland's gaming program is competitive and maximizing revenues for the state. So there you have it. I request your support of Senate Bill 340 in an effort to see new revenue, protect our efforts for funding education. I have assembled with me up here the experts who can answer any technical questions that you may have, and I look forward and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you. Very thorough.
Thank you.
Questions for the sponsor? Or I guess anyone who might have an answer, or do they want to speak?
They do, but I want to start this way and work that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, and committee members. For the record, I am Darrell Barnes with Barnes International, and very excited to be here. It's good to see you, Senator Benson. For the record, in addition to me representing my client, Urban One, I am also here to express my unapologetic support of the 1,000 workers that supported DEIA from the federal government. This piece of legislation would go into effect where it would help support our minority population. Urban One is one of the largest TV and radio productions here in the state of Maryland, with TV One and Clio TV together operates roughly 78 million households, 72 owned and operated radio and broadcast stations, 13 most populous African-American and Urban One markets in the United States, and 10 of those right here in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area. Urban One was owner or one of the largest minority owners of MGM National Harbor Casino and has been licensed by the Maryland Lottery and Gaming Control Commission here in the state of Maryland. Headquartered in Maryland since 1998, they have employed roughly 1,400 people nationwide, with 300 employees based right here in the state of Maryland. What makes Urban One unique is that they are willing to build a full-fledged live gaming facility, but more importantly, it could be a dual-purpose facility that would house television, and media out of there. It would allow them to produce film and television right out of their studios, which would also help our film industry here in the state of Maryland. So we support Senator Watson's bill with amendments, and we will pass those amendments on.
Thank you, Chairman Gazzoni and distinguished members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to testify. My name is John Pappas, and I am the State Advocacy Director for the I-Development and Economic Association. We're a leading trade association representing B2C and B2B companies in the online gaming industry. We are already, many of our members are already licensed as operators, suppliers, and vendors in the state of Maryland, and we're proud to be important economic contributors. A lot of what I want to talk about today is the economic benefit of iGaming. And we want to thank Senator Watson for his leadership in this and his bill, and we support it with amendments because we know that iGaming, even at a modest 30% tax rate, would generate $1.65 billion in new revenue for the state over the next 5 years. $1.65 billion in new revenue over the next 5 years. This is played out in every other state that has iGaming. iGaming creates greater revenue opportunities in every single state. You'll hear others talk about how it will cannibalize. There is not a single state where iGaming has been introduced where overall gaming revenues and tax revenues to the state have not increased. In every single state, that is the case. Senator Watson mentioned Cordish and their live offering in their internet gaming offering in Pennsylvania. Just to build on that, there last year, the numbers just came out, 11% increase in their retail slots. At the same time, an 18% increase in their online gaming revenue. So clearly, they're showing that it can be done to increase both your land-based and your online revenue simultaneously. Another company that wasn't mentioned is Churchill Downs, who owns Ocean Downs here. Churchill Downs is the largest online gaming company in the country. They operate Twin Spires, which is the leading online horse racing app in the country, available here in Maryland and 40 other states. They've proven that online horse racing can be complementary to the land-based horse racing business. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senators. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Gazzone. I'm Sean Fluharty. I am from the neighboring state of West Virginia, where I serve as the minority whip in the West Virginia House of Delegates, and I am one of the few Democrats still left. I'm glad to see I think there's more Democrats on this committee panel than in the House right now in the state of West Virginia. In West Virginia, I represent the city of Wheeling, a blue-collar, proud union district, much like many of the cities here in the state of Maryland. We have all gaming verticals available, a brick-and-mortar casino. We have retail and mobile sports betting. We have LVL machines in our bars and restaurants. And we have iLottery and iGaming, which we introduced and passed in 2019. And so I know a few things about gaming. I'm also an attorney with the company Play and Go and serve as the president of the National Council of Legislators from Gaming States, a fancy term we call Nickel G's. And that's how I met Senator Watson, who did a great job explaining his piece of legislation. So very quickly, I know we're short on time and it's been a long day. iGaming legislation represents some key factors that I think you will find in this legislation and unlikely to find in any other legislation that comes across your desk this legislative session. It's one that raises new revenue without raising taxes, without raising current taxes. It's one that shrinks the black market, and it's one that protects consumers. You know, I was here this morning and sat back here and got on Cafe Casino, which is readily available here in Maryland. So let's not pretend that iGaming is not here. It's just not taxed. You're seeing no revenue from it, and you're not protecting consumers. I could sit in the audience today and download Cafe Casino and play online casino games for real money. That's available currently in the state of Maryland, and that's something I think needs to be talked about more often. The revenue generation. Right now, you have the possibility for revenue generation. I'm not going to get into the numbers. We've heard it. But currently, the model that you have in Maryland is revenue theft. Now, let me talk about that for 1 second. In Q3 of 2024, the revenue generation of just 7 iGaming states was over $2 billion. For 38 sports betting states, it was roughly 3.2. The revenue generation is clear. But what's happening now, according to the AGA, is that revenue theft on tax revenue to states is roughly $3.9 billion. You have an opportunity now to shrink that by passing iGaming legislation. And I know you're going to hear some opposition. I want to credit the state of Maryland. I've been here on numerous occasions. I spoke at Morgan State University. Senator Watson has a provision in this legislation which allows for data research, which protects consumers. This bill will also create jobs through the live online iGaming casino dealers, which have to be in the state. Look at the state of Michigan. Thousands of jobs have been created with the live dealer model that they have there. And the opposition you will hear talk about, Senator Watson touched on.
You could wrap up, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Gazzoni and honorable members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. For the record, my name is Antonio Jones, Managing Partner, Riverboat on the Potomac, a 100% minority-owned operation. I'm here today to express our support for the authorization and, with amendments, the implementation of Senate Bill 340. While we recognize the economy and recreational potential of iGaming, it is essential that this legislation ensures equitable opportunities for all businesses. To that end, we respectfully propose the following amendments to implementation: ensuring a meaningful minority business ownership participation with an equal starting gate for large and small business, similar to what was done by the SWAP for mobile app. They all started on November 23rd, 2022. I remember that day because it's my son's birthday. Excuse me. Reduce the initial licensing fee for minority enterprises. High fees poses a significant barrier to entry, especially for small minority-owned businesses like ours. Increase the revenue retention for non-live dealer games, again, which will help small business sustain their operation. It's very difficult for small business to continue to be successful in these industries, but we believe we've made enough of a mark in the retail and mobile app to be able to be considered for such. Expanding the racetrack facility renewal account. Yes, we are an OTB, and we'd like for the OTBs to be considered in that facility renewal account so that there's opportunities to increase the ambiance of those operations. And lastly, increase for the small business and women-owned businesses a greater amount for that account so that these small businesses can satisfy their need for a growing demand of low-interest loans and grants. As you recall, with the mobile app and the retail sportsbook, those funds dried up very quickly. So a lot of small businesses weren't able to take advantage of those. So we appreciate consideration there. These changes, in our mind, foster a fair, inclusive, and sustainable game infrastructure. Studies show that diversity in gaming drives better outcomes for businesses, employees, customers alike. We thank you for your time and consideration of Senate Bill 340, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have with me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for this panel? Senator Solly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the bill. I see just a couple of things that I think last time this bill was presented, and if you could just talk a little bit about internet gambling disorder. They say there's a problem there with potential addiction to that. Can you maybe elaborate on that a little bit?
You said addiction?
Addiction to that, yes.
Problem game.
Yes.
So they're welcome to jump in on this. You know.
Potential.
Credentials you're talking about.
Potential. Is there potential, saying that it could happen? Exactly.
Oh, yes, yes. There is a potential for an increase in problem gaming. There is. And those who want to bet money will bet money. I mean, it just is what it is. I'm not a fan of telling adults what to do with their discretionary income. Some people make dumb decisions. What we're trying to do with this bill is put something in place which had not been done previously, a fund to support problem gaming. What we're trying to do here is make sure the data gets analyzed by colleges and universities who we've empowered through their data analytics programs to do this function for us, to give us the information that we need. When I wrapped up my comments, I told you the mantra, the goal in statute for the Gaming Commission, to look to see how competitive we are, how we can grow, and also embedded in there is how those who use it can be protected. And so while, yes, that exists, we believe that we've thought through, we've talked, I've spoken on numerous conferences about iGaming and what you'll be able to do with technology down the road as technology continues to evolve, disabling accounts, giving a snapshot at the end of the year of how a person is spending their money. All of those types of things can be done. But the question is, do we want to access this revenue stream? That's number one. And let me just say this, while I have the mic. I talked to a couple folks behind me, Mr. Chair. Those who have the T-shirts on, don't take my job. Talked to one of them. What they care about is that if iGaming passes, they don't lose their job. Now, Senator Benson will tell you, I served on a school board. There's something called maintenance of effort. If we really care about that, I'm open to an amendment that says you look at your 2024 revenue. If your revenue is at or above that level, you cannot get rid of a union employee unless for extenuating circumstances. That would give me the protection that I want to have, because it's clear that the money goes up. Folks are making money. Any casino that implements iGaming and gets rid of an employee is doing it out of greed, not because they don't have the money to do it. It's out of greed. So I just wanted to get that on the record.
Sure. And if I could, one more thing, Mr. Chair. I know that was one of my questions, because I know a lot of people are worried about their job. We talked about, for instance, when they went on strike for the LIA and automation was coming. And so they were worried about that, but they were able to work that out. And I'm glad you're looking at that if you can. Just one more question, if I could. My biggest concern is minors and them having the opportunity to even dwell in something like this, which would be very upsetting.
Minors.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering if there's something there that could make sure that that doesn't happen.
Can one of you speak about the authentication process when you're setting up an account and the protections we have in place?
Absolutely. Thank you for your question. And on your question on responsible gaming, I do want to note that there will be an expert on that area. One of the chief responsible gaming officers for one of the leading online gaming companies will be speaking later, and I think we'll have some very good information for you, whether here at this hearing or separately if you want to connect with them. On the KYC process, yeah, it's a very robust process. It's already in place today for sports wagering and other forms of gaming. Even the online horse racing that Churchill Downs operates, they have a KYC process as well to make sure that people do not access their platforms that are underage. For horse racing, it's 18. For iGaming, it would be 21. So you have to go through an entire process, much like if you were establishing an online banking account. It's not simply checking a box to say, yes, I am 21. You have to provide, in many cases, in every case, you have to provide either your full Social Security or the last 4 digits of your Social Security. In some cases, you're going to have to provide a physical identification, a photocopy of it, and your selfie to verify that who's sending it is that person. And then throughout the maintenance of an account, once you've already established your account, you've established not only that you're 21, but that you are who you say you are, you're going to be prompted through multi-factor authentication and other ways throughout the lifetime of you having that account to make sure that the person holding the device is actually the person who registered the account. So it is very thorough. It is, and it's only getting better. Every year, these are getting stronger. And so we feel very confident that the KYC procedures are in place that will make sure that minors are not setting up and playing online.
I appreciate that, because that's very concerning to me, and I'm sure it's a lot of parents. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to have a couple quick questions. Want to recognize our former colleague, and nice to see you here today. Reference to the riverboat and the gambling that's occurring there at the riverboat. Do you have a percentage of the revenue versus Maryland residents versus, let's say, Virginia residents that you receive? It's
Pretty high. I would say it's probably in the neighborhood of 90 to almost 95%. The majority of our revenue comes from the state of Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia.
So Commonwealth of Virginia is
absolutely
So that's a good thing. Okay, now, the next quick question is for a colleague from West Virginia. If you could please expand on what you were alluding to, the fact that you sat here and you were able to iGame right in here in our chamber, right, in the state of Maryland, and so you could play with money, you could make money, but the state of Maryland received no revenue from it.
Correct. Yes, Senator. Thank you for that question. So Cafe Casino, I don't know if you can see it on my phone. It is cafecasino.lv. I can go to that website sitting back here. I can play online slots for real money, fast payouts, 24/7 support, and great perks. And I have all these slots available to me, which inevitably are offshore, are not regulated, provide no consumer protections. Senator, as you mentioned, for problem gamblers. What a regulated market does is it shrinks the black market like a Cafe Casino, which is not contributing to your local communities, is not employing anybody in the state of Maryland, and not paying tax revenue. But it's readily available. And I think from a policymaker perspective, we discount the fact that it's ongoing in Maryland right now. And you're just not making any tax revenue or protecting consumers with it going on. So yes, it is available. I can play Seven's Fury 40. I could play Gods of Giza. I could play Lion Dance. I mean, all these things that would be fantastic games, I'm sure. But I'd rather see them in a protected, safe environment to protect consumers and raise revenue generation as well.
Thank you.
If I could just take a couple seconds. Senator Salem, you mentioned the concern about underage folks gambling on their cell phone technologies. My background in our company, Delmark Technologies, who's in the gaming sports betting arena, has done cybersecurity and methods such as that allow parents, and you can get these applications commercially now, to keep your children out of harm's way. I mean, it takes a little bit of an understanding of them, but there is no absence of opportunities to protect your children from things that you don't want them to do in the technology arena.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Watson, for bringing your bill back again this year. A couple questions for you. One, from a consumer protection standpoint, your conversations, do you have ongoing conversations with our AG's office? That's one. And two, within and I had to leave for a meeting, I'm sorry about that, I may have missed it. Is there, for local businesses, small businesses, opportunities that the iGaming revenues will be able to help once we get it up and going in Maryland?
Thank you for that. I haven't spoken again with the Attorney General about this since last year because this is the identical bill that passed the House. And we had conversations prior to that, and his only comment was this needed to go to a referendum because by his understanding, this is considered an expansion of gaming. Interestingly enough, last year he did want an additional 1% for one of his own pet projects, but we were not able to accommodate out of this chamber. But to your point, what I've done today is provide a tool for this committee, Budget and Tax, a tool that can close some issues that we have here in the state of Maryland. And I look forward to working with you, just as the potential amendment I talked about making sure our union workers protected. But if you all have any concerns, let's get in a room, let's hammer this out and put something in place where we can capture this revenue once and for all. You know, if we had done this last year, it would have gone through referendum and we would be seeing that revenue. Unfortunately, it still has to go to referendum. But let's get the implementation case done now while we wait to go to a referendum in 2026. That's my suggestion.
Thank you. But also to get back to advantages for other small businesses that will be, servicing these, the community of gambling or betting or waging, or is there any type of opportunities for that?
Right. So I didn't go into all of the nuts and bolts of the bill. This is a very dense bill, very complex, but we have defined what a social equity applicant is. We wanted to make sure that our minority businesses had access to this. Here's the thing. When we did sports betting, we provided a lot of licenses. We had a lot of minority businesses come out, pay that fee to go through the vetting process. And you look up today, several years later, what has happened? Sports betting market has consolidated to three main players. Three. And we want to make sure that if we do this, we provide this opportunity to our minority businesses so they can hit the ground running, which is why there is a piece in here where if a minority business links up with a brick and mortar in a partnership, they get an additional license. We want to make sure there's a piece in here where we're bringing folks along, not just taking their money, putting them through a process and hoping they survive. So this has been very well thought out by myself, by Chair Atterbury on the House. And again, this is the same version of the bill that passed the House last year.
Thank you very much. I look forward to working with you on this.
Always a pleasure.
Just a quick question for colleague West Virginia for the minority party. I know you're feeling about that. To get to that website, you going through the dirty internet or you have to VPN into it?
I'm not on the internet. I'm just through my cellular service.
Do you have a VPN?
So I'm not connected to the Wi-Fi here at the Capitol, if that's your
But
question.
are you using a VPN on your phone?
No, I just pulled it straight up.
Regular
And it's a
cellular.
.lv, not
Yes.
a .com.
.lv.
Okay.
Yes, Senator. Yes.
Just curious.
And kind of to tie the senator's question into what you're kind of getting at, I will say this: in West Virginia, now that we have a regulated iGaming market, our Attorney General now just this week has announced, actually the press kind of broke today, that he's looking very closely at cracking down on things like this, right? And the reason we can do that in a state like West Virginia and others is because we have a regulated market and a statute that the Attorney General can point to and say you're violating this statute. You're operating an unlicensed, unregulated casino operation in our state, and we have a statute that explicitly says it needs to be licensed, and here are the steps to go through that licensing process. And we also put in criminal penalties for an illegal operation. So we are actually giving a tool to our Attorney General through the legislative process to allow the Attorney General to crack down on the illegal market, in addition to the consumer choosing the legal market over the black market, which they will inevitably do, and the data shows that. So it's just another tool in the toolbox for Attorney Generals after the law gets passed.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. I went along with the sports betting when it came up a few years ago and willfully voted for that bill. And I have to say now, I get calls very often and emails very often from people that are in debt so far over their head because they got into it, thought they could control it, can't control it. I've talked to businesses that have had to bail out their employees that have gotten completely over their head in debt. And I get, how do you address that with iGaming, which if you're sitting there on your couch and you're able to just go into debt without any control over that, I'm just not convinced that it isn't just another bad decision to put on our people.
Senator, thank you for your comments, and seriously, something that is not, taken lightly. As a regulated industry, they take this obligation very seriously to make sure that they're offering an entertainment product, right? Not an addiction product. And so there is a culture within the gaming community to make sure that we are providing truly an entertainment product. There are abilities for consumers to self-exclude, but beyond just what the consumer can do, the operators themselves dedicate a lot of resources and time to identifying problem gamblers on their platforms and either proactively providing them help, giving them cooling off periods, limiting what they can wager, or sending them directly to problem gambling services like a Birch's Health or a Kindbridge or others that help people with problem gambling. So I mentioned earlier that there is going to be an expert in this field speaking later, so certainly would love for you to learn more from them. But I can say that what you're saying is not something that the industry is just brushing off their shoulder. It's something that we take very, very seriously, and it's something that they have continued to perfect to make sure that people that are on their platform are doing so for entertainment, just like we do when we go to a casino, and not getting in over their heads.
Just have to add that I'm looking for revenues too, like everybody else is, but I'm not looking for revenues that are going to just be harder on vulnerable people in our state that don't have the willpower to not get themselves into debt. We just have to make sure that we're not making bad decisions here.
And to be clear, the companies that are operating in the space are looking for revenues as well, right? They want to have a sustainable business model that lets people play on their sites in a very healthy manner. A problem gambler for them is not a customer. It's somebody who goes away. They want to have a healthy, sustainable ecosystem of people that are playing responsibly. So it is in their interest to promote a responsible gaming culture as well.
To play, what would be my limit? What's the upper limit before you shut somebody off and say you've lost enough?
Well, certainly they would have to know you as a customer before they let you wager a lot of money, right? So, you know, I do play online. I play when I'm in a state where it's permitted or sports bet. You know, I'm a very much a casual bettor, $5, $10. If I decided one day to try to bet $10,000 on something, the website's going to probably not let me make that bet because it would be a very unusual pattern for someone like me to try to make a wager like that. So it's a know your customer thing. They monitor, they know exactly what people's betting habits are. They also, when you sign up for an account, one of the things that has been happening in the RG space is making the tools for you to set limits something that is not you know, we shove it aside and put it in a box in the corner. It's something that's put up front. So when you register for an account, you're going to be prompted, like, why don't you set your limits? This isn't something like, oh, you have a problem gambler, set your limits. No, just as anyone who wants to go on this site, you should set limits for yourself, whether it's money or it's time or whatever it is. There's opportunities for the individual to take control of their gambling habits, and the operators are making sure that that's front and center for the consumer.
And if I may, Senator, just to add on to that, down at our retail sportsbook, we have folks, tellers as well as managers who are trained to identify problem gambling. I've been there at times when they've pointed out to me someone they'd had to shut off, okay? But an addiction to gambling is no different than any other addiction. The person first has to want help. That's the only way you can help them, okay?
We're going to do as I said and switch back and forth. So I'm going to go to some unfavorables. Josh Baker, Kelly Locklear, Bobby Jones, Shane Sterry, and Robert White. Whoever would like to go first.
I'm glad to. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. For the record, Kaylee Locklear, here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance, and we are in opposition to this legislation. Proponents of iGaming claim that online gambling would not have a negative impact on brick and mortar casinos in Maryland, and that this policy would increase revenue for the state. The fiscal note, however, predicts a cannibalization rate to casinos of at least 10% once iGaming is fully implemented. I just want to mention, too, that many main streets are located along major highways between Maryland's more populous counties and tourist destination casinos that are located in Allegheny and Wicomico counties. Each community that's near a brick and mortar casino benefits directly from its proximity to the facility and would be negatively impacted by a downturn of the casino industry. Decreased patronage of casinos equals fewer tourism dollars spent at every local restaurant, hotel, and retailer operating in and around these entertainment epicenters. We have looked at quite a bit of data, and we haven't found anything that projects dependability as far as consistent revenue increases from iGaming. New Jersey, for instance, has experienced stagnant revenue since the implementation of iGaming there. So we would urge the body to seriously consider these concerns and vote unfavorably on Senate Bill 340. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, senators. Thank you for having me. My name's Shane Sterry. Sorry. Good afternoon, senators. My name is Shane Sterry. I'm with Seafarers International Union. I'm assistant vice president there. I wanted to start off by quoting some things from an article published January 24th, 2025, last week. Professor of global health at Harvard did a study. To quote him, online gambling, it's definitely much more harmful than other kinds of traditional gambling that people indulge in. It's continuous, it's intense. It can be financially, physically, mentally, extremely harmful. Online gambling is 10 times more harmful than other forms of gambling. Studies show that online gamblers, particularly those who use multiple sites, have the highest rate of harm. The ones with the highest rates are lying in bed at night with their iPads while their partner's asleep. This is from a director at Rutgers University. This isolation allows addiction to worsen unnoticed, often exacerbating anxiety, depression, and other destructive behaviors. I know one of the previous speakers talked about gambling in Massachusetts, for instance. Over the past decade, about 46% of middle and high school students have gambled each previous year. So there is no protections, in my opinion, to keep an underage person from using online gambling. If I have access to someone who is of the age and has access to those sites, I can easily bet through that person at any point in time. I have a brother in college. That's what they do. They find one person who's over 21, he makes the site, or he gets on it, he gets 15 underage people to go bet through him. And there's no stopping that. Go ahead. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Bobby Jones. I'm the general manager of Ocean Downs Casino and Racetrack, small casino on the eastern shore of Maryland. I'm proud to work and live locally with my Maryland team members at the casino of 350 that we employ. I'm here today to oppose the iGaming in the state of Maryland because it has a significant negative impact on brick and mortar casinos. After iGaming came to the state of Pennsylvania, our casino, Presque Isle, suffered a 15% decrease in revenue, and we had to release 45% of our teammates. iGaming passes in Maryland. If it passes, it will impact our team members by loss of good-paying jobs, positive year-round wages, health care, and retirement benefits. iGaming will also negatively impact the state and local community with the loss of tax revenue from the reduction of our gaming revenue. Payroll, reduced tax revenue, and reduced contributions to our county. Lastly, iGaming will limit our ability to invest in our long-term plans and further grow tourism and tax revenue for our local community. I do love and care about our casino team members, and I do believe that iGaming will be detrimental to our community. Thank you, and let me know if there's any questions.
Good afternoon. My name is Josh Baker. I'm a union representative, and I'm proud to represent UFCW Local 27, which serves over 18,000 members across Maryland. On behalf of our union, I submit this testimony in strong opposition to Senate Bill 340, which seeks to authorize the implementation of iGaming in Maryland. It raises significant concerns about the long-term economic and social impacts on workers, communities, and the stability of existing gaming establishments in the state. While the bill may promise technological innovation and potential revenue growth, these supposed benefits come at a significant cost to workers and the communities they support. The introduction of iGaming threatens to displace thousands of workers employed at Maryland's brick-and-mortar gaming facilities, including casinos and video lottery terminals. These facilities provide stable, good-paying jobs with benefits to our members and many others across the state. Senate Bill 340 risks undermining these jobs by diverting revenue away from physical establishments to online platforms. While the bill includes a provision for the $10 million Video Lottery Facility Employee Displacement Fund, this fund is severely inadequate to address the full scope of worker displacement. A one-time allocation cannot replace the lifetime of stability, job security, benefits, and dignity of long-term employment. Maryland's gaming facilities are critical to the economy, supporting local businesses, infrastructure projects, and community programs through tax revenues and charitable contributions. The shift to online platforms will inevitably reduce foot traffic to these establishments, leading to declines in revenue and consequently reduced contributions to the local economy. This will have a ripple effect, impacting not only the gaming employees, but also small businesses, contractors, and community stakeholders who rely on the economic activity generated by physical gaming facilities. UFCW Local 27 urges the Budget and Taxation Committee to prioritize the well-being of Maryland's workers, communities, and families by rejecting Senate Bill 340. The potential revenue gains from iGaming do not outweigh the significant economic and social costs this bill would impose. Thank you for the opportunity to submit this testimony on this critical issue. We're committed to working with the General Assembly to develop policies and ensure a fair and equitable future for Maryland's gaming industry and its workers. We urge an unfavorable vote on Senate Bill 340.
Thank you. Questions for this panel? Thank you very much. I think I called Robert White also. Is there Robert White here? Wasn't on, sorry. And after this witness, we have some people signed up that appear to be signed up as a panel. Michelle McGregor, Lori Calaney, Dave Rebuck, and Rick Limardo. Hi.
Hello. Mr. Chair and Committee, thank you for having me today. My name is Elise Cohen, and I'm the owner of Longshots OTB and Sportsbook. I also have the proud distinction of being the only 100% woman-owned sportsbook in America. That said, I'm in favor of Senate Bill 340. As we look forward to the future of gaming, it is important to remember that the economic diversity is paramount to the success of any industry. As Maryland decides how to best legislate iGaming, I would urge the committee to set an example of how to promote small businesses, not only the behemoths that are casinos. There are 4 OTBs and 2 bingo halls named in the original sports betting bill. These smaller retail outfits are integral parts of Maryland's gaming network and thus deserve an iGaming license. More importantly, I'm deeply concerned that these sportsbooks will fail if not given the chance to offer iGaming and in turn compete on an equal playing field. It is no surprise that the major sportsbooks have dwarfed the rest. As it currently stands, mobile in Maryland makes up 97.2% of the sports betting handle. Retail for small sportsbook owners like me is in peril. In fact, we've already seen multiple locations fail or forfeit their licenses. The price, lost jobs, and lost development opportunities. Sports betting is a low-margin business, at an average of only 8% of the total wagers available for expenses. It is also volatile. Factors such as seasonality create for variable handles throughout the year, making staffing and economic models difficult to manage. In contrast, iGaming has a significantly higher hold, approximately 7 times that of sports betting. With a broader audience and more consistency, iGaming is far more lucrative. Clearly, the evidence underscores that mobile sportsbooks would be at a massive disadvantage without iGaming. Furthermore, I disagree that iGaming will ruin brick and mortar. Rather, retail and online must be viewed as two equally important aspects of the same business. Both build upon the other as players look for dynamic ways to engage in gaming. Sports betting and iGaming are complements. So Maryland has always been a leader in social and economic diversity, and I urge you to consider having B license holders also receive iGaming licenses. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. Senator Benson.
You know, I'm sitting here. I've been here in Annapolis for about 30 years. And you know, Mr. Chairman, the great state of Maryland has been doing very well. As a matter of fact, we're number 2 in the nation when it comes to the wealth of our people. And it just seems to be very interesting that the gambling and all of these other things are now finding their way to Maryland, which if you look at the data, and I do a lot of looking because I'm an educator and I do a lot of reading, where the data is showing 2 things. I looked at some information a couple of weeks ago about the devastating impact that this bill, this program right here, would have on domestic violence of women. And it's devastating, I'm telling you all. The second piece that troubles me, and maybe you can comment and help me feel a little better, it's what it does for our children, for our young people. It's not a good model for our children because in the middle of the night, they can get up and participate. But the piece that bothers me most is the devastating impact that it has on domestic violence as it pertains to women. And not only that, but if you look at the percentage of women who have businesses where this is involved, even around the country, the percentage is very small. Would you comment on that for me, please?
Well, thank you for drawing my attention to those things. I'm not aware of the domestic violence impacts or to those of children, but what I would argue is I live in Frederick County, and we have an affordable housing crisis in Frederick County. And a big reason we have an affordable housing crisis in Frederick County is because we don't have enough dollars to build public schools. And so a lot of people are being displaced from places where they work, where they want to be, and having to move farther afield, or being pushed to West Virginia or more affordable housing places. And what I would say is that by building revenues, and gaming is one of them, we can make the state a better place to live for a number of people. And so, of course, there's downsides to everything, and that is a horrible, horrible, result. What you just, what you just said. But I think there's a ton of upside too, and I think being able to build better schools and make our homes more affordable is a big upside here. So, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That panel that I just referenced?
I think you said Rick Lamardo. He's a virtual witness. I just want to make you aware of that. So.
Yeah, I see him. I see him. We've got him.
Perfect.
Thank you. Give me again.
You want to put it up on the table, though.
Okay, can you hear me? No. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
All right, hi, everyone. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Michelle McGregor. I'm here today testifying on behalf of the Sports Betting Alliance, a trade association for online gaming operators that include BetMGM, DraftKings, Fanatics, and FanDuel. I'm here today to talk about Maryland iGaming, internet gaming, from 2 perspectives, both of which have been touched on a little bit already, but I want to put a finer point on it. There's one iGaming that currently exists here today in Maryland, unregulated, unlicensed, and generating no taxable revenue or job creation benefits for the state. And then there's iGaming that's contemplated in SB 340, which would provide regulatory oversight and licensing for suitable entities, protect consumers from the ills of the illegal market, provide complementary revenue to existing brick-and-mortar casinos, empower minority businesses to grow in an innovative tech vertical, and generate upwards of $500 million annually in new tax revenue for the state. As you can see by this poster here, I think we can't stress enough that for thousands of Maryland residents, it would come as a really big surprise to learn that the games of blackjack, roulette, poker, and slots that were advertised on their radio or podcast channels or highlighted in their social media feeds or on the side of their favorite Formula One car are not authorized by the state. Recent studies have estimated that Marylanders are currently spending roughly $7 billion annually in the illegal market on all these sites that you see on this poster board. This estimate is growing daily and has little or no consumer protections. This immediate reality was reported in November in the Washington Post, and that report is in my written submission. But look, on face value, this number is astonishing, $7 billion. It's almost unbelievable. But it only takes a quick search on Google or in your phone's app to produce a host of very professional-looking platforms available for individuals of all ages to deposit money and play casino games. So I want to just keep my comments short. I think the important thing to keep in mind is these operators that are exist in the hundreds have no oversight, no age verification, no mechanism to protect consumers or moderate play. I think this panel here will tell you that there's proof in concept to legalize markets and to protecting consumers to allow this market to grow responsibly and generate revenue. Thank you.
Dave?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for having me here today. Name's Dave Rebuck. Before my retirement last year, I served 13 years as an Assistant Attorney General, Director of the New Jersey Division of Gaming Enforcement. 2013, 2 years after my appointment, the state authorized the nation's first competitive iGaming market. As if with any new form of advancement and progress, some in New Jersey were wary of how this would impact the gaming status quo. I imagine, and I heard today, that some in Maryland share similar fears. I can tell you that in my 13 years as the director, iGaming has demonstrated itself to be complementary to all existing forms of gaming, and it is critical to sustaining the growth of our 9 land-based casinos, which have not experienced cannibalization. And significant tax revenue has been generated in New Jersey. Among the multitude of benefits that iGaming brings to the state is the ability to combat illegal gambling. The illegal gambling market, unlicensed, unregulated, pays no taxes. Over the lifespan of my career as a regulator, the rise in the illegal gaming market is staggering. Today, every state in the nation faces this problem. However, there's proof in concept to taking a multi-pronged approach to cracking down on the illegal market, and legalization being a critical component in any approach, and providing the state and law enforcement and regulatory resources and employees with the tools to take appropriate action. Having worked closely with many of the legal operators interested in offering iGaming in Maryland, I can attest to the work that goes into ensuring that safe measures are in place to ensure legal markets can grow responsibly. Many of these operators are already regulated, as you've heard, and trusted in Maryland to responsibly offer mobile sports wagering. In addition, I've worked very closely with members of the Maryland Lottery and Gaming Control Agency prior to your commencement of online sports wagering in this state. I believe that agency is well positioned to effectively and efficiently regulate this new form of online gambling. I'm pleased that Maryland may soon see similar benefits, and I'm happy to take any questions now or in the future to assist you in your endeavor to offer this in a very responsible and successful way. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Lori Kalani.
and I'm the Chief Responsible Gaming Officer at DraftKings. As an attorney with a background in consumer protection law, I understand and appreciate the critical importance of ensuring public safety and empowering consumers with what they need to make informed decisions about how they spend their money. Today, billions of dollars are wagered on unlicensed, unregulated sites here in Maryland. I think you heard that from one of the other witnesses, and you can see that up on the board. These sites are accessible to minors, and they lack any semblance of responsible gaming protections. By legalizing iGaming and putting some guardrails around it, Maryland can provide a safer, regulated alternative, ensuring that consumers are protected while the state collects tax revenue from legitimate operators. At DraftKings, we're committed to creating a fun and enjoyable gaming experience for adults only. Our robust gaming program is central to that commitment. With 60 full-time employees who work on RG, we do things such as verifying the identity, age, and location of every single person who comes on our platform. And Senator Salling, to your point, and to the answers you heard up here, we go one step further. Every time there's play on someone's phone, on someone's account on a different device, our systems are able to look at if anything seems as if it's not really the actual account holder. So we don't stop at the point of opening an account. We also have a comprehensive suite of tools. We have clear, accessible processes for players to seek to self-exclude and also to access professional support services should they need them. Unfortunately, those resources are not available on any of the sites that you see up here on the board. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure if you were in the audience when I asked the question earlier regarding consumer protection and the AG's office. My question goes to the gentleman. When you talked about in New Jersey, when did the AG's office get involved in iGaming?
Well, I'll give you an easy answer. My boss is the Attorney General, or was the Attorney General. The Division of Gaming Enforcement is a law enforcement agency. I had assigned to me over 350 people, state regulators, civil attorneys, state police, state prosecutors. So it is a role that is heavily involved in law enforcement and the enforcement to protect not only the laws of our state, but our Consumer Affairs Agency falls under the Attorney General and is a sister agency who we work with very closely to protect the vulnerable, consumer protection laws, truth in advertising laws, and certainly to engage in every possible step to ensure that the underage are not involved.
Got you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Don't move the mic yet. So, but I guess my question is more to, during the development of iGaming,
okay,
when did the AG get involved in Jersey? Was it after, did it go through a referendum process?
No.
There?
Oh, I can understand what you're asking now. How did we come in 2013 to adopt online casino gambling? Unlike sports wagering, which required a referendum, and 5-6 years of litigation that I was involved in before we beat PASPA with the feds, our interpretation in our office as the Attorney General, our citizens had already approved casino gambling in Atlantic City through the casinos.
Okay.
The only operation that the online casinos have the ability to offer is through a casino. So we did not need a referendum to allow for our casinos to offer online casinos. Is that what you were really looking for?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Very much.
If you have any other questions on that,
Absolutely.
we had all sorts of legal opinions in New Jersey. I'm sure we could share them with the Attorney General of Maryland.
Yeah, I'm a little familiar with that. Thank you.
To Ms. Kalani, so it sounds like you're doing a lot to monitor what's going on. And do you ever, and I think you started to talk about it a little bit, I wasn't quite sure. Do you actually refer people to professional help if you believe that they need it? What's the process there? When do you make that kind of call?
Sure. So certainly when somebody self-excludes, which is, telling us that they want their account closed permanently, at which time we close that, we don't speak to them anymore, and we do not market to them directly. We provide them with the services in their state and available nationally. DraftKings was also the first provider to partner with a company called KindBridge, and we pay for the first session for somebody to connect with KindBridge. It's telehealth, who can help them sort out what kind of treatment or counseling or other help they may need. When we suspend or close an account on our own for various reasons, we provide that support as well. We have responsible gaming messages on every advertisement that we have out in the public, and those include the 1-800-GAMBLER number or local numbers or websites like we do for Maryland. We have information that we send to all of our players regularly. We have influencers who try to promote the use of tools and make sure people are aware. We have an RG button on every single page of our platform that's accessible at any time. And when you go to our RG Center, all of those resources are also available in 2 clicks.
So, what's the percentage of your clients that you end up having to make some kind of action on referral or block, or if you could tell me the difference, that would be good too, if you know it.
Exact percentage, but let me just explain a little bit. So we think that this is not waiting until somebody may appear to be playing irresponsibly or tell us that they've lost money that they couldn't afford to lose. I grew up in Las Vegas, so gaming's been in my life forever. And I know that for my friends who didn't grow up around gaming, they just don't have the same thought process that I do, right? I understand things that they wouldn't. And so I believe, as the Chief Responsible Gaming Officer, that we have an opportunity to educate people and meet the players where they are. So for instance, if we have a player who's on late in the middle of the night, we may send them a message through the platform right onto their screen that lets them know that they've been on for a long time and prompts them to try to set alerts to let them know how much time they've played, or to cool off, or to visit our RG Center and set certain limits. 21 to 25-year-olds receive more CRM messaging than perhaps somebody who's 46 years old. So we are making all kinds of efforts to meet customers where they are, players rather, where they are along their journey. I don't know the percentage of people that we have on our self-exclusion list. Obviously, that would come from the state list as well as people who self-exclude on our platform. But I'm happy to try to get you those numbers. And I think it would be very difficult to get you the numbers of all of the times that we're reaching out and, like I said, meeting customers or meeting players where they are. But I'm happy to connect with you offline and try to understand exactly what would be helpful. And I'm happy to get that for you.
No, I was just going to advise the committee that New Jersey in 2023 established a program that was carried out by all the operators for online gambling and sports wagering to utilize technology so that every person who's gaming, every account holder, is monitored for 10 markers of harm. And then if there's suspicious activity or something triggers with the algorithm, there's an alert that goes to the responsible gaming team in the compliance department for follow-up and dealing with that suspicious, unusual activity. Not that the person is engaged in fraudulent activity, but it triggers a concern that there may be something here that the individual is engaged in actions that may be harmful to him or herself or others. So the power of technology to be used in that area where no one is anonymous when you're playing gambling online. You are not anonymous. We know more about you as a client or a patron than maybe you know about yourself. And we also track your devices. So we know what devices you own and what device you play online. So some of the questions I heard earlier, I would advise the committee and the sponsors, these tools are in place today. They are only improving, and there's a commitment that it has to be done better for the reasons that were mentioned by others, that some people truly are not able to handle gambling and certainly online gambling. So I just wanted to give you assurances that this is happening today, and you have the luxury of 13 years of experience from New Jersey that you don't have to start from year one. You get the benefit of starting from year 13. And it should give you assurances that you're in a lot better shape than we were in 2013.
And Mr. Chairman, I just want to add one thing. We also use the large language model to monitor all of our player communications that come in through our CX, which is our customer service organization, to look for words that may, and that's going to get smarter over time, but we're looking at every communication to monitor and try to weed out and find what we would call a crisis event, and then be able to reach out to those players as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a follow-up about the AG again. So the dollars that supported the efforts by the AG in Jersey, did you guys create a special fund? I mean, was that unit supported by a special fund, the work that you provided, or did it come out of the general fund? Just trying to get a sense of how your unit was put together.
Yes. Gambling in New Jersey is a privilege. Every single cost associated with its regulation, oversight, is paid for by the industry. So the work that would have been done is billed to the industry. So the costs associated with the 360 people I mentioned, that's all paid for by the industry. And it has been since 1976. So that's not a change in practice or policy. It's just tax dollars associated with the cost of regulation in our state.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. I think we have somebody on line.
Yes. Can I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Gazzoni and members of the committee. My name is Rick Lamardo, Senior Vice President of Government Affairs for MGM Resorts and MGM National Harbor. Maryland has an incredible opportunity in front of it to modernize its gaming ecosystem and legalize iGaming while addressing its $3 billion deficit. Both of these things can be accomplished without raising the table games tax on brick and mortar casinos as proposed in the governor's budget, which would have more of a negative impact on jobs than legalizing iGaming. And it's in this context that we vocalize our strong support to legalize iGaming. We recognize that there are some who may be concerned about the effect of iGaming legalization on land-based casinos, but the fact of the matter is iGaming is already here in the form of illegal online sweepstakes casinos, which some folks on the panel have already mentioned. But based on our experience, there are synergies between our retail casino and iGaming that have allowed us to enhance the customer experience and build business with both in states like Michigan and New Jersey, where we operate both brick and mortar and online casinos. iGaming gives us ways to engage with new customers and introduce them to land-based gaming. Additionally, as a highly regulated gaming company, we must prove that we are suitable for the privilege of holding a license to operate the same casino games that would be offered on iGaming platforms. Whether it be responsible gaming protocols that Lori mentioned, verification processes, using our social security date of birth to verify the customer is who they say they are, To put it simply, we are in a race to the top. Lastly, while we are supportive of iGaming legalization, we support a framework that tethers iGaming licenses to casino operators who have heavily invested in the state. And we believe that a reasonable tax rate is critical to stamping out the aforementioned unregulated operators and to recognize the significant tax revenues that casino gaming operators produce for the state. In closing, we have over $1 billion invested in Maryland and would not jeopardize that investment if we thought iGaming would compete with or negatively impact our business or employees. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Move to some of the unfavorables. Mary Drexler, Kenneth Crawford, Karen Miller, Wayne Frazier, Kenneth Wolfson.
Good afternoon, Chair Cazzoni and members of the committee. I am Mary Drexler. I am the director of the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling, here today to testify in opposition to Senate Bill 340. In every Maryland prevalence study from 2010 to 22, the most frequently reported gambling types were lottery games and casino betting. That includes in 2020 when casinos were not even open for the full year. With casino games already so popular in the state, allowing them to be played on our cell phones and at home is a dangerous public policy. Additionally, iGaming is highly addictive. Morgan State had put out a report saying that research has found that iGaming is one of the most addictive activities available, and nearly 75% of people with iGaming experience reported rates of problem or pathological gambling compared to 22% without iGaming experience. Pennsylvania has legalized iGaming, and Pennsylvania State University released an online gambling report in 2023. Researchers found that the prevalence rate for online gambling among Pennsylvania adults has increased. It also showed that helpline calls that specifically mentioned online gambling as the most problematic gambling format has also increased, and that online gamblers were more likely to present with at least one potential problem gambling indicator than in-person gamblers. Our experience at the center is that when the state makes gambling more accessible through the internet, it increases harm. The center understands that there is a desire to eliminate illegal gambling opportunities. However, as noted with mobile and online sports betting legalization, doesn't just shut off the black market for gambling. It also entices non-gamblers to engage in gambling activity due to its accessibility and availability. The center is here to help everyone who needs it, but we are not here to support further harm. We know Marylanders love to play casino games. We know that iGaming is exceptionally addictive, and for these reasons, I urge an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 340. Thank you.
Oh, hi. Hi, members of this committee. My name is Kenneth Crawford, and I work for the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling. I started gambling back in the big poker boom, early 2000, and one of the things that I won big right from the get-go, and that's probably the worst thing that can happen to a potential problem gambler. I continued to chase that dream, the dream of the gambler, and so I played 10, 12 hours a day, every day, for the next probably 6 years. And it affected my work, family, relationships, everything, my whole life. Finally, Black Friday back in 2011, they froze our accounts. I no longer had access until Maryland Live opened up in Maryland, and I started playing online, or live, and that's when I found the other games much more exciting than the daily grind of poker. I grew up in a poker atmosphere at growing up. I saw my mother lose everything that she's owned. Recently, a couple years ago, she lost her husband, my stepfather. She was gambling nonstop. She took a big spiral, lost a couple $100,000, ended up losing her house. She moved to Delaware with me, and you know, I thought it was great since she'd be away from the Maryland casinos. But to find out, Delaware has online gaming legally. And so she quickly found that, and she continues to play to this day. But she has agreed, sort of a harm reduction, that my family, we would control her money and have her bills paid. Whatever's left afterwards, she would gamble with. So I highly oppose this bill and urge this committee for an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Of Karen Miller.
Good day, Chair Gazone and committee. My name is Karen Miller. I'm here to testify on Bill 340 regarding internet gaming, and I oppose this bill. I am the Western Maryland Certified Peer Recovery Support Specialist. My region includes Allegheny, Garrett, Washington, Montgomery, and Frederick counties. As a peer, I assist people who call in for support for problem gambling through the 1-800-GAMBLER helpline. I myself am in recovery for almost 5 years from a severe gambling addiction. One day at a time, I'm in recovery. I gambled for 30 years, a decade of which was out of control. I lost self-respect, relationships, almost lost my home. I lost time with my family. I put my family in financial ruin. My husband and my children were my victims. They weren't going to stop me. I was never able to follow my intended limits. I really tried, but the addiction had taken control of constant urges to gamble. I'm powerless over my disease. The center's peers take calls through the 1-800-GAMBLER helpline. More and more young men are seeking services, treatment, and peer support for addiction to online sports betting. I hear in their voices how I used to feel, pretty much hopeless and helpless. I can see if iGaming were to be legalized in Maryland, that we would find a whole lot more people helpless and hopeless. So Marylanders can gamble right from their device on a single game and lose their whole paycheck. We hear this day in and day out from people who call us. Our brains tell us to stop, but we just can't. We continue to create harms within ourselves and our families. I do, thank you. I do urge an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 340. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Wayne Frazier, and I'm president of the Maryland-Washington Minority Companies Association. We're headquartered in Baltimore, and we are an advocacy agency that promotes women and minority business utilization. And my comments this morning, or this afternoon now, deal exclusively with the economics of how this new industry will affect the minority business community. Contrary to what you've heard, in order to get a license as a minority person or minority business, legally in Maryland, the size standards of an individual or an entity applying would not fall under Maryland's present minority business status. The $1 million fee is a fee that one would have to come up with from their own resources. I know very few, if any, certified minority businesses in Maryland that could come up with $1 million as a fee to pay. Secondly, in essence, these parlors will be operated in some warehouse or office space that won't provide opportunities for any other minority business participation, such as food and beverage, such as entertainment, such as maintenance. All of those things help develop or help bring forth the bricks and mortars. It won't be there. I understand the desire to seek higher tax rates, but the industry in Maryland is still young. It hasn't even matured yet. And I'm convinced that it will be cannibalized, that folks will lose their jobs, that those minority businesses who were doing business with the casinos will be waived. I respectfully request that you vote against this legislation. It's bad.
Good afternoon, Chair, pardon me, and committee members. My name is Ken Wolfson, and I'm a certified peer sports specialist with the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling. I'm here in opposition of SB 340. I was hired in 2017 as the Maryland's very first problem gambling peer, and I'm also a person in long-term recovery from alcohol and gambling addiction, and by the grace of God, happy to report, have over 31 years of recovery today. I use my lived experience to assist Marylanders caught in an endless cycle of gambling-related issues and consequences. Like so many others, gambling gave me my wings and then took away my sky. So who better to speak on the subject than somebody that's been there themselves? I am therefore uniquely qualified to speak on an experiential level about this subject. The prospect of passing iGaming in Maryland, as my coworkers and I deal with the endless issues created by casino gambling and recently passed electronic sports betting, strikes me as a galactically poor idea, egregious at best. Since when did it ever seem like a great idea to put one of the purest forms of addiction into the hands of every Marylander with an electronic device, with 24-hour access? Using iGaming to reconcile Maryland's financial woes at the expense of Marylanders does not sound like a logical or responsible approach to balancing our budget, and I would hope we can do better. All too often, we see families torn apart, financial ruin, bankruptcy, criminal activity, physical and spousal abuse, and worse, all due to problem gambling, and it should not be so difficult to see the tsunami of issues iGaming would likely create. With the highest incidence of suicide of any addiction, and being on the front lines, I have seen firsthand the negative effects where ease of access to gambling can take our vulnerable Maryland population, and therefore I also urge an unfavorable report on SB 340. Thank you.
For the folks who are with the problem gambling centers, do you you keep statistics on the type of gambling that's being done, that the individuals that you're helping? So you know that some of them are sports betting, you know that some of them are from the casinos, you have all of that.
Yeah, especially with our certified peer support specialists, we actually keep data in a database on exactly what type of gambling they're asking help from the peers for. And our helpline also does statistics on who's calling in, what is the gambling, what is the choice of the person who's calling who has a problem with gambling. So yes, we do have some of that information.
So do you have, I suppose casinos would have them, I guess, and the sports book people.
Part of our,
but what I'm trying to get at is, does anybody have any accurate understanding of exactly how many people as a percentage, who are players that are reaching out to you?
Yeah, one of our issues is we can get some data from our helpline, which tells us that we're seeing calls from a younger adult population, those under 21, so they are sports betting, and from parents now, which we didn't see as much, but more so in the past year, worried about their under 21 young adults who are losing financial aid and other kinds of money. Part of our issue, though, is not everybody goes through the helpline. So a lot with, especially even now with mobile and online sports betting, there's no sharing of data except for the voluntary exclusion program where they can opt in to be connected directly to us. We're hoping that that will change to opt out so that they can, we can reach out to them, because if they're going through voluntary exclusion, our guess is they know they're on the road to a problem. So yeah,
What's the magnitude? I think you probably told us this at some point along the way, maybe last time we spoke. I don't know.
I've spoken a lot about this.
How many people are you serving a year?
Totally right now, 5 certified peer recovery specialists, because most people want to talk to someone with lived experience. These 5 individuals are dealing with about 580 individuals. Up to date, we're close to 2,000 people we have helped. So there's 580 active, but a whole bunch that went inactive, but they come back on, and then we get new people. So in this past quarter, we had 74 new individuals who reached out to get that peer support. Some people from the helpline are directly sent to the counselor who has been trained in problem gambling. The problem is then there's confidentiality, and I can't get that information to know how long they stayed in the gambling. But we do keep our data with the ones that the peers work with. But it's growing, and it's growing to a younger adult population, more specifically males.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for the folks from the center. How are you staffing? And I don't know if we talked about this before. How are you staffing the center?
Well, we have our 5, hoping to get a 6th certified peer recovery specialist, because a main part of what they do is to be out there in the community. They do a lot of presentations, connections with behavioral health providers, but presentations at support groups, because if you're in substance abuse or mental health, oftentimes the questions aren't asked about gambling, and is that a problem as well. I have one clinical manager who works with, currently the main thing she does is work with the ASO, and there's a new ASO here in Maryland, Caroline, and helps providers through that process, because here in Maryland we have no-cost treatment. So we're trying to get people to enlist on the no-cost treatment. So right now we have 140 providers that are willing to do the no-cost treatment program. But there's a lot of other people who use their private insurance and go for help, and we don't have any access to any of that data. I do have someone who works with me on marketing and communications. Because what we see is when we're able to advertise, and we don't have the advertising money of the gaming industry, when we advertise, which is probably what we can afford about 5 months a year, the calls go skyrocketing. When we don't have that advertising and that availability to put that advertising on media, whether it be radio or our television or cable or whatever it is, we see the calls go down because we're not in front of their face 12 months out of the year based on that budget. I also have a business manager, let me put it that way. So, and that's...
And in addition to that, I mean, so where are you based, right?
We are based in Baltimore City. Right on Preston Street is our main office. We don't get a lot of walk-ins. We usually, because we're not doing direct treatment, we're working with the providers, educating them, and sending someone to the treatment provider who has knowledge of problem gambling.
So from a state, any fundings from... Where does your funding come from?
It comes from the Problem Gambling Fund, which is still only based on the table games and the VLTs. The problem has been we didn't get anything with sports betting, even though we're seeing more calls with sports betting. Hopefully that'll change. But we haven't really studied mobile online sports betting. It was in a bill last year, but it didn't go through, to really get a handle on what's happening with mobile sports. So it's almost, in my opinion, as the center director, too fast, too soon. Let's get a grip on what we're doing, because this online is much more accessible and available.
Thank you. And lastly, Mr. Sheriff, Vice Chair, just one follow-up. So one of the reasons I asked you where your footprint is, and obviously your numbers are going to go up. Folks seeking help, we hope, right? But what type of relationship do you have with our university system? We have a very robust university system.
Yes, well, we are a part of the Department of Psychiatry School of Medicine at the University of Maryland, Baltimore. But I'll give you an example. Part of what's in our budget for this year is to do letters of agreement with at least 16 colleges across the state. So far, we sent it out to 50. So far, we've been able to work with or are having letters of agreement with 14 of them, and they go from the community level to the four-year level. So we're doing our best. So we do, because we're part of the University of Maryland, we do have that system that helps us connect. And we have worked with College Park with their substance abuse and committee that they have to try and get problem gambling integrated in. And also with just providers who provide mental health and substance use services, our clinical manager works with how can they integrate questions about gambling or problem gambling into without having to do a whole new assessment, but really to just integrate it into existing assessments.
Well, look, in addition to, as you all are trying to get your heads wrapped around, this type of gambling, I think there's an additional concern as well. I mean, how are you going to be able to manage the influx? Hopefully folks will reach out, or I'm sure there are some out here who have issues but haven't reached out. And I just always try to look at the resources that we have right in front of us. You are a part of the university system, a very robust university system. I think you should be talking to the university. I certainly will be talking to the university, and hopefully others will as well. I mean, because you have to have some staffing level. I'm not talking about putting information out there that should not be attained. I'm talking about from the staffing to actually the introduction of that viable, that very meaningful work that you do, And so please keep us informed, as you're trying to get your arms wrapped around this. But I think there's some resources right in front of you, manpower-wise, that you could probably take advantage of. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Benson?
Thank you very much. I want to ask you a question. How old is sports betting? When did that come on the scene? Last year?
22, it went into the early 22, it went into the brick and mortar. At the end of 22, end of November of 22, it went online.
Okay, cannabis, when did that come online?
I think it...
When did that become legal?
I don't remember.
The cannabis?
It wasn't it 23? I think it was 23.
So you got 22, 23, and now we want to do this on 24, 25 or whatever. That's interesting. So in other words, we haven't given any of these programs time to work. I mean, we haven't seen whether or not that they're really advantageous for the state of Maryland.
Yeah, most other states have done their reports 3 or 4 years into it before they've, at least, and I sit on the National Council on Problem Gambling's board, and most states have given it more time to get better data. And like I said, last year, that was part of what we were hoping for, was that there'd be money put toward a study on sports betting or sports gambling. So we had better data, because you can't rely just on the data from the Problem Gambling Helpline, because not everyone will call it. So. And we did do a 2024 prevalence study for here in Maryland, but the results will not be out until June of this year. They are now aggregating the data from that study.
Okay. I want to put that out before everybody in here. You know, didn't I tell you all about the wealth of the state of Maryland? So now they bring in everything. Lord have mercy. The gentleman from the District of Columbia, my wonderful friend, you said in order to get a license to participate, you have to have $1 million?
That's what we said earlier.
Could you talk to us a little bit more, and how does that impact small businesses and women-owned businesses? Is it deliberate? Is this whole thing centered around making the state of Maryland better, or does it have to do with greed? Tell me what your thoughts are on this.
Well, I don't know about making Maryland better, but in reference to the license fee, the panel that came on earlier indicated that a license fee is $1 million, $1 million, in order to enter into this new industry. And then they attempted to also tag minority business interests and ownership with that. And that's all well and good. I'm not against that. But the true definition of a Maryland MBE, size standards wise, revenues in a specialty field like this probably could not exceed 50 to 60 million annually. However, the area that would doom almost all individuals, minority individuals, who would be seeking a license in their business name and to be certified as a minority business would be the net worth standard of the owner. In Maryland, currently, if your individual net worth is above 1.75 million, you have graduated, you have grown out of the MBE program. Now, one might say, well, why would that be in place? Well, I'm not here to argue that. It's just the rule. So to classify it to be beneficial for potential minority business ownership, that's false. It's a myth, because the true minority business person that you may know in your district would not be able to come up with $1 million fee without borrowing it. And you would be declined your MBE status in Maryland if you went out and borrowed money to set up your business. They don't allow, it's the truth, they do not allow individuals to go borrow money to fund their business. They just don't allow it. And so now we're talking about making exceptions in this industry. And I'm saying, well, who does it benefit? It doesn't benefit any of the MBE business owners in my association, because none of them have the ability to write $1 million check out of their personal account in order to fund it. And that is part of one's equity when you do that. So, as I said, I just wanted to address the economic side of it. Secondly, numerous women and minority businesses depend on doing business with the casinos in a subcontract capacity. They want to be vendors. This new establishment will not have the need to purchase all of the items that the casinos purchase now. I mean, payroll, because you'll have folks sitting behind a computer dealing with people out there that they don't know. But you won't have individuals who will be able to supply them maybe one thing, maintenance of the machines, if they allow if Maryland Lottery will allow those individuals to get licensed to do that. That's a separate license for that, other than ownership. So whatever the casinos are doing right now, it'll be wiped out because there won't be a need in this new industry to employ those same minority, women and minority business owners who are doing business with the casinos now. It's gone. It's gone. So that's the whole point. I mean, I'm not a crusader against gambling or for gambling. I'm for business. And the folks that I represent, they pour their life earnings, second mortgages, to fund their businesses. And some of them have spent money to get licensed to do business with the casinos. They won't have those opportunities in this new iGaming industry. They won't.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony, particularly those of you who shared your personal story. Addiction is a terrible problem in our society. There are many forms of addiction. Just to name a few: alcohol, drugs, both illegal and legal, social media, and sugar. Sugar is addictive. So help me better understand why gambling should be treated differently. I understand your arguments against it, but what I need help understanding is why it should be treated differently.
Well, I can just give my opinion on why it should be. Number one, it's not even really recognized as an addiction yet. That's a problem for us. A lot of people are not even seeing gambling as an addiction. It's you gamble, it's a bad decision, it's your choice, you're bad. And that you can stop it at any time. They don't look at it as they look at substance abuse, where it is a disease and it does impact the brain. Well, so does this behavioral addiction. Impacts the brain, the dopamine in the brain from when you're in the casino or when you're engaged in that gambling activity. So we're starting from a place, even though in 2013 the DSM-5 said this is an addiction that can go under substance use related issues as a behavioral addiction, people are not seeing it as that at that point. So we have a lot of work to still do in educating the public on this as an addiction. I don't think we're asking for it to be treated differently as you were doing it. It's to be recognized and treated is what I'm looking for. And we have the gaming industry, like it used to be with smoking and when cigarettes were huge and all that money that they have to get people to engage in that activity. Well, we're seeing that with the gaming industry. No matter, turn on any TV, especially during sports seasons like now with the Super Bowl and March Madness coming our way, we can't get the word out on those preventative things you can do, because we're not for or against legalized gambling. We want it done in a way that's not harmful to Maryland residents.
That helps. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay. I do too, I think. All right, I have some favorable and some favorable amendments and some more opposed, so we're just going to go straight now on what I've got, and I think it'll be fairly fair. Krish Putta, Brad Rogers, Jerry Evans, Therese Hessler, Sushant Sid, Marta Harding. Okay, anybody wants to go?
All right, I can get started.
Great.
Hello, my name is Brad Rogers, and I'm the Executive Director of the South Baltimore Gateway Community Impact District Management Authority, known locally as the South Baltimore Gateway Partnership. And I'm submitting this testimony in support of this legislation so long as it includes two important amendments. When video lottery terminal gambling was legalized in Maryland, the law ensured that some of the revenues generated would be provided as local impact grants to improve communities near the casinos. And this has provided tens of millions of dollars annually to Baltimore City, Anne Arundel County, and Prince George's County. Subsequent legislation specified that half of Baltimore City's share of local impact grants will go directly to our organization. We're an economic development authority. And we support the effort to fund the blueprint and recognize the need for Maryland to find additional revenues. However, as has been discussed many times here, if internet gambling is legalized, this has the potential to cannibalize business from brick and mortar casinos and therefore to decrease local impact grants. Therefore, we suggest that this legislation should specify two things. First, a simple circuit breaker provision. If local impact grants are not impacted, there's no problem. But if they are, the legislation should snap into effect to protect them. The bill should state that the local impact grants distributed under the current law may not be less than the amount received in the fiscal year before the legislation took over. Revenues generated under the legislation would then be used to cover the difference. That way, there's just no concern. Second, I'd like to propose a very simple clarification of terminology. My organization has a very long and boring name, but we are in fact specified to receive local impact grants under the current legislation, and we'd like the phrase jurisdiction to specifically include the South Baltimore Gateway Community Impact District Management Authority for clarity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. And thank you, Senator Watson, for your leadership bringing this issue forward. My name is Jerry Evans, and I represent Bingo World in Anne Arundel County and the Rod and Reel Resort in Chesapeake Beach. Commercial bingo has been operating in Maryland for almost 75 years. When casinos were legalized, which we didn't oppose, by the way, commercial bingo took a nosedive in the neighborhood of about 80% in reduction. But with the help of you and the General Assembly, we survived. We still employ hundreds of full-time workers with good jobs and benefits while providing our customers with the game of bingo. Without the amendments we're suggesting to this bill, this legislation will put us out of business. If iGaming is allowed to offer bingo games on their platform and we are excluded, it will be the end of commercial bingo in Maryland. Bingo is a nostalgic game. It's a social experience where generations of players sit together with friends and neighbors at a table for hours, chit-chatting while checking their cards with multicolored markers. Please give the bingo industry a chance to modernize, compete, and keep our customers. Thank you for your continued support for this small but very scrappy industry.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Teresa Hessler, and I'm here today representing High Roller Technologies. I will be brief as others have spoken to the importance of this legislation. We are in support of Senate Bill 340 with inclusion of an amendment, which I have included in my written testimony, to help expand opportunities for equity and licensure. We strongly encourage the adoption of this amendment as it would enable greater participation from minority business enterprise stakeholders. Minority-owned businesses are already heavily underrepresented in the gaming ecosystem, and this amendment would create additional pathways for their participation and success in Maryland's iGaming space. Maryland has long emphasized equity and economic development, particularly through initiatives like minority business enterprise programs. Ensuring that iGaming legislation aligns with these values reinforces the state's commitment to fostering equitable industries. Thank you for your time and consideration. I urge the committee to support the passage of this legislation and the accompanying amendment to strengthen consumer protections, encourage innovation, and to promote equity in the iGaming industry. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Sushant Sid, here on behalf of Delta Bingo in Anne Arundel County and Abner's Bingo in Calvert County. We're here in support of the bill with amendments. As you've heard from other proponents of the bill, that they want to award licenses for iGaming to only casino companies that currently exist in the state. We don't believe that should be the case. iGaming is a new form of gaming, and existing casino companies have already profited greatly from their bricks and mortar facilities. This new form of gaming should be a clean slate, allowing companies to compete for new licenses based upon experience and ultimately what constitutes the best deal or return for the state. Tethering licenses to only casino companies is a mistake. As it relates to bingo, we have two requests. Number one, our coalition would like more Class II bingo machines in the halls, and that's consistent with what this committee and the Senate passed a couple of years ago. Marylanders are going to be able to gamble from their living room, so putting more machines in a highly regulated environment like our bingo halls shouldn't be a problem. Number two, we would also, and to echo Mr. Evans' sentiments, we would like to compete for iGaming license, and frankly, we would like iBingo carved out for the existing bingo halls in the state. With that, I'll take any questions.
Questions for this panel? Yes, ma'am. Yes. Senator?
Thank you very much. Did you all hear the comment that was made by the gentleman from Washington, D.C., relative to the $1 million that a minority business would need in order to operate this program? That's number one. And number two, what I also found is what it's going to do for the casinos that are already operating. And number three, I just heard the gentleman speak that if something doesn't happen in the way of protecting the bingo that's in Chesapeake Beach, they're going to be out of business. Could you all comment on what can we do to ensure that minority and women businesses who do not have $1 million, did y'all hear what he said? Can you all comment on that?
I can just say that, through the process, we'd be happy to work with the committee to kind of brainstorm and come up with solutions. I'm saying that you're two senior citizens. No, I was just saying through the legislative process, we're happy to continue to work with the committee to see if we can come up with a better number and also ideas on minority participation.
Senator Benson.
I'm not supporting anything for minorities and women businesses who do not have a fair shot. I'll tell you that.
Senator Benson, I think that that testimony was just wrong. I think it's wrong. And I think any minority, wrong. Yes, ma'am. You're a teacher. It was wrong. Any minority business that is lucky enough to get one of these licenses could easily borrow $1 million from wherever. Assuming it's set up right and there's not too many licenses like we did with sports gaming. I mean, 63 licenses, you saw what happened with that, right? It was a disaster. So there's a way to do it. At Bingo World, we have substantial minority participation. A guy, by the way, who's already been paid out when the sports gaming enterprise that has not made any money. And again, it's, as you know, there's basically two companies making money on sports gaming in Maryland. It's not ours. So we're happy to work with you in the committee on what makes sense, but it's just wrong.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
William Hinsman. Kristen Rionis. Mark Kleinschmidt. Rob Gargiola. Whoever wants to start.
I'll jump in.
Great.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. I'm Kristen Peronis, and I'm here on behalf of Visit Annapolis and Anne Arundel County to oppose Senate Bill 340. As the region's destination marketing and management organization, it's our mission to promote our destination and to promote visitation to our destination, but also ensure that the visitor experience meets what we've promised in our marketing. And at the end of the day, it has to enhance the quality of life for our residents. Those things have to be mutually beneficial. We work to create a vibrant, sustainable tourism economy that benefits small businesses, local attractions, and the broader community. It is not a simulated experience. Tourism is not a simulated experience. The folks in the green shirts behind us do not have simulated jobs. I also had the chance to talk to them while we were waiting for you today. I've submitted written testimony outlining the negative economic impact and the devastating effect of our region's tourism. And I think you've heard a lot about that, and I don't want to repeat what I already put in my written testimony, and I think hearing a lot of numbers, there can be some confusion around that. So I'll be brief. Simply stated, fewer people in our casinos means those folks will not be staying in hotels, they won't be eating in our local restaurants, and they won't be patronizing our local shops. It's not just about the gaming revenue that we're talking here today. It's about that tourism ecosystem and what is built up around those casinos, those brick and mortar casinos. You don't build up a community around the internet. You don't build up a community around a cell phone. We keep saying that we want to make Maryland more competitive for business. This legislation takes us in the wrong direction. So I would respectfully ask that you vote unfavorably on this. Thank you, and I'm here for any questions.
I'll jump in. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Mark Kleinschmidt. I'm the president and CEO of the Anne Arundel County Chamber of Commerce. We have about 525 members, both large and small, and a lot of these are members that are in your various districts. The Chamber opposes this legislation primarily for two reasons: loss of jobs at the casino and loss of contractual opportunities to do work at the casino. Casinos need a lot of support to can create that visitor experience that Kristen talked about a little bit. They hire contractors to do HVAC work, electrical, professional service folks, and they get a lot of their supplies there. A lot of these businesses are small businesses, and when we talk about small businesses, just so you know, I would say 10% of all businesses make more than $5 million. And so a lot of them are very small. A lot of them make less than $1 million, so they struggle. So getting a contract with a consequential employer like someone like a casino is a big deal. So if they get a $100,000 or $150,000 contract, they need to maintain that. We've heard a lot about different studies of how it will iGaming will impact brick and mortar casinos. While we were waiting, I Googled it, and no shortage of data. It's all over the map. So data can say whatever, but some real life statistics just to share real quick. And just common sense will tell you, if you can game online, you're not going to come to the casino. So a majority of other states around the country do not allow iGaming. New Jersey did or does offer iGaming. They are not back to the 2019 level of casino revenue for the whole state because they have iGaming. And the last thing that's just remarkable, that within the bill, it creates a displaced workers fund up to $10 million for the first year. So right off the bat, it tells you that there's going to be an impact. So with those thoughts, the Chamber opposes the bill and recommends you vote unfavorable.
You want me to go next? Sure. Hi, good afternoon, Chairperson Gazzoni and members of the committee. My name is Will Hinman, and I'm the peer supervisor at the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling. I come before you today to oppose Senate Bill 340 as a person in long-term recovery from a gambling disorder and whose family was directly negatively impacted by iGaming. I also assist people whose lives have been directly negatively impacted by iGaming. So I know firsthand, based on my own lived experience and from hearing the personal experiences of others, I serve the potential risks should this bill be passed.
Towards the end of my gambling run in my second marriage, I was introduced to an offshore iGaming website that enabled me to play online blackjack, poker, and sports gamble, which I had no idea was going to lead to devastating consequences to my marriage and family. I love my wife and kids. I love them so much, but the mental obsession of having casino games at my disposal 24/7 was just too overpowering. I remember being completely consumed with online blackjack on our last family trip to Ocean City because I'd become convinced I'd found some foolproof way to be able to beat the computer, which of course was not the case, otherwise I wouldn't be sitting here in front of you today in recovery from a gambling disorder. Then after my first separation from my wife and family, I became obsessed with online poker after moving back in. Today I strongly advise any man who's trying to save his marriage not to play poker at the dinner table because that does not go over very well. But that's what I was doing, thinking this was sane behavior. The final straw to my marriage was when I turned our master bathroom into my smoking poker lounge. And at 4 o'clock in the morning, as someone mentioned earlier, the worst thing happened to me. I won my first big poker tournament. 4 o'clock in the morning, went running through the house, screaming and yelling. I woke up my wife, I woke up my 2 kids, and I said, baby, I found my calling. I want to be a professional poker player. I found myself out of my house the next morning is where I found myself, and it led to a second broken home to my kids, devastation. You know, I was never violent, but I can tell you I created a very chaotic atmosphere around my home. I strongly urge an unfavorable report and can tell you I've heard some stories that would pretty much blow you all's mind if you heard them. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Rob Garagiola with Compass on behalf of Live Casino. Here to speak unfavorably on Senate Bill 340. I'm not going to focus my talk on the fact that in states where iGaming is legal, there still is a strong unregulated iGaming market. I'm not going to focus my testimony on the fact that online gamblers are 8 times more likely to report compulsive gambling, or that in some of the states that have iGaming, they've seen 200, 300, 400% increases to the helplines in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and Michigan. And I'm not going to talk about how in one New Jersey study that surveyed, 75% of surveyed college students reported that their first exposure to gambling was between ages 6 and 16. What I'm going to focus on is actually the fiscal aspects, because I know that that's a big question before you today as you're wrestling with how we're going to balance our budget. And I take you to the fiscal note, and what the baseline, let's just start with, is saying there's about $300 million that'll go to the blueprint. That sounds like a big number. The fiscal note itself does note that there will be online cannibalization of our bricks and mortar casinos. That number's underestimating, though. There was a SAGE policy report that was done last year that looked at this and said that the number is probably more than double what the fiscal note cannibalization number of 10% is. And if you just extrapolate that number, that would mean an additional 100 to 150 million in less revenue, which is going to bring down that 300,000 that you're looking at for the blueprint that this fiscal note, that's what, you know, everyone's looking at. In addition, it doesn't calculate, the fiscal note doesn't calculate lost alcohol, lost income taxes from the lost jobs, lost property taxes, lost sales taxes. Studies have shown that that could be another 75 million loss. And finally, Mr. Chair, it doesn't calculate the social cost. There was a study in New Jersey that is extrapolated from Maryland that says it could be, for gambling addiction services, et cetera, a 235 million loss. So the bottom line is, this bill is a net negative from a financial aspect. It's not going to actually provide the money you think it's going to provide. And with that, would urge an unfavorable report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Questions for this panel? Thank you all very much. That happens when we hit the hour 6. Less questions sometimes. Thank you for hanging out and sticking through it all.
Thank you.
As well as the rest of the list that we have here. Brianne, Sora Shearwall?
Shawal, yes, sir.
Yeah, not too bad.
Not too bad.
Carol Hinson, Mark Stewart, Michael Hackney, Heidi Zimmerman. You can begin whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you all today. My name is Briandora Schwal, and I'm an international problem gambling policy expert. And I'd like to begin my remarks with a few headlines that I think are relevant to the discussion at hand. A psychiatrist tried to quit gambling. Betting apps kept her hooked. Pennsylvania. As legal gambling explosion puts a casino in your pocket, Connecticut grapples with how to protect bettors. An iGaming state. Online gambling boom fuels addiction. Increase, Michigan. Helpline calls have more than doubled since legalizing online gaming. West Virginia. All states that you've heard from today about the opportunities that are before you. But when I'm looking at the fact that there are more than 9 million Americans that are struggling with gambling addiction, I ask, at what cost? See, gambling addiction carries the highest rates of shame and stigma of all the addictions. In fact, someone might go upwards of 10 to 20 years before they make that first outcry for help. Research is very clear that an individual who's struggling with gambling disorder is 15 times more likely to die by suicide. And an individual who's struggling with a gambling disorder will negatively impact 6 other individuals in their life. A gentleman who came on the panel before me cited a report done from New Jersey. See, New Jersey is often heralded as one of the gold standards for iGaming. Sometimes it will be argued that it's the 3rd largest gambling market in the world. But what if I told you that 6% of its population has a gambling disorder? And that report brought to light 2 other important facts. One, that there is a significant diversion of funding that would have been spent on other sectors, other entertainment. And secondly, iGambling has a negative societal impact. In fact, for New Jersey, that looks like an upwards annual cost of $350 million. So I ask today, do you really solve your budget crisis, or are you thinking about talking about the lives of humans in Maryland to do it?
Mr. Chairman, my name is Michael Hashi, and I'm the National Research Director on the gaming industry for Unite Here. We're the largest casino workers union in the country. Here in Maryland, we represent workers at the Horseshoe, at the MGM National Harbor, and at the Ocean Downs Casino. And I live in Baltimore, but I spend a lot of time on the road working with our union's members in casinos in Las Vegas, Atlantic City, all over the country. And we are seeing the impact of job loss in the iGaming states right now. Our union's jurisdiction specifically are the jobs that are the hotel jobs and the food and beverage jobs in the casinos. And oftentimes these are the largest numbers of union jobs in the industry, and they are the jobs that are completely dependent on the in-person customers. There's no replacement for these jobs, like the live dealers could partially offset those job losses, right? Our members are the housekeepers, servers, bartenders, cooks, dishwashers. So in Atlantic City, we represent all 9 casinos, the hotel and food and beverage workers there. In 2013, when iGaming started, it started very slow. For the first 7 years, it was under $500 million of revenue, and it was a pretty small piece of the overall gaming revenues of the state. That changed in 2020 when it suddenly jumped up, doubled to almost $1 billion, and it's just kept increasing since to now $2.4 billion annually. So in 2019, iGaming in New Jersey was 15% of casino revenues overall. By 2023, that was up to 40%. And in that time period, the number of hotel and food and beverage jobs in the Atlantic City casinos fell by 13%, from 10,731 to 9,371, right? In Detroit, we've seen even more severe impact. In 2019, we had 2,796 members of our union. iGaming legalized in 2021. Now we have 1,768 members. That's a loss of over 1,000 union jobs in the city of Detroit. It's a 58% decline in our membership. And the scale has now tipped that those 3 Detroit casinos are making now just more in internet gaming than they are in in-person gaming. So think about how quick and dramatic that shift has been in that market, right? So the last thing I want to say is, Sure. Just to finish this thought, the last thing I'll say is we're opposed. We're also very opposed to the idea of additional licenses beyond the casinos because that breaks the link to the in-person jobs.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, thank you, Mark Stewart, for the Cordish Companies and Live Casino. We oppose Senate Bill 340, and we have opposed iGaming in every state we've been in. This game is the same, or this bill is the same that you saw last year, but much is new since then. There is a growing mountain of evidence against iGaming and its many harms. Government and university studies, skyrocketing helpline calls in iGaming states, underage gambling increases, and more, and it's all detailed in our testimony. Add to that that just last week there was a forum at Harvard on the public health risks of iGaming. It was referenced by a prior speaker. There, the Rutgers Center for Gambling Studies director said, teens and young adults are especially vulnerable. They are often targeted with ads to nudge them into using social sports wagering and then triaged to sports betting for money. Of course, the ultimate goal is to move them to the most lucrative iGaming. On top of these social ills, you've heard about the loss of jobs. 24% of casino jobs in Pennsylvania disappeared after iGaming. These losses will hit union workers and a diverse workforce, with many of the lost jobs accessible to people with a high school diploma or less. The claimed tax revenue is a mirage, as you've heard. The real question is, what is the net tax impact? And after accounting for cannibalization and lost jobs and social costs and lost economic output, which constitutes hundreds of millions of dollars, the reality is there is no material new tax revenue here for the state. And notably, the governor did not include iGaming in the BRFA. Two final points. First, just this month, Pennsylvania took action against 8 people who set up and accessed almost 100 iGaming accounts using other people's information. So you heard about robust protections with minors? Hardly. Secondly, the studies show that legalizing iGaming does nothing to stop the illegal market. In fact, it only grows. We wouldn't legalize fentanyl. Enforcement is the answer. We respectfully ask you to oppose the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Watson talked about live having iGaming. Is it iGaming in Pennsylvania? Can you address that? How is that happening?
Sure, Senator. Thank you very much. I think to quote Teddy Roosevelt, there's nothing as exhilarating as to be shot at without result. What I would say to you is that we have been consistent message in every state. We oppose iGaming. In Pennsylvania, the law passed before our casinos opened. We are a gambling company, so we got a license. And it goes to the point that Live and the Cordish companies could make a tremendous amount of money in Maryland from iGaming. We're a market leader. With our partner in online sports betting, we have over 50% of the market. We would be a leader in iGaming, but we are telling you not to do it because it's bad for Maryland and it's bad for our team members and the community. And just one more point on that, the comparison of our Pennsylvania operation is telling. We launched the Pennsylvania iGaming operation by investing $500,000 and employing one person who lived in New Jersey. We built 2 casinos, invested over $900 million in the state, and employed roughly 3,000 people in operations and thousands of people to build those properties. That's the difference between community-driven, in-person gaming and iGaming, which just basically exports money out of this state. If I can just say one other thing about Senator Watson's comments about Live. One, when we talked about cannibalization last year, we did not mislead this committee. We cited Deutsche Bank, who thinks there's cannibalization in the 25% range, and Innovation, the state's own report, which said at least 10%. And secondly, there was a comment that, well, there's iGaming in Pennsylvania, but Cordish is still investing $15 million in the Philadelphia property. I believe what Senator Watson was talking about was an expansion of what's referred to as Xfinity Live, a non-gaming facility by the sports stadiums, which we've partnered with Comcast. Has nothing to do with gaming. So it's a misnomer. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair.
Okay. Were there any other questions for this panel? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, Ms. Heinzen or Carol Heinzen or Heidi Zimmerman not here? Is that correct? Okay. Caitlin McDonough, Donna Edwards, Paul Ellington.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Caitlin McDonough on behalf of Penn Entertainment, the owner and operator of Hollywood Casino in Perryville, Maryland's first casino. And since 2014, we've been operating up there. We're one of the smaller casinos in the state, but we do operate under the highest VLT tax rate in the state. We employ a little over 315 employees in the state, and we are, a big part of one of the largest employers in Cecil County and a big part of the charitable and community process or neighborhood up there in Cecil County and throughout the state. I do want to clarify, while we are in opposition to this bill as introduced, we are not opposed on its face to iGaming. We just think there is a way to implement an iGaming or iCasino program in the state in a way that complements our brick and mortar casinos, make sure we're driving people there. As I mentioned, our tax rate, the state is a majority owner in our operation here in Maryland, and we think making that thrive should be the priority for the state. If there's a way to do this in a way that's complementary to our workers, to our facilities in the state, that's what we would prefer. We welcome the opportunity. I'm not going to echo everything that all the previous panels have said about cannibalization. We do have those concerns, but we welcome the opportunity to work with this committee, with the sponsor, on this piece of legislation and on other ways to maybe streamline or make our gaming program across the board more efficient in a way that builds revenue for the state, but also maintains jobs and revenues for our brick and mortar casinos. So thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, thank you. And I know it's afternoon, and I know you like to get a hearing over on the same day it starts. I'm Donna Edwards. I'm president of the Maryland State and DC AFL-CIO. We strongly oppose this legislation, and I'm not going to repeat a lot that's there, but I do want to first thank this committee for the thoroughness and the attention that you give to this issue. You are studying it the correct way. So I've heard I've heard all the testimony, and what brings to mind is they are dangling revenues, of course, for the state, but we're not talking about the profit margin that they will get from gaming, iGaming. When it comes to the profit margins, iGaming holds a significant edge over sports betting. Online gaming, like slots and tables, they generally are built for the house advantage, and they generally are at a 20% that goes out in winnings, unlike with sports betting, because sometimes the team wins. What is really interesting is that the numbers show in iGaming, they were talking about the remarkable growth in Michigan, but hear this figure. Michigan alone saw $200 million monthly losses coming from online casinos and $29 million from sports betting. That is $200 million a month out of generally workers, wage earners, money that would be spent locally or on a pizza or buying gas to go to a casino or putting it back into our local economies. This is what we're talking about, is dig into the numbers. When you look at the states, I was doing some background. iGaming has literally made a decrease in the revenue that they were getting from sports betting. So we have to take that into account as well. And going back to the question about addiction, the addiction is so different when you've got the iGaming because it is made to make you addicted. And that's the whole purpose. And when they were talking algorithms about being able to know problem gaming, gamblers, et cetera, well, those algorithms are used to keep you hooked. And this is from the gaming legislation magazine. Seeing the unprecedented growth and popularity of online gaming, game developers are proactively making an eclectic array of casual games, mid-core games, and AAA games that keep the massive audience hooked. And AI acts as a transformative catalyst in the iGaming world. So these are things that we need to delve into. It does not create jobs. I've not heard a single person who came up here who said these are creating jobs, give you any status, any report that said we had X amount of gaming jobs in the state, then we got iGaming, and we just blossomed. Where's the numbers? I can't find them on the Bureau of Labor. With that, I really appreciate this committee and the work and the attention that you have given to this. And thank you for the opportunity to oppose this bill.
Thank you. Questions for this panel? Thank you very much. Mr. Ellington is not here. We are getting close to the end. I think we've got some virtuals. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
We can.
now we can, yes.
Okay, Mr. Brunel?
Thank you. My name is Les Burnell. I'm the National Director for Stop Predatory Gambling. We're a national network, nonprofit network of organizations and individuals, members in all 50 states. And our mission is to reveal the truth behind commercialized gambling operators to prevent more victims. I submitted extensive written testimony that the committee has, so you're welcome to look through that. I'm going to touch on 2 or 3 very quick points. The first is, we've heard a lot in recent months about the high price of eggs in our country and the impact it's having on family budgets. So I took the liberty of preparing right now at this moment in Maryland, how much money the people of Maryland are losing to commercialized gambling sponsored by the state. I had up state lotteries, brick and mortar casinos, and it doesn't even include the online gambling, sports gambling numbers. It does include DFS. So that review, right now, the people of Maryland are losing $6,000 every minute to commercialized gambling sponsored by the state, okay? They've lost $23 billion since 2011 to commercialized gambling, okay? And without any new forms of gambling, the people of Maryland are on course to lose more than $15 billion of their personal wealth to commercialized gambling. That's a lot of eggs. That's a lot of eggs out of people's budgets. The second quick point I'll say, we hear a lot about we're going to regulate this, protect the public. And for years we've been hearing this. The business model is based on addiction, the most damning stat of late when it comes to online gambling. The Wall Street Journal reported last year from internal documents from one online gambling operator, 70% were coming from 1/2 of 1% of the app users. That's what regulation looks like. And the last thing I propose is just a quick amendment for the committee to include in this bill, if they were to move it out, is there should be an amendment to this, that every Maryland legislator in the House, Senate, and executive branch is required to disclose publicly how much personal wealth they lose annually to commercialized gambling sponsored by the state. The public has a right to know. The citizens are losing more than $6 grand a minute on this. How much are the public officials of Maryland losing to this? Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Tracy Lingo.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gazzone and the members of the committee. I apologize that I wasn't able to be with you in person today. We have our General Executive Board meeting for our international union. My name is Tracy Lingo. I'm the president of Unite Here Local 7. Unite Here is the largest union of casino workers in the United States. In Maryland, Local 7 represents workers at Horseshoe and at Ocean Downs, and our sister union, Local 25, represents workers at the MGM. I had a whole prepared speech. You have my written testimony. As Chairman Gazzone said, it's been 6 hours, so I won't go through all of it. But I do think it's worth pointing out that when the citizens of our state approved iGaming, the two goals really were the creation of revenue, particularly for our schools. I say that as a public school mom with 2 children in the Baltimore City Public Schools, and the creation of good union jobs. And you know, that's real. Those promises have really been kept. The jobs that our union members in MGM, housekeepers there, are making $25 an hour with a pension and good union health insurance. Our members in Baltimore are very close to that also. You know, contrary to what we've heard today, we can definitely tell you that the concept of cannibalization is not a fallacy. Mike went through the numbers, but I will just tell you, you know, anecdotally from Baltimore, when the Horseshoe opened, we had over 500 members. Again, our union represents, as Mike said, the sort of ancillary jobs to gaming. We do represent slot attendants, but we also represent cleaners and cooks and cocktail waitresses and bartenders. And when the Horseshoe opened, we had 500 workers in our classifications, and now after sports betting passing, we have 144 members in those classifications. And I think the other thing that I would say is that in terms of this bill, making sure that the tax rate for iGaming, if it were to pass, exceeds the brick and mortar tax rate is super important, and also the making sure that these licenses are in fact tethered to brick and mortar casinos, because the tethered licenses allow the gaming companies to push people, you know, back into the casinos for meals and things like that that help our members.
Thank you very much. Jason Gummer?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you very much, Chairman, and to the committee for allowing me to testify. My name is Jason Gummer, and in my day job, I'm the Corporate VP and General Counsel for Monarch Casino and Resort. But I'm also a founding member of the National Association Against iGaming. The National Association Against iGaming was born out of concerns from multiple parties about the public health impacts of iGaming, the impact of iGaming on the brick and mortar casino industry, and the impact on our team members. We welcome casino members, and we have Maryland members who have casinos in Maryland, employee organizations, labor unions, municipalities, who we came together and stepped up and said, this is not what we want for our society and for our families. There's a narrative that iGaming is inevitable, that it's gonna happen, and that it's already everywhere, and that there's black markets everywhere, so you know what? We've got no choice but let's tax it. But that's just not true. Today, someone testified that if we legalize iGaming, then we can finally go after, prosecute the people who do it illegally. We can do that now. We have laws on the books where we can go after illegal gambling operations now. And Mr. Bernal, who I'm happy to be on a panel with, has compared many times iGaming, the risk, to fentanyl in terms of the danger, in terms of the addictive properties. And there's a lot of truth to that. And we're not saying just because fentanyl is everywhere that we should legalize it. No, instead, we should fight it. And we should prioritize our brick and mortar casinos where every day we create community, we create jobs, and we are committed to responsible gaming in a way that you can't do when you have a casino in your pocket. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Questions for any of our virtual panel? Okay, yes.
Keep on hearing you all talk about brick and mortar, because that's my thing. I'm very much into brick and mortar, because that really assures that these people are not going to be laid off. They'll have jobs. But how do if they're going to put this program in place in the great state of Maryland, what do they do? Where do they send the money? If it's not a brick and mortar place, do they have a little tent pitched up in the field or somewhere? Where does the money go? Who collects the money?
Can I take that?
Huh?
If I can, Senator Benson, that's part of.
Oh, they have storefronts.
They don't have a storefront.
They don't have a storefront? Well, where do they put the money?
In the ethers.
I'm just trying to
iCloud.
figure this thing out.
In cloud.
I just thought about it.
To their corporate
In the cloud.
They just have an office.
Oh, they have a corporate office that may not necessarily be in the great state of Maryland. Is that what I read here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, they send it somewhere else, like Timbuktu.
And by brick and mortar, I think they mean like a presence in Maryland with a.
But they don't have a brick and mortar, that's what they're saying.
Yes.
They send it
That's
to a
what they mean.
corporation, which is not necessarily in the state of Maryland, so it goes somewhere else. Is that correct?
It is, and that's some of how the proponents of iGaming get away with saying that the revenue has increased. That's part of what Mike Hatchie was saying when he testified. Is in some cases, for some of these companies, the revenue has increased, but online is far outstripping the in person, and therefore the companies get the revenue, but there isn't the answer.
What company?
Economic. It could be MGM, could be Caesars, could be at any of these companies. Could be a company that has no on.
Oh, they have their own companies where they
investment.
send this money.
They can receive those revenues without an investment, economic investment in our communities that creates jobs. So there's revenue, but there's not jobs. That's our point.
Thank you very much. That helps me.
Okay. Thank you all very much, online and in the room. We appreciate everyone taking their time today. It's been a long one. Thanks to the committee. We did 6.5 hours of hearings. So that was a pretty good one today. But we got covered a lot of ground. We rarely get applause.
That's very nice.
Yeah, everybody? Yes, members. Look at that. This is true. Every one of you are still here too, so thank you. Thank you to the pensions. Listen, everybody, pensions.